him. That's the OG.
Just when you thought we wouldn't dare go live again after over 9 hours of NFL draft coverage, the bosses thought it would be a good idea to hand day 3 over to this group of absolute degens. If you are looking for your buttoned up, super professional, everything nice, clean cut stream, this is not it. That is not what we do here. We are going to break down everything Dynasty Fantasy Football related. You're not getting linemen, linebackers, safeties, corners. No, these are the things that matter to you in your leagues. You might be drafting right now. You might be drafting tomorrow. You might have already drafted and have been crying into your hands last night watching the NFL decide to set all of your second round picks on fire. But don't worry, we're going to help you get through it. Don't forget that you can now get in with fantasypoints.com with the flash sale. You can use Points Draft 26 for 15% off. All of the great content, all of the great writing. Scott Barrett, I know, is already in the lab. Brett Whitefield, already in the lab. Ryan Heath would be, but he's deciding to work overtime and sit here on this stream as the victor, by the way, of our weekly points game, which is going to set up what we're doing here today, unfortunately for us. Now, we may not have Dynasty Points viewers here that are regulars who may not know what I'm talking about. Every week on Dynasty Points, on the Fantasy Points Dynasty YouTube channel, we have a weekly game. We each pick players. Who do we think are going to score the most points we have to pick wide receivers after 24, tight ends after 12, quarterback after 20, etc. Ryan won. Now, because of this, Lucas, Jacob, and I have to pay and drink whatever Ryan has decided for this day 3 stream. So Ryan, explain what we're drinking, explain the games in which we have to suffer through before we get into the draft.
Yeah, so just for some background, this was like the worst experience of my life last year when Jacob forced us to drink Bloody Marys. I hate Bloody Marys. It was awful. You can go back and watch the stream. My face looks just like I'm so disgusted the entire time. So I get my revenge now. We will be drinking Jaeger bombs today, gentlemen. Here's how it's going to work. At the start of each round, we are going to each do a Jaeger bomb. There is one other event that's going to happen in the draft for which we will do a Jaeger bomb. And then there are 4 secret phrases that anytime they are uttered by one of us other than me, starting from now on, you will all have to take a sip. So you guys are going to have a separate sipping drink. You can just mix the Red Bull and the Jaeger, set it aside. That'll be your sipping drink. And then we'll be doing the Jaeger bombs, periodically. So we can start it off right now. I mean, round 4 kicked off. We can talk about McCoy.
It's 9 a.m.
It is okay. It's
at least let me finish my egg bagel
zone
first.
No, man up. You don't get to sit there and criticize NFL teams or players for not being tough enough.
You're in Central Time. You're in Central Time.
You made the decision to move, not me. No, Ryan is correct. And look, shit. I do just want to say,
let's get it over with, boys.
I do just want to say, day 1 and day 2 were awesome. And thank you for everyone that viewed. I want to say shout out to all of the Dynasty Points listeners and subscribers. We broke every record we could possibly break this season. Views, downloads, you name it, we broke it. We look forward to next year. Lives will be back on the Fantasy Points Dynasty YouTube channel here. Post-draft, we're going to get that figured out as well. Very, very excited to get into it. Jacob, obviously, as usual, not prepared. He may not be a lawyer anymore, but it doesn't mean anything has changed in terms of his preparedness. There we go. He's ready. We're ready. So let's have a good day 3. And I regret this already. I need to win. I need to win next week.
I'm gonna be off the screen in 5 minutes puking. So just so we're aware.
You'll be fine. All right. I'm excited for day 3. Let's talk about our favorite picks from day 1 and day 2. There's not a lot. There's not many, but there are a few. So we're going to hit all of that. Again, no offensive players drafted quite yet, so we don't really need to get into it. Ryan, I'm going to send to you your favorite and least favorite day 1 and day 2 picks.
You got 2 Vols fans on the program. You just gotta let us do 10 seconds
first.
on our boy who
I
finally
promise
goes off the board.
no. All right, fine.
Let him do it.
One of the top
I'll
10
think of my
players in
favorite
this
and least
class.
favorite.
He's my favorite player I've ever watched at the University of Tennessee. I think he should have been, if he was healthy, he would have gone top 10 in this class. I feel so bad for the poor kid, but I'm really glad that the Raiders made the choice, and I hope he has an incredible career. That's all I wanted to say.
Exactly. He was hands down the best man cover corner in this draft. He also could do zone, but it's his man. That's what he's known for. He's not as well-rounded as Delane is, and that's why, people weren't going to be paying the same amount for him. But regardless, you're happy to see, especially in the 4th round with all the injury stuff. He's somebody I think could easily be, defensive player or defensive rookie of the year. So.
All right. Now that the defensive stuff is out of the way, I also do want to shout out everyone that was here well before Sean_Dynasty FF. Slashy, a lot of our regulars here tonight. So let's go, Ryan. Favorite and least favorite picks of round 1 and 2, day 1 and 2.
Yeah, my favorite is probably just one of the ones up at the top of the draft. Jordan Tyson to the Saints. I have been very vocal that I am super in on this landing spot. I am happy to just get a receiver in a Kellen Moore offense. I don't care at all that Chris Olave is there. Both guys can succeed. We saw Olave and Shaheed both getting fantasy relevant volume for a good chunk of last year, kind of regardless of the QB play that was there. So I think at least like the year 1 fantasy floor is the highest for a Jordan Tyson. He's the prospect that I like the most. So very happy with that landing spot, especially in comparison to all of these others. I guess the one that I hate the most, I'll give you 2. There are 2 that I really hate. I love them for real life. It's totally makes sense why the teams did this, and I give them a ton of credit for being ahead of the curve, doing things in the NFL the right way when so many did them the wrong way. But yeah, Max Clare to the Rams and Sam Roush to the Bears. Awful for fantasy. I'm really upset just because it really lowers the odds that either of them ever become a fantasy relevant player, just because of how obsessed these coaches are with these 2 and 3 tight end sets and using that as a vehicle to increase the efficiency of the rest of their offense. But it's fun and it makes a ton of sense. And I think both of those fits are really strong and show an understanding of what matters in the NFL right now in terms of goading defenses into personnel matching against these heavier sets. Both Claire and Roush are good enough receivers to where that actually matters and they can be legitimate mismatches on those plays too. It makes it really hard for defenses to do anything against it. So that's great. But unfortunately, those guys are probably 30 to 40% route share players at most. So that sucks for 2 tight ends.
You mean 30% Roush share players?
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Jacob. But yeah, I'm curious on your thoughts here, Jacob.
Brutal.
If you have
He made me
different
do a
takes on those guys.
At 9 a.m. I'm
yeah.
going to make puns.
Fair enough. I'll talk for as long as you want if you need to.
No, I love those 2 picks. Like those were two of the most fun real life picks. I agree with everything you said. Like, yeah, terrible landing spots for fantasy. I think there's like some chance that Claire could become the full-time tight end. Maybe not this year, but longer term. And then the other ones are the guys working off of him. And so maybe you can get some fantasy value there. Roush, I mean, never, right? Like he's
Yep.
The best case scenario is that he becomes what Kmet was last year, but Loveland's not going anywhere. He's always going to be the receiving guy in town. So it's over for Sam Roush. Yeah, I love those picks for real life. Sucks for fantasy. I'll also go with a tight end pick. tight end pick for my least favorite in fantasy, and that's the Eli Stowers one. I don't like this in real life either, or fantasy. This pick I found really confounding. Like, I was lower on Stowers than consensus, but it's not that I don't think he would make sense anywhere. I think there are certainly teams that had plenty of use for him, and I think he has a very high fantasy ceiling. But I just it really does not make a lot of sense to me, the combination of players that the Philadelphia Eagles took. So, what's up, Tom?
You're struggling so bad. I've never heard you have to pause talking so many times. It's so funny. I love it. I'm sorry.
It's tough over here, but yeah, the Eagles. So Mekhi Lemon, they drafted in round 1. I really like Mekhi Lemon. I think that the fit is a little awkward regardless, because you have Jalen Hurts as your quarterback, and he's not particularly prone to throwing over the middle of the field, but that's fine. You know, you can play Mekhi Lemon as your slot receiver 70% of his snaps, and you kick him outside when you have to in 2 wide receiver sets once he proves he's better at it than Dontavian Wicks, which is probably going to be like week 3. And then you compound that with the Eli Stowers pick, which is really tough. Like, in the near term, I don't know what the plan is. Is the plan to play a ton of 12 with Goddard as your Y, with Stowers in the slot, and with Lemon and Smith outside? Like, I don't like that offense. I don't like the idea of 2 extremely undersized outside wide receivers. That strikes me as very awkward. You're, at that point, taking Lemon. Lemon can play outside, but if you're drafting him in the first round, I want to put him in the slot as much as possible. I want to take advantage of what he does best. Yes. I don't want to kind of cast him into a situation that he can do if he needs to. I want to unleash him to his full potential. So you can't really talk me into Lemon, Smith, Stowers, Goddard being a better offense than Wicks, Smith, Lemon in the slot, Goddard. I just think that that's a better version of your offense. It's bigger on the outside, and I think it's more explosive in the passing game. And then long term, okay, Goddard's gone, so maybe Stowers plays Y. And it's like, I just don't think so. There would be no reason for me, based on his college profile, to project him to be a good NFL starting Y. He was 255th in run blocking snaps last year. So it's not even like one of these guys that played, like Fannin played inline tight end last year and kind of muddled his way through some of the run blocking. Stowers' team didn't even let him do it. I mean, he played quarterback until 2 years ago. So I really have a hard time with that one. It's totally possible, I guess, that he, puts on 7 pounds and really works on his run blocking form and he owns me. That's like totally plausible. But maybe it's also possible that the Eagles just decide, running the ball was so 2 years ago. We don't care about it anymore. We're going to accept our 3.6 yards per carry to put Eli Stowers as our every down Y tight end. There's all sorts of possibilities. The way I would put it in fantasy is that if he becomes a truly incredible receiver, then they will figure it out somehow. They'll either put him in the slot or they'll play him at tight end. They'll figure it out. They'll find a way. But the bar that he has to hit to be fantasy viable has become very high, because if he's not amazing as a receiver, then there's a lot of reasons to not play him. So I think it's like his 90th percentile outcomes and above remain intact, but the 60th to 90th percentile outcomes take a massive hit, because there's just not a good reason to put him out there on 70% of the snaps unless he's actually amazing. So that's my thoughts on Stowers. My favorite landing spot, I'll keep it simple.
Before we get to that, you said one of our trigger words in that spiel. I didn't want to cut you off mid spiel,
but
everyone take a sip.
Oh no!
Oh, 1 sec. I gotta pour again. What was it? Oh, you can't tell me what the trigger word was because I'm gonna say it.
No, you can't. Obviously, Lucas is
not
muted.
Gonna say it.
Lucas is muted.
I imagine you guys will figure it out as the stream goes on.
Chat, can you guys like go over what Jacob just said? So it's something that only Jacob says for sure.
I wouldn't say, I'll give you guys hints on the trigger words. They're not really specific to like things that each person says. They just are things that kind of all of us say or that all of us talk about generally. Okay. So yeah, it's not like, it's not going to be like, oh, this is my personal like turn of phrase. It's much more, it's all like football related, but it is not.
Hold on. I want to test something. I want to test something.
Don't test.
Hold on.
Okay.
No. Trade back, tier down.
No, these are
Yes,
those
let's
were
go.
not
I'm
included.
Okay, how about this? How about this? Better in real life than fantasy.
It's getting closer, but no. It's
Okay.
conceptually similar, but
Okay. All right. I like
we're,
that.
like,
First,
in the area. Yeah.
I just need to shout out. Sean _ Dynasty FF is a certified ball knower. This is an Albuquerque Isotopes alternate hat from my minor league baseball hat collection. You are a certified ball knower.
That's
We
fun.
did have we do have a wide receiver off the board, Brennan Thompson,
Oh!
Mississippi State.
Yeah,
I
that's
like
kinda
that
fun.
guy.
For
That's a great. I mean, look, talk about better in real life than fantasy. I mean, that guy. Now that I know I can say that, he's better in real life than fantasy.
I know.
This is a great pick for the Chargers. They really lack deep speed in their receiving room. Like, you've got Lad McConkey, who's an intermediate guy. Quentin Johnston is like a theoretical downfield receiver. He's actually not that fast, though. Trey Harris is kind of a burner, but again, like, he's like a 4-5 guy who was used downfield in college. They don't have anyone on their team that's an actual straight line down the field burner. Now they do. Brennan Thompson, 4.26 speed at the NFL Combine, and better production than you'd think. It all just came kind of late in the fourth year, but he's not one of these like pure Dante Thornton, Anthony Schwartz, never did anything in college but run fast in a straight line. I think he's got a little bit of juice to him. Do I think he's going to be more than a best ball consideration in fantasy? Probably not, but I think he is like, we've seen way worse versions of this player drafted way higher in recent years.
Yes.
I'm surprised that Brennan Thompson lasted until round 5. I mean, the Bears took a guy who ran 4.28 who's never done shit. Brennan Thompson, like, is an actual SEC wide receiver who, like, won downfield versus SEC corners. I think that's a really nice pick with the Chargers.
Yeah, not
He was a guy I almost wrote up even for my fantasy like sleepers list. Like he was in the Eric McAllister, Kevin Coleman type of range for me. Yeah, the analytics wise, the production came really late. It's probably not anything, but yeah, totally defensible real life pick. I don't hate this one at all.
He's way better than
I was
Dante
hating.
Like, way better.
Hold on.
I feel like he's just definitely somebody that's going to end up with like a couple of games of like 2 for 84 and 1. I look at this as a Quentin Johnston replacement, right? I don't think they're re-signing him. I don't think they're going to pay him wide receiver money. They just need somebody else to run those deep routes in the system. I feel like this is just kind of the shot for them. Lucas, favorite and least favorite picks from day 1 and 2.
So I know in our group chat it's kind of been, played down a little bit. I really like the pairing of Kenyon Sadiq and Omar Cooper Jr.
Oh, I hate this so much.
I really, really like that. Even with Geno Smith this year, I think that they can be productive, but really looking out as this is an investment in your dynasty teams, I think that they have a lot going for them moving forward in New York. Like there's actually some real weapons there for the first time in what feels like forever. Even whenever Aaron Rodgers was there and they brought in Devontae Adams, just none of that stuff was clicking. It was just a complete nightmare. But right now with Breece Hall, with Garrett Wilson, now you're bringing in Kenyon Sadiq, RIP Mason Taylor, and you have Omar Cooper Jr. there. I think that there's a lot of really good things. I'm really, really intrigued by that. Least favorite, I don't like Carnell Tate's landing spot. I really wanted him to go to another place where he could have been the 2, or there's a lot more talent around him, because we've just never seen him in college be the guy. He's always had another alpha in that room. He's been able, like, he's a great route runner, great contested catch guy, really good wide receiver, but there's just so many unknowns there. I think it might open up his ceiling a little bit more if we're going to play that route, but I think it also really shows a different floor than I was expecting coming into the draft. So that one has me a little
That was the one that I had
now
as my number 1 landing spot. I mean, I got cut off because I said one of the drink words, but that's my favorite landing spot yet. I understand what you're saying, especially if we put on like our real life hats and you're like, can he actually be the wide receiver 1? I think that's a pretty fair question. But, this is day 3. Brett Whitefield's not coming through that door. We're a fantasy show today.
Yet.
yeah. And so, like, while we're in fantasy world, like, yeah, I mean, Cardinal Tate's good to actually have a chance to do what he's never had the chance to do before, which is be by far the best wide receiver on a depth chart. And I really like the skill fit with Cam Ward.
Yes!
We have a real pick. That's a real pick.
Oh,
But that's like
That's
a
a
real
real
pick in a
pick.
not helpful way. Like, all that
Yeah.
does is kill the value of two other players and his own.
Not yet.
That
This
sucks
is
so hard.
next year.
Oh,
next year,
man.
I think Dobbins is not. Look, we know Dobbins is
so
going to miss
annoying.
8 games this year, and next year they have no reason to bring back. I don't like Harvey the way others do. I think Coleman could be good here. I think he could be good here. This is a Sean Payton classic. This is a
I mean,
Sean
like,
Payton
I
classic.
can understand why they made the pick, but like, I think that's like a truly. I mean, it's not helpful. Like, you'd want Coleman elsewhere. I don't think that Coleman. They just paid J.K. Dobbins, so Coleman is not playing
For a
ahead of
year.
J.K. Dobbins this year. He's a round 4 pick. There's no reason to expect that. And then I think Harvey has a pretty defined role. I agree that he's not a workhorse, but he has a role that I don't think is going to vanish. And so I think it's probably a redshirt year for Coleman. But if Dobbins gets hurt, you don't even get to sell yourself on Harvey's contingent upside anymore, because Coleman probably fills a lot of the Dobbins role. And then you look forward to 2027, and it's like a Dobbins-Harvey combo platter. So, I mean, it's like a round 4 pick. I don't want to read it too much into round 4 picks today for other people's fantasy value, but for the most part, it seems like it's a bad landing spot for him. It's a bad outcome for Harvey. And I don't think it really affects Dobbins, because I think Dobbins is just going to play his role until he gets hurt.
Well, that's
and
what
then
I mean.
Coleman will take it over, but it's definitely bad for Coleman, and it's bad for Harvey.
I will say the chat is a little bit torn. Terrible landing spot. We got a Mark Ingram 2.0. Will,
What's wrong
I think
with Mark Ingram 2.0?
I think Will nothing. And someone
Exactly.
immediately said, don't disrespect Mark Ingram like that. Will Sanders FS says, sim to the 2027 draft, please. I mean, boy, don't call him a 4th round pick, Jacob. That's RB4 to you. I mean, that just shows you where this draft class is.
Okay, I mean, this is actually something I was thinking about a lot yesterday as I was like lying awake in bed.
Crying.
It's like, I think that we are going to, I mean, this is maybe bad radio because we're trying to hype up how much this day matters. But like, I think
No, I'm
because
not.
there were so few running backs taken before, because they're all bad, we're going to overstate the degree to which the like running backs matter over the course of today in terms of like their impact on other players. Like, I think Coleman is a bit of an exception because he was my second favorite running back of the class, and I genuinely like him. But I do think that there's going to be a degree to which, if we'd already seen 11 running backs go and some team drafted the running back 12 in the middle of today, we'd be like, okay, whatever, he's a backup running back. He went in the middle of round 4. But like, because there aren't any guys on the clock and we all have to spend time talking about these bums for the last 2 months, it's going to be like Emmett Johnson goes to some team in the 5th round and we're going to be like, it's over for Kyron Williams. They drafted Emmett Johnson. And it's like, it's probably not. Like, it's probably, like, if these guys go to the 5th round, they're probably doing nothing,
Yeah.
you know?
It's
Don't-
definitely a gap in attention, because
Yes.
you're right. There would just be less attention paid to these running backs. I will say, and maybe we can just hash this out right now if Trey wants to pull up my rankings and we can just debate where Jonah Coleman should go. Just scroll all the way down, Trey. My
let me
rankings, by the
pull
way,
up- let me
on
pull up mine,
fantasypoints.com. I don't know if we can zoom in a little bit or not so people can read that better. But what I did basically with my rankings coming out of yesterday is I ranked a lot of day 3 guys ahead of day 2 guys. And my thought process with that was, well, some of these guys I had ranked where they were, knowing that falling to day 3 was a possibility or a likelihood. And I was like, well, I don't want to double count that, right? Like a Jonah Coleman or an Emmett Johnson, they could go to the Vikings or the Titans or like a viable running back landing spot. So I didn't want to push him down yet. I do think that, Coleman is not the 112 anymore, pretty clearly from where I had him here on these rankings. But like, man, it gets pretty ugly as we continue going down. Like, how far down does he go here? Like a chance at earning a role later in the year or in 2027 is not nothing. That's like not really worse than I don't know, a lot of the players.
I'd rather have Bernard.
I did it the opposite way of you. Like, I did my pre-draft rankings, and then once the draft starts, I just rank the players once they're drafted. So like I posted mine after yesterday. I don't have any of the day 3 guys input in, but I think he might still be my 112. My 112 is currently Eli Raritan, which is like,
oh my God,
I would still take Coleman over Eli Raritan.
So like here's my like, okay, so I have the 10 guys who went day 1 are my top 10. My rankings are on Thinking About Thinking, which is my name.substack.com. I have the top 10. I have Boston is clearly my 111. I have him in his own tier. And then after that, like my next tier of players is Raritan, Stowers, Jeremy Bernard, and Antonio Williams. And I have Chris Bell and Zach Branch in the next tier, but if you wanted to put them in that first tier, I wouldn't really blame you for it. Like, I don't know what the ceiling is on these guys. Like, I really like Raritan. I could like pontificate on why. We already did on the show before. But like, I don't know. Like, his upside is probably being like the tight end 9 on a year-to-year basis. It's probably like a 90th percentile outcome for him. I just talked about all the issues I have a Stowers landing spot. I think both Williams and Bernard are fine NFL players. I'd be really shocked if either of them were like a multi-time top 24 wide receiver in fantasy. So like, I don't know. Like, I think I might still like Coleman over any of those guys, even though I don't think he's going to do anything this year unless Dobbins gets hurt.
I think I like Bernard. I think Bernard is probably going to go over Coleman for me. I think they can get out of DK after this year in Pittsburgh. Look, I want to talk about my favorite and least favorite picks from day 1 and day 2. My favorite pick is actually Tate. That is my favorite pick. I think that is. Oh, jeez, Jets took Clay Kubnik or Cade Klubnik. This is a very Jets
you know
pick.
what? We laugh now, but like, did you enjoy watching Brady cook last year? Because they're gonna be bad, and Geno is probably like, even if he plays fine, he's probably not starting the last 3-4 weeks of the season if they're 4-10.
Yeah, don't look for championship weekend.
So like we're laughing now. Are you gonna be laughing when it's week 16 and you have Garrett Wilson in a fantasy semifinal and your quarterback is Cade Klubnik? Like, you're not gonna be laughing.
I'm not laughing because I know I'm going to draft him because I have gross quarterback rooms. Like, that's why I'm not laughing.
Yeah, welcome to all of Tom's dynasty benches, Cade Klubnik.
Yep, you're not wrong. Every taxi I have.
Klubnik is horrible. He can't play.
Yeah, I'm still going to have
Lucas, you're the Debbie guy. Like, if anyone's going to defend Cade Klubnik, it's you. But
I think he's going to be a really, really good backup. That's what he is in this league. And in the 4th round, if that's what you're getting.
I don't know if he could be a CFL backup, but maybe third string.
Like, in the NFL, like, he's obviously a smart guy. He's been around a really long time. He's not unathletic. Clemson has just thoroughly like screwed things up year after year. They've gone less and less from the Dabo like philosophies, and it hasn't done anything. And so now they're trying to course correct, and it's just been ridiculous to be watching so far. But like, he's a smart guy.
Are we gonna watch Carson Beck and Cade Klubnik play NFL games this year?
Oh my gosh!
100%.
At the 4th round, I don't hate it.
This is offensive to college football viewers.
So, if there were a different scenario, like, I'm very happy that we're not seeing Taylor Green go there just because he needs time in the NFL. We'd be seeing him earlier, and that would be fun. And I like a bad team taking, a shot at somebody who has a higher ceiling. But with the Jets, they're already planning on going quarterback in 2027. They have 3 first-round picks for a reason.
That's why I hate this pick for them in the 4th. Just draft an offensive lineman. You need it.
I mean, they can, but whenever you're drafting somebody who I think is going to be a really good backup, I don't have that much heartburn. I do think that Nussmeier is going to be a much better backup. If we're strictly talking about backups, I also think he can be a better spot starter than Klubnik. But
so I just want to get back So I don't need to talk about Tate too much because he was the 4th pick in the draft. I just trust Dabble getting the most out of his wide receivers. That's it, and the most out of his quarterback. That's why I like that one. I will say though, I tweeted this out. My least favorite landing spot is every team that doubled up. Stop the double up. This sucks so freaking bad. We've had the Eagles doubled up, the Jets doubled up, the Browns doubled up. This draft class was thin. I'm not even going to go on a limb and say it's the worst draft class. It's thin. And then it shortened even more with all these double ups, especially when you look at, say, the Jets, who not only doubled up, but already had an entrenched elite player like Wilson. The Eagles had Smith. That's what really sucks. The Browns doubling up is probably something they should have done with their lack of weapons, sure. Whether you're going to get...
Browns are cooking. The
Browns are cooking, right? The Browns are cooking 100%. And speaking of the double, should I drunk sell Fannin and pivot to Laporta? I'd already be pivoting to Let definitely be doing that now.
I mean, I think I might have already had Laporta ranked higher.
Same.
Let me check. I want to make sure I'm not lying.
Yeah.
But
I'm absolutely still riding with Fannin. I'm going to keep riding with
Fannin
Fannin.
below Laporta and below Tucker Kraft for sure. Then I get into Aronde Gatson, Kyle Pitts, guys that kind of have the same concern. So I don't know that I'm pushing him further down than Laporta and Kraft, but
no.
Yeah, I wrote about this a bunch in my landing spots article, but it is genuinely a downgrade. Just the fact that it looks like the Browns could shift to 11 personnel. I still tend to think there's a world where Todd Monken is like, well, Fannin is one of our better receivers. He's comfortable playing in 12. There are worlds here where Fannin is still really good, and this concern doesn't totally play out. But part of it is like there is no clear why tight end to just play in 11 other than Fannin on this team right now. Like there's Blake Whiteheart and Jack Stoll.
Did you see the Andrew Berry press conference yesterday? So he mentioned he went to Todd Monken and because Monken had requested a blocking tight end in this draft, and Andrew Berry assured him that his guy would be there in round 5, but he was taken in round 3.
Yeah, so
was it Kaczmarek?
He didn't say who. I assume it was Kaczmarek.
We know who it was.
But it was, they were commenting on the run of tight ends basically on day 2, and Andrew Berry was like, yeah, the guy we thought we would take in round 5. So I do think that they add a blocking tight end. They basically said that they wanted to. But yeah, I did have him ahead of Laporta before this. That's going to change. I had him behind Kraft, which was the guy why he wasn't in my 5 when we did that video. But yeah, that's the thing, Jeff. I mean, I had a miserable experience talking about this on Twitter. I never should have tweeted about this yesterday. Never tweet.
That's what I've learned too.
But I just think we need to have a probabilistic range of outcomes about this. Like all my initial tweet was if you want Harold Fannin to play a full route share, he either needs to play inline tight end or one of Judy, Boston, Concepcion needs to come off the field. Like people obviously read their interpretations into that however they wanted, but that is just factually accurate. One of those two things needs to happen for him to be able to play a full route share. I'm not saying that it's impossible that one of those two things happens. It's also quite plausible that it's not black or white. It's not like he runs 30% of the routes or 85% of the routes. It could be they sometimes they play more 11 and sometimes they play more 12, and he ends up in the 65% routes range. And if he does, that probably turns him from a mid tight end 1 to a low end tight end 1. So it's all probabilistic. But I do think that Fannin is both very good and benefited in pretty large ways from playing on a team that was, behind a lot and didn't have good receivers and was willing to sort of play this receiving only option in a very featured role. I think it would be reasonable for him not to quite have that same role because he does have real blocking limitations and real receiving limitations. It's the guy who runs a 4.71. So I just think it's increased volatility. I agree with exactly where Ryan put him. If it's him against Gadsden, they both have the same concerns. Yeah. And Fannin's more proven, so seems totally fair to prefer Fannin between them. But if it's him against Laporta, I'm going with the guy who I know is going to run 82% of the routes.
Right. And I just want to say thanks to the super chat. If you have a question that you feel is timely, you can super chat us. It's not something you have to do. We're going to be answering questions, of course. We appreciate every bit of support that we get here while we do this. Without you guys, there's no show. I mean, that just is what it is. There's no denying it. So thank you for that again. Let's jump to the tier side of things, because what we wanted to do is tier all the last couple of days these guys have been sitting here trying to figure out where to put Caleb Downs or whoever it is the Jets screwed up picking. No, that's out the window. We're doing fantasy relevant players plus landing spots right now, right here. We're going to try to get through each pick. So I will hand this over to Ryan. Ryan, you pick a player. We're gonna tier him.
So we're tiering their landing spot and how good it is for fantasy. That's what we're doing. Yeah. Okay. Let's go with who's a good one to start with. Let's go with Makai Lemon. We talked about this a little bit already. My thoughts on Lemon and a little bit on Stowers as well is. These were two very productive prospects that I liked a good bit pre-draft based on the analytics profiles. I agree with everything Jacob said earlier that the fit in Philadelphia is not obvious to me, or it's at least not that natural to me. Like, my biggest wish list for Lemon was go to an 11 personnel heavy team where his skill set in the slot can be maximized. I agree. It's not as if he's not going to be a full-time player. If he's any good at all, which I think he is, that's not so much what I'm concerned about, but it's more so, I don't think the skill set's being maximized. And same thing with Stowers. It's like you wanted him on a team where he would just obviously be one of the better receiving weapons so that the team would shift their receiving personnel around him in a way that the Browns did with Harold Fannin last year. That is definitely not the case in Philadelphia. But yeah, so to me, it's kind of how much do you let that affect your ranking of both of them? I agree with what Jacob said earlier on Stowers that once we're in this kind of second round here of rookie drafts, I am only caring about ceiling because none of these players have a very good floor or median outcome or anything like that. So I didn't punish Stowers that hard in rankings, but I do think the landing spot for both him and for Lemon is genuinely D tier worthy.
Yeah, for Lemon, I have him in the C tier. With Philly,
we're just doing landing spots, right?
And how it affects them with for fantasy.
So
landing spots
even
for
a player
fantasy.
we have ranked way behind Lemon, we would put higher if they have a better
Yes.
list.
Right.
Okay, I see.
Yes.
Because look, Philly is just a spot.
Antonio Williams will be higher on this,
Right.
Despite
So
not being higher in my rankings. I understand.
To be clear, Lemon did not really fall down my rankings after the draft, but it's still not ideal.
So remember before I said I was flip-flopping between KC and Lemon and I was close to pivoting? I'm not close to pivoting anymore. I actually don't like this at all. He goes to a spot on a team that has two wide receivers who are better that we just wish got more production. And I just don't see the base of that offense changing. I'm willing to give him a C grade here just because I've listened to what Ryan says. The organization is a strong organization. They're probably just a year ahead of prepping to just reload this offense and kind of run it. So I think spike games move him into the C. But if you were looking for a consistent producer in Philadelphia with this offense, I can't see it. I think he's going to stay firmly at my 107 at this point. Not sure I really want to draft him at all. Probably a player I want to trade for a Zay Flowers if I can. Zay Flowers plus, if I can. C is going to be where my spot is.
I have really quickly. I am higher than 107. Is
going to tilt me off the face of the earth. Easily surpassed Devonta Smith.
I don't know about that one.
Easily.
And the thing is,
pretty darn good, bro.
A better fit for what Hurts does. I disagree. Lemon operates where Hurts routinely struggles to throw the football. I couldn't disagree with this take more.
Yeah.
I have Lemon.
The one thing Tom said that I really quickly want to get out is the Eagles could have a master plan that I just can't comprehend. I'm baking like 5%
I think that their plan is
rankings.
that they think Stowers is going to be their Y tight end in 2027. I think that's their plan. I think it's a bad plan, but I think that's their plan.
And maybe it is. And I don't know that that's like a good plan, but this team has made me look really dumb before. I was really low on Saquon Barkley, and I was very like critical of the Saquon Barkley acquisition from them. Like I'm just thinking back to my history and evaluating what this team is doing, and I
said that was a great signing by them, so I'm qualified to say this makes no sense.
Fair enough. But it doesn't make sense, but I want to like bake in they're good players. It's a smart organization. Maybe there's just something I'm missing personally to both the rankings.
That's why I'm willing to give it a little bit of grace here, that they're probably just planning a year ahead from having to replace some of these guys anyway.
I'm more of a D on Lemon's landing spot. But, I mean, I'm still going to draft him. Like, I still have him I had him at the 104 after night 1. After the Stowers pick, I bumped him down behind Mendoza to the 1-5.
So I have him at C tier, and if we're looking long term, because I think AJ Brown's gone. If AJ Brown's gone,
gone.
Yeah, like
gone.
There is a scenario where he's this class is like Emeka Ibuka. Like that can definitely happen, and that makes me want to look at this more positively. I completely understand all the concerns with having two undersized guys on the outside. They really just don't have a lot else there. Another reason why I'm okay with Eli Stowers. I don't think Dallas Goedert's long for Philadelphia either. I think that that's a good like long-term look. It sucks because we're wanting people to be productive this year. Last year we had some really, really productive people outside the running backs in that class, especially at tight ends, which were all awesome. Had some really awesome wide receivers. And it's really tough to see what that's going to be, at least as these rosters stand right now. But I think that there is a scenario going forward where this ends up being like a really, really good landing spot whenever we're talking about other talent around him, putting him in a scenario where he can succeed a little bit easier.
What?
All right,
someone said, "Oh, Ravens."
We said a trigger word, so we're gonna.
We're all gonna. They weren't even up. The Colts are up. Oh gosh.
Oh, right. Okay. Someone said, "Oh, Ravens." I wasn't sure.
How much of this licorice do I have to eat with each sip? Like that's why I need to know, because this is the worst thing I've ever tasted.
A sip and a bite. I don't know, man. Like
that's nothing. You're worried about licorice?
Jaeger.
Yeah, you're worried about black
don't have
licorice?
As much sympathy for you, Luke.
Black licorice is the worst.
The hottest take this show is ever going to produce is that I actually like black licorice. Like I don't mind it at all. Like.
Yeah, black licorice is totally fine. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
This sucks so much.
Like it has to be okay.
Like there's no sweetness to it.
Be a
professional.
They're saying Ravens did
licorice eater.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
What did they do?
I don't know.
Colts took a guard who I'm gonna have to figure out. If
I'm sad. I'm already sad. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
I'm also even more triggered about the Broncos Coleman thing because like.
Wait, no way.
Surratt?
Actually?
Oh, that's fun. Oh, that's awesome.
That is awesome.
Oh, they traded up.
Kobe Lane.
He is.
Let's go. They made it.
No.
I know why
they
drafted Lane.
They didn't trade up, Tom. It was Devin Moore, cornerback, went to Dallas, and then Surratt at the next pick.
Okay, let's go. I actually like this spot.
All right.
I know why they took Lane. It's because they need the big body for when Lamar Jackson airmails 10 feet above, and they need somebody that can actually make the acrobatic catch.
I
love this pick.
Lane.
I love this pick.
I'm really glad that they took Surratt because I like pre-draft. I have a lot of people that I honestly respect that were like kind of in on Jacoby Lane, and I've never seen the vision with him at all. He looked terrible to me. I had him, I think, at like wide receiver 19, and then for like one night, I was like, do I have to like maybe reevaluate and care about this guy? He's got a lot of opportunity now. No, I don't. I'm just gonna take Surratt instead.
Yep. Yeah,
it's gonna be like the Ioman or DK thing, where like they probably both stink, but I'm gonna take the guy that I like.
I look, Jacoby Lane is such the prototypical like beautiful body wide receiver who looks so good in some of his highlights, and you can see what he can be. And there's a reason that he's going later. It's because he's never done anything that he can do. And that makes you really sad. But I'm still going to get him on my teams. I'm not tired of being hurt by this type
can't-
of look. The Keon Coleman's, the Terrence Marshalls, stuff like that. There's just a little place in my heart where I'm going to keep
we
getting
all
them.
have our shitty type of wide receiver that we like. That's not really my type, but Zach Branch is, and he's equally useless. So can't blame you.
I mean, like, I get it, but it also like brings me so much joy that he went to the Ravens, and Tom's going to have to deal with that for a while.
Well,
and that
this is
just
really fun.
it makes.
I'm just gonna
really
be
fun,
mad.
Actually,
I'm gonna be mad that they're gonna
Jay
place.
Enterprise said Surratt at 4-2 is gonna feel sweet, buddy. He's gonna be going like 2-0-2.
He's
Yeah,
going
well,
up.
yeah,
He's going to go up so high now.
I am
Hand on
ranking him in
shoulders.
round 2. He will be going in round 2. He's.
I'll rank him in the
I
top
will,
half
I'll go
of round
plug it
2.
in right now, but I am guessing will be like the wide receiver 8 in my model, 8 or 9, somewhere around there. And yeah, it's. I could be more mad at
We're
this.
bearing the lead.
Oh.
We're bearing the lead. The Ravens finally have somebody that's won something in the clutch. So I think that's important that they actually have a winner on that team right now. So maybe he can teach them how not to choke. He can show Zay Flowers why diving ball out into 2 defenders is not a smart idea in the AFC Championship game. Maybe.
I also think this is an interesting signing for what the Ravens want to be. So, like, for all of Lamar Jackson's career, under both Greg Roman and then Todd Monken, they've been this heavy personnel team, right? They've always had not even 2 tight ends. They've had like 3 or 4 tight ends that they've rotated through. They've had fullback usage throughout this era. And I think that makes a lot of sense with Lamar Jackson as a rushing quarterback. But now they bring in Declan Doyle, right, who comes from the Ben Johnson tree. It's a little bit – they also use some heavy personnel, but in a different way. I mean, this looks like maybe just an 11 personnel offense right now. They lost Kolar. They lost Ricard. They lost Likely. I don't know who their blocking tight end is going to be to pair with Mark Andrews. But now they bring in Lane. They already have Bateman. You bring in Surratt, and obviously you have Zay Flowers. Like, Surratt is kind of your, and I hope he is. It's a great fit for him there to be the big slot, right? He's going to be your sort of the move tight end, so to speak. And then you have Lane or Bateman on one side with Flowers on the other. I think it's going to be a much more Sean Payton coded offense than some of like the Greg Roman, Todd Monken heavy personnel stuff we've seen. It's going to be an interesting transition. I mean, the whole point for Surratt, right? We wanted him to go somewhere he could get the big slot role. This clearly is that place.
Yes.
They don't. Zay Flowers, I know he's diminutive, but he plays on the outside. Lane plays on the outside. Bateman plays on the outside. So this is a spot where Surratt can actually be the big slot.
Honestly, Lane being a big slot, that would be ridiculously fun. I want somebody who's large playing the slot there, and I'll have a good time.
So Surratt, even with this mid-round 4 draft capital, comes out as the wide receiver 9 in my model. He comes out just behind Jeremy Bernard, just ahead of Ted Hurst, for people interested in the Ryan Heath model. I'm probably going to rank him ahead of Bernard just on an upside basis, like a path to playing time basis. He'll be in my second round for sure.
Let's see. I won't have him at a Bernard. I think I'm going to put him. I don't know. I'm going to have to figure out where to put him. Somewhere in the Bell branch. I have Bell Branch Brazel right now. If I account for Coleman, 2.5 to 2.7, and Surratt will join that crew. He'll be like my 2.5 or 2.6 or 2.7, I think.
Yeah. It's also going to depend where like the Emmett Johnsons and the Singletons go. Like they could be way ahead or way behind some of these guys, depending on
running back landing spots
but
coming up. Lions are kind of interesting for a running back. Packers.
I don't think they're interesting for a running back at all.
The Packers.
I wouldn't be that happy with
I would say
the
the Panthers.
I
would say that. Here's the thing. No, here's the thing with the Panthers. Every time the Panthers give a running back money, right, they're never actually the starter by the end of the year. Every time you think the Panthers starting running back is going to be who, like, it's obvious to be, it's always somebody else. Like, it's happened every Miles Sanders, then it was somebody.
Brooks.
No, Jonathan Brooks' knee is cooked, man. Like, I barely even think he plays this year.
I mean, I guess what I would say about the Panthers is if they do draft a running back, then we instantly become a lot less bullish on Jonathan Brooks. So that probably
No,
is
it's-
kind of a signal and a noise thing anyway.
Buck,
so.
get out of here. It's not Travis Achan or Trevor Achan. Get out of here. It's over.
By the
That's their
transitive property.
That's their kick returner. Get out of here. Yeah. All right. Let's head back. Let's head back to the tier section while we have some time. Pick another player here.
The Jags have 2 picks coming up. I mean, the Jags taking a running back in this area of the draft would be really good for the discourse, just in the sense of like, there was the rumor they were going to come up and trade for Price. I've never been so sure something was not going to happen in my life. But obviously, if they did, that would have been like lights out for Tootin. I'll go ahead and say that if they take a shitty running back in round 4, it is not lights out for Tootin, but it's definitely lights flashing, and it's a lot of content.
So I'll just say
it is
I'll
content.
say this.
It is ADP discounts. That's what I'd be hoping for.
So I was talking to Ryan about this with the whole Jaguars and the Tootin and Rodriguez thing. I understand that the general fantasy community likes to write off Rodriguez, but he's going to be around and more annoying than people want him to be. I don't think the signal of them taking a running back is about that running back maybe being a lead back. I think there's just enough signal and enough conversation and enough coach speak that leads me to believe that they don't think they have like an every downed that dude on the team, and that team's rollout at running back is probably going to be annoying. Pushing the Tootin height back from, I remember the RB1 breakout, maybe RB 15, 14 type season breakout for him. Maybe pushing him to like 18, 19, which is like good. It's very usable. But then it's also all bets are off post 2026 for a back like him with every way that now if they don't draft a running back, I think that changes.
A lot that doesn't exist. I think that they.
I'm just willing to make that bet.
I agree that they're certainly not. Okay, that is like the most triggering comment that Tom ever put in the chat. What if Mike Washington is Tootin? But Mike Washington is.
I didn't do that.
Bad.
I didn't do that.
Is, yeah. Mike Washington is like
whoever did that. I'm gonna like see you outside. But what was I saying?
You're so distracted.
Right, the Tootin thing. I like half agree with you, Tom. Like the path that I agree with you on is that by no means are they going into this season with the plan of Tootin is workhorse, there's no other options. Like, and it would be insane to go in with that plan. Like, why would anyone go in with that plan? He's had like 70 carries. I just don't think that they're going in with the plan of Tootin can't be. Like, I think that they're just collecting guys, and then they're going to see how it works out. Like, I think that's how a lot more teams operate than we think. It's like they're going to build in contingency plans, and then we're going to see what happens in the season. And like, I'm happy to make the bet on a player I believe in. Obviously, but I don't think it's like he's locked in, obviously.
Right. And I just, it's an expectations bet, right? Like last year, and look, I remember on Dynasty Points itself, I said Chris Rodriguez is going to be more annoying for Jacory than people want to admit. Then he was inactive week 1, and guess what? He was so cripplingly annoying that Jacory didn't produce.
That's a JCM problem.
Hold on. I know. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So he was more annoying, and it didn't clear a pathway. I think players like Rodriguez are just there. You've heard, if you are looking at Coach Speak Index, if you're in that Discord, the way the GM, who might suck at his job, granted, and the head coach talk about trusting him. He's an NFL guy. We can trust him with everything. He can do everything. He's tough. He's in between. He can work on. These are the type of backs that consistently ground our late round running back favorites, and he just can't be dismissed. So maybe not a player for fantasy, but I think his usage is going to be annoying enough that it makes me want to roster Tootin less going into 2027, which I think is the big picture play. So that's more what I'm looking for. These guys are just annoying for late round running backs. They just are.
The bone I'll still pick with you though is that again, I'm not saying that C-Rod won't be annoying. It's probably even the modal outcome he's annoying. I just, like you said last year, it started off C-Rod was a healthy inactive. So like the reason why he ended up having a role is not because he was given one or forced one. It was JCM had his chance, and then he wasn't good enough, and then C-Rod got the chance to cut into him. If JCM keeps playing well, C-Rod wasn't even a factor earlier in the season. He was barely playing. So I just don't think that it was a C-Rod issue. It was a JCM isn't good enough issue. And I'm not guaranteeing that Tootin will be good enough. I just don't think that C-Rod negates a ceiling. I think he's a insurance policy that is highly capable if a young back isn't good enough to crowd him out.
So I'll agree with you 100% if we hadn't already seen Tootin play and the GM and coach hadn't already seen Tootin play. I think they've seen him play and they still went, I think we need this other guy in here. So
what would you want? Would you want to just give the entire backfield to a guy with 70 carries? That would be insane. That would be categorically insane.
What I am saying is
like the lowest investment, like least freaking. This is not like, wow, we had to go out and give $20 million to a running back because Tootin's not good. They were.
I
going
agree.
To sign
Zach
somebody.
Moss, Chase Brown.
C-Rod is like the lowest possible investment or guarantee type of back that they could have gone out and signed. Like, I don't think you can say that they signed him because they didn't like what they saw from Tootin as a rookie. I don't think that follows at all.
I understand and I get it. What I'm saying is what if? And I'm saying that it's possible. Look, I know that C-Rod is the...
Yeah.
I'm saying maybe Chris Rodriguez is the fattest of fat-ass running backs, but these fat-ass RBs, nearly always disrupt our favorite late round RBs. And I would have just felt way better if they drafted a guy in round 4 or 5 than brought in a guy that played with the head coach likes him, and he's gotten this much support. That's what I'm saying. My entire Tootin thing is like, maybe for 2026, I have no confidence in 2027. None. Zero. Zilch.
All right.
Of course. No one should. No one should. He hasn't earned or proven anything. I'm totally with you there. My only argument is that I don't think that C-Rod prevents Tootin's ceiling. That's all I'm saying is that if Tootin comes out and he's fantastic, C-Rod isn't stopping anything. I'm not saying that it's a guarantee he's going to be fantastic at all.
I like this one.
And I think that I just disagree with Jay Rent and everybody on the intent. I don't think that the intent is we're carving out 150 carries in the backfield for Rodriguez. I think the intent is we have a talented but completely unproven young running back on our team. It would be absolutely batshit management to go into a season with your only running backs being Tootin and LeQuint Allen. So why would you not bring in a guy you trust, who I think is good, and then if your guy ends up lighting the world on fire, then who cares about Chris Rodriguez? Right. If he ends up being inconsistent, great. We have a guy that we trust that we can give 10, 15 carries a game to, no problem. That's how I view it. It's like I'm not saying that C-Rod isn't going to play or that he's a nothing. I just think it's a totally reasonable decision to be like, well, we're hedging our bets.
Okay,
everyone needs to take 3 drinks after that exchange from Tom and Jacob.
Might as well just do a full Jaeger bomb at that point.
Producer Trey can confirm.
Yeah, I'm just gonna finish this because the sips are as bad as the chugs. Like either way, I'm gonna. So
you might as well just do a full one.
This, and then I'm gonna get my nice white peach Red Bull that I can sip on.
There you go.
Bunch of softies in here. My goodness.
I went with watermelon today. If anyone's curious about the Red Bull flavor,
I just went classic, right, with the sugar-free. I am back in training, so I had to go with the sugar-free. Our chat is divided, which I think is fine, but I think that might be the most.
So wrong.
I think that might be the most in-depth, like intuitive conversation about Tootin that's ever actually been had on the Dynasty Points podcast.
Yeah, maybe it's a distinction without a difference. The only thing I disagree with Johnny's comment is I don't think that CR, like he says, if CR pops for 8 to 12 touchdowns, that's definitely shaving off Tootin upside. I just think that is the wrong context. I think it's shaving off Tootin's floor. Like I don't. Yeah. If we come back here and Tootin is fantastic and he's one of the most efficient running backs in the league, and C-Rod still vultures 10 touchdowns, like, feel free to come back in the chat and call me an absolute clown. I just don't think that outcome is likely. I think that the outcome in which C-Rod is vulturing a bunch of touchdowns and vulturing a bunch of work is where Bashal Tootin is just kind of mid. And to me, that's not then about capping Tootin's ceiling. It's about Tootin being mid, and I think that's like a distinction. Maybe it's a distinction without a difference, but
okay.
Yeah.
So
I think people think, oh, it's like from a weekly perspective. Oh, well, what's his ceiling in fantasy when I start him in week 3, it's not high because C-Rod is at the goal line. But yeah, what Jacob's saying is if C-Rod's at the goal line to begin with, like that's the floor. Like,
oh my God,
has not lived up to what we hope.
The fucking Raiders just took Mike Washington Jr.
Well, he's
that
dead.
Is so
it's over.
Perfect. And yeah,
it's over.
he's going very far
I
down
don't
the
care
rankings.
about the Raiders like at all.
Doesn't matter.
There
That's
you go.
hilarious.
But, like,
I mean, good for the Raiders. I will say good for the Raiders. I mean, add some depth into that room. He's going to be a great kick returner for them, run in a straight line and go fast.
Yeah, I think it's big for their special teams room. Actually, it's not because he never even returned kicks in college, despite being
but they always do that. They always do this. Like, I'll say this. Kick returner was the position I played for 10 years. Like, that was my main. I was not good enough at anything else. But, like, you can teach someone how to return kicks. It's track the ball, grab it, and go.
This was one of the reasons I didn't like Washington is that most of these backs, like if you look at Antonio Gibson, Tony Pollard, Kenyon Drake, like all the running backs who had like very, very sketchy profiles in college, one thing that they actually did have in their favor, the ones that worked out, was being used on kick returns. Like that's one of the things in Price's profile you can point to. The fact Washington is this athletic and never even got used on kick returns is like actually kind of alarming. But
so Doctor has the right question here. Who the hell is Caden Wetjen?
Who the hell?
Oh! I actually can answer this one because
he is in my spreadsheet.
I'm in a CFB 26 Dynasty League.
You would be,
and Iowa is my team in that Dynasty League, so I know all of the Iowa roster very well. And Caden Wetjen is like the most Gunnar Olszewski player in the history of Gunnar Olszewskis. Like truly, like this guy is the first one in the meetings, the last one out, like whatever terms you want to use, scrappy, coaches love him, whatever tropes you want to use about white people, like Caden Wetjen is the most hilarious pick. That is a very Steelers pick. They've now drafted 2 Iowa Hawkeyes, by the way, who don't have to change uniforms next year.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so let's go back
I'm gonna give everyone a hot tip because I'm about to do it. If anyone wants to beat me to it before I type it in, go for it. The best engagement farming tweet you can possibly do right now is
take a lap.
Is the Clint Kubiak tweet. Or not tweet, Jesus. The Clint Kubiak quote from 2 months ago about how he wants multiple guys to carry the load and have a 2-back system or whatever. I'm about to tweet the Mike Washington pick with that.
Yes.
And we're going to see
Washington
how
is
respond.
dead in rookie drafts, but are we going to get a Genty discount from this?
That's what I'm wondering.
So.
I feel like we actually might.
So we already so Jacob, we kind of already were. So in the Fantasy Points Discord, which you can get, that link is in the description. You should definitely join it. Fantasy Basic package will get you a little bit more in-depth Dynasty content in that channel. You can get a 15% discount with using Points Draft 26, 15% off. We do a little bit more team breakdown. That is where you're going to get Dynasty subscriber only type stuff when we fire that stuff up. So you get a little bit more interaction from analysts in there, a little bit more deep impact type stuff. Shout out, great movie too, by the way, Deep Impact. Go and check that out, one in a movie vault. And then obviously you get more Dynasty content in the community hub, which all you need is the free Fantasy Points subscription. But it's a little bit more limited. We have conversations like this all the time, and a conversation had been had about maybe Genty isn't going to be the absolute workhorse. Kubiak is coming in. He always kind of runs a committee. So I think this was already kind of happening. Now, you can see that in a reflection with Jeremiah Love. I think Jeremiah Love's ADP is going to pass Genty's as a rookie. So I think we're already kind of seeing a little bit of this trickle-down effect from Kubiak. Now you get the round 4 Mike Washington, who people think is better than he actually is. A straight line speed type runner, and he's just. I know. I know. Hey, I'm trying to put my professional hat on here, Jacob. But I'm trying to be a TV analyst, not one that's been drinking Jaeger all morning. But he's the type of player that gets people riled up, that gets them really excited, you know. And I think we're already seeing a trickle-down effect on his value. Even in Dynasty, Genty's become relatively acquirable when it comes to the elite, projected elite Dynasty running backs. He's actually acquirable. Because let me tell you, acquiring Gibbs and Bijan is bloody well impossible. Hampton, impossible. But Genty is actually acquirable right now to the average.
Yes.
A little bit less after this weekend with these picks, but someone like Mike Washington, I truly believe, especially as Ryan is about to out here, Twitter farm like the best of them, and get this conversation going about a committee. I definitely think you're getting a discount on this. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy like a full round or anything like that. I think it's not going to be a discount. I think exactly. He's already out here.
Ryan, you're not
I think it's going to be an acquirable. I think it's going to be a more acquirable asset.
Look,
Ryan,
I'll just say,
unbelievable.
with the tweet on screen so that I can clip this later and prove this to people if they think I'm backtracking or whatever. Mike Washington has one of the worst analytics profiles of any like supposed day 2 running back of the past decade. I don't care about Mike Washington whatsoever.
Yeah, but he run fast. That boy nice.
This is so much like a fantasy football and mock draft industrial complex creation. And of course the Raiders are going to take him because he's fast. But yeah,
My guy Jay Renterprise is actually tilting. He's put Ken Walker again, FML. Jay Renterprise, take a walk, buddy. Please take a walk.
But leave the stream on. Leave the stream on. Put it on your phone and take a walk.
Please don't tilt. Please don't tilt. Please.
I don't know. Like
Take a walk.
this,
He's not even a fat running back either.
Can you put my
He's
tweet
too
on
fast.
the screen, Tom?
He's too fast to be a fat
guys,
running back.
go engage with my tweet and get that pushed out there so that people take the bait, please.
Ryan's putting out nice tweets about Mike Washington.
Begging for clicks on the stream. That's sad. That's sad. Begging for tweets on the stream.
But yeah.
Thank you.
like I don't understand this fascination. Like, did people like Mike Washington before the combine?
I did.
No.
I did.
Well,
If you remember,
so.
oh, you know what, Lucas? You and your rebuilding ass dynasty teams.
Yeah, which if I don't like him, I like every
Fair.
single college
You know what?
player.
Actually,
like truly, like that should be the biggest red flag. Is that
You're
I
right.
wasn't talking about him beforehand, saying,
You're
"Oh,
right.
you should be paying attention to the super fast guy." It's because he's not actually
That's
that
fair.
good.
Okay, I relent.
Okay, Jay Rent, like we're gonna have a discussion. It shows me they want to split it up. I'm sorry. Are teams not allowed to have backups in the NFL? Are we not allowed to have backups in the National Football League? Like, can you name
Who's their current
RB2 current? No one. They don't have one. Like, do they even have one rostered? Raiders.
I think is it Dylan Laube technically? Probably.
I think it is. What happened to the guy that people really loved, who was
Zamir
like
White's
awful?
not there
Zamir
anymore.
White. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
He's
That's
not on the roster.
that's what I just tweeted about. Yeah, it was Dylan Laube. Okay, so like, teams are allowed to draft
UNH legend Dylan Laube.
Like Jarquez Hunter was drafted last year. I don't even know if he was activated in the 4th round.
But remember,
You know, like,
I screwed this up last time. But don't you remember
Look,
he
I
was
still
taking
like
Kyron's job? Don't you
yeah,
remember?
Not too late. Never wrong. Just early.
Shut up.
You get that guy instead. You get that guy in place of Kyron. The Rams win the Super Bowl. No problem.
Oh, enough. That's league winner Kyron Williams. Thank you. He's so disrespectful.
Man.
It's unbelievable. Okay, can we go back to the tier sheet here? I feel like we got to get more than one guy in this thing. We're an hour and 7 in.
Yeah, let's get through some of these.
We're all over the place. Can we rapid fire some of these?
Yes,
we
let's
literally have one guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's
And
literally
I think he should still be in C tier. Just say it.
No. Oh, I
think
did
he
say
should.
C tier actually.
Okay.
Wait, who's
So
going
Lemon
to
gets a D, Stowers gets an F, or are they the same?
That's what I would
don't
have
really
it.
care.
I would have
but
D.
yeah.
I don't know. I'd have Stowers as D.
I would have
Like-
Stowers and D as well. He's going to replace Goddard.
Who has a worse landing spot than Stowers?
But remember, we're dynasty, right? Like
Claire.
it's not for this year. It's for
I
next.
know,
I
Claire
understand
has a worse
that,
landing
but like,
spots
who
than
has a
Stowers.
worse landing? Okay, so Sam Roush is the F then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would easily say that.
Sure.
Stacked behind.
All right.
He's the one stacked behind Loveland, right? Like that's awful.
Yeah, I'm giving. I'll give. I'm trying to think of who I would give an S. Like I'm not sure. If anyone gets an
Conception's
S.
really close to an S, I think.
I mean, I guess
Conception's
Jadarian
an A
Price
to me.
I guess Jadarian Price gets an S.
I would.
Yes, he does.
I don't even think.
I don't even.
I-
so hold on. I don't even think that. I think
Antonio
maybe at
Williams
best
gets an
A.
S as well.
Hold on. Can we go back to our Price? I think it's A because he's going to a team that openly wants to run a committee. If you watch the press conference, it was like, we wanted to trade out, but we wanted somebody that. What was the tweet? It was like we wanted somebody that wouldn't get mad when we take him out at the 1 for Charbonnet.
That wasn't what they said. That's just what I quote tweeted.
Yeah. So
I've like
agree.
Mandela affected the actual take.
I agree, but it made,
I love
but they
that
did,
tweet.
but they did, But they did actively want to trade out. It felt like Seattle was like, you know what, our roster
Seattle
is stacked.
interviewed running
but
backs this year by having sex and putting them in the cuck chair and then seeing how they reacted. And Price was the one who, like, the Price was just stroking his dick watching, and he was like, yeah, this is a fit for our culture.
Yep.
We're live, baby. You can't edit me.
Jadarian Price aced his interview for the Seattle backfield polycule. So it's an S. Perfect fit.
we're never going to be allowed to do this again. Look, if we're going out, we're going out with a bang. You won't get this anywhere else but Dynasty Points, baby.
Trey
That's
is
what we
silent
do.
in the private chat.
Oh my god.
This is the best show of all time. This is what, look, we've been doing day 3 coverage since Full Tilt existed. This is what you come here for. This is upper tier content.
Oh my gosh.
So hold on. NP wants to know, what is the cuck chair analytics
Strong.
profile like? This
It's
is
really
a strong
It's
profile.
really strong.
Yeah.
The key inputs to the Cuctor Analytics profile are: did you ever get a goal line carry? No. Were you ever? Do you have more career receptions than Eli Stowers has dropbacks? No, you don't.
So we need the top
So
10
that's a good
cuck chair
app.
backs next on thinking about thinking.
Yeah.
If you're not subscribed to the Dynasty Points podcast, you need to, because if you think this is a one-off, this is how we are every single week. The cuck chair model.
It's just often this gets edited out. But now we're live. So
Now
they
I
can't
have to
control
include
me.
strokes per minute in my process.
Can't contain me. Okay, the chat wants us to talk about Skylar Bell to the Bills. The Bills love a slot receiver.
Okay, let's get back.
I just want to say that producer Trey is putting all these chats on screen. In
I am.
4K.
He is
He
not.
Is just
I
as
am.
guilty in this as we. Oh, Tom is okay.
He
Sorry.
can't stop me. I have permissions. All right, let's talk Skylar Bell. Let's
The Bills got their 17th slot receiver. He fits in nicely in their lineage of Cole Beasley and
Don't worry. Dalton
Khalil
Kincaid's going to
Shakir.
break out this year.
Skylar,
He's like, I mean, he
Bell
can play
sucks. I'm
outside.
sorry.
He did play outside a little bit, but he was like a slot flanker type that the Bills have an obsession with. I don't know. It's like they signed Curtis Samuel a while ago. They signed Elijah Moore a while ago. Like they clearly have a type. This type hasn't ever worked for them particularly well, so I'm not sure why they haven't changed their type.
Well,
but
I was really hoping this year that I would be wrong and that I don't want a wide receiver in Buffalo. I mean, you and I talked about it. I was hoping it was Mr. Razzle Brazzle, maybe in that second, but Brazzle falling to the Tennessee Volunteer wide receiver conspiracy theory. So, again, I'm just going to be out on the Buffalo Bill rookie wide receiver. I mean, I don't think... What is he, like the Shakir backup? Like, what is this?
I don't know.
They definitely have a type. I was hoping something would change with Brady just becoming the head coach. Like maybe somebody, McDermott, was in his ear. But this just feels like Joe Brady's thing. Like they don't have a wide receiver one. So, we'll see. I think this sucks. I think this
What
sucks.
if the 49ers do their classic thing and they draft a better running back on day 3 than they drafted in day 2?
Should we just never allow Shanahan to draft a day 2 pick? Like they should
was
trade every
incredible.
second and third
It's
that they
absurd.
have.
Yeah.
Someone asked, they were like, does your past history with round 3 running backs impact like you when you're on the clock in round 3 selecting more running backs? He's like, it's not something we gave a lot of thought to. It's like, yeah, we can tell, bro. Like, we can
we're
tell.
aware.
So I will say,
Not a
I
lot of
will
thought being
say,
given to that process.
I
Just
think
keep shooting.
I think Jason Wright has this. DJ Moore and Shakir, all that matters this year. Now, I actually think Kincaid is useful as like a garbage tight end, like a later round guy, because he does put up some games in tight end premium. But I was very critical of the DJ Moore thing early because I think he's just been terrible over the last couple of years. His metrics have just looked poor and poor every year, but I'm starting to be okay with a late first, being sent for DJ Moore to score. As everyone knows on this pod, I'm a pro DJ Moore guy, had been for a long time. And I'm actually kind of coming around to the DJ Moore buy scenario, especially as we get into this worse and worse outlook for this class as we move on. And I won't even say bad class in the terms of like maybe the prospects. So we had this kind of a long conversation off screen before we got started with Trey about how maybe it probably lies more in the middle with how bad the class is. The landing spots have been worse than the prospect profile. Yeah. So I'm willing to, get the counter up. I know.
Also, can we get 1 point for this class Cox?
This class Cox. There we go. I like that. I'm willing. COE, Cucks over expectation. We definitely want that to be low. Shout out TD, Dynasty Dave. But the landing spots just get worse and worse. And I think it's propping up more and more veterans. And I think DJ Moore is going to be one of those guys that's getting propped up. So
yeah.
Buck and I talked on Market Report extensively about how we were selling DJ Moore, that we don't really like the DJ Moore stuff, but I'm slowly starting to realize like maybe DJ Moore is more and more of a winner as we move on here. They didn't take a wide receiver round 1 or 2. They didn't do their Keon Coleman thing. I actually think he's kind of like one of the biggest winners of the draft right now. Even if you think he's fallen off, I think Josh Allen can make up for some of that. So I'm actually leaning more and more and changing my entire stance on DJ Moore here. Like I'm more than willing to send even like 109, 110 out for him for sure on a contender.
So real quick, 2 drinks were accrued while I was out of the room. So everyone,
the rum is drinks. Rum one of them out of the rum. I was out of the rum.
We should have done something rum related.
We should have done something rum related.
Clever idea for the brand.
All right,
but
I gotta go re-pour and grab a Red Bull, but I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know where Sam Roush and Max Clare are in the Cuck rankings, because I think that's like this kind of is analogous to me, because as I was tweeting last night, there's just being a ritualistic sacrifice of all the players in this shitty draft class, to where all the smartest offensive minds are saying, well, we're going to take 3 tight ends. We're going to take blocking wide receiver Devon Stribling, 33rd overall. And all it's going to do is it's going to increase the yards per out run of all the players that are actually good that are on these offenses. And none of them that are actually in this draft are going to matter. That's just what's happening. And I'm cool with it, I guess. That's probably better for the overall football watching public and for the overall fantasy public that is not as sick and demented as us, wanting there to be interesting things in round 3 of Dynasty rookie drafts. Like, we're not getting that, but yeah, we could get some really fun football once it's actually September. So I'm okay with it. I've been on a bit of a roller coaster the past 12 hours, sent some tweets I've regretted in the midst of delirium and anger at all the landing spots here. But I think overall, as a football watcher, this has been totally fine.
Man, dude, I really think the veterans are winning this. Like, take a look at somebody like David Montgomery, right? Who is like dead. Oh, I got to take my last drink. That was like dead, right? David Montgomery, afterthought. He goes to Houston, whatever. I'm like, man, David Montgomery might be the fat RB god. Like, we're talking about a guy in a relatively bad and inefficient offense, but David Montgomery is going to be so available. I have a feeling that he is the type of running back that Buck is going to sit there and hype and pound the table for to score your 11 points per game and just be the signal for fat ass running backs. I'm more in on these veterans more and more every single round that passes by. And as much as like David Montgomery makes me want to vomit more than this Jägermeister does, I think these guys are becoming more and more valuable with every passing round in the draft. And maybe I'm nuts for that. I've kind of always been a pro veterans that score 8 to 12 points, but I'm really hammering it more and more and more this year with this draft class. There's never been a better year to go it.
The Monty tier is the perfect tier, I think, because I actually don't think that
Ryan's
I don't think that the first round of rookie drafts is that bad. Like, I thought that night 1 was honestly on net a favorable night for the rookie class. Like, yeah, we don't like the lemon spot. I don't think the Concepcion landing spot is as bad as other people do. I get why they don't like it. I think it's fine.
I think it's good.
I love the Tate landing spot. I like the Tyson landing spot, and then you get the whatever we think of Jadarian Cock, like round 1 draft capital, open depth charts, obviously a net positive. Ty Simpson goes pick 13. That's a big positive. Like, so I think 1 through 10 in rookie classes is actually pretty good. It's really after that where we fall apart. Like,
so can I ask
Boston
them?
gets a shitty spot. All these running backs are getting spiked. So yeah, like any of the veterans that are in the late 1, early 2 tier, like they look a lot more attractive right now.
See, these rookies don't.
And I just gotta say, there was another drink during Tom's rant there. So if you haven't drank since I last said it, you're
Hold
up
on,
to
hold
3.
on.
I just took my 3.
There's no way you made it fat ass running back.
Have another drink.
Oh my God! I knew you took away my favorite phrase. All right, so there's 2. You took away my favorite phrase. These rookies made the first mistake not having a mini fridge on their desk. I do, so all my stuff is chilled. These rookies are getting up. That's why I'm a professional in the number 1 chair. But I can't believe you did that to me. If Katron Allen gets drafted, I just want you all to know you're going to need at least 6 shots.
That was 100% why I chose that phrase.
I knew it.
Not even just to target you, Tom. You'd probably do say it the most of us, but I was like, I know someone's saying this when Katron Allen gets drafted, so that's
his nickname was Fat, wasn't it? Like that's
yes.
I just like watching my wife draft Genty. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh my gosh.
We have the best fans in the world. I love every single one of you guys. Seriously. Best comment's going to win a giveaway, and I think that one might have just done it. Oh my God.
I can answer this in the chat from Carlos Goat right now if no one else has stuff they want to say. Hey, Ryan, curious why you have Tyson over Tate currently. And Jacob is welcome to jump in and debate anything I'm about to say here.
All right.
No, I agree with you.
Oh, okay. Well, so pre-draft, I had Tyson higher than Tate. I just preferred the overall analytics profile. Tyson, much more efficient as a freshman, had a much higher peak of his production. Of course, that's moderated by the fact that Tyson had effectively no target competition. Tate had the toughest possible target competition that you could have, but Tate, even compared to other Ohio State receivers, was not really doing it for me, just in terms of overall college production analytics profile. So I had Tyson narrowly ahead pre-draft. Both of them got better draft capital than expected, so that's kind of a wash to me. And while I think they're both good spots, I personally prefer the Saints a little bit, at least in the near term, just because I think the offensive environment projects meaningfully better in the short term. That's mostly just belief in Kellen Moore and non-belief in Cam Ward. So if you are like a huge Cam Ward bull, then maybe that should be enough for you to say, yeah, I'll just take Tate. Like, he is the wide receiver 1 attached to who I believe is going to be a future franchise quarterback. If that's you, totally get it. I have them in the same tier. I'm probably going to be mixing exposures, much like I was with Teteroa McMillan and Omarion Hampton last year. I had T-Mac at the 102. I was selecting him there. As it became apparent that T-Mac's kind of ADP was more like 103, 104-ish, I started selecting Hampton and occasionally a Hunter at the 102. But that's kind of where I'm at. I don't feel super strongly that you must draft Tyson over Tate every single time. But if I had 102 in my one and only Dynasty League, that's what I would do, is I would draft Tyson over Tate.
See, I called Cam Ward Scam Ward for months last year. I'm not a big Cam Ward apologist. I don't think he's like the cream of the crop. I wasn't drafting him at all last year because he just doesn't have rushing upside. I just really believe in Dabble getting the most. Now, Jacob, you and I had this discussion. I think that he really elevated Malik Neighbors, giving him a lot of gimmick touches, force feeding him because Malik Neighbors was already complaining if he didn't get 14 targets a game. So projecting Neighbors moving forward without Dabble is going to be interesting. I think that Dabble is going to, and look, Dabble got the most out of Stephon Diggs. That was Stephon Diggs' peak. I think he is great at getting the most out of his quarterback. It got Daniel Jones paid, and I think he gets the best out of, say, Josh Allen. Josh Allen wasn't Josh Allen until Dabble kind of came around. So I feel like he can get the most out of Cam Ward. I feel like he can get the most out of Tate, and I'm willing to believe that if Dabble gets his hands on Tate and gets to mold Cam Ward, we are looking at effectively a 150 target player as a wide receiver one. I like Wandale, don't get me wrong, but the Tyson has a little bit more projection to me, and hoping that Olave maybe doesn't resign, maybe needs a couple more things to happen, because when we look at it, it is hard for an NFL team to produce two top-tier fantasy wide receivers. It just is. We only get maybe one, maybe two. It's like the Bengals guys. It's like perfect scenario type situations. So there's a little bit more, in my opinion, hopeful projection going into Tyson, where I feel like Tate, even though maybe he didn't have the early production, Tate kind of ends up as like the de facto best case scenario with play caller, a quarterback who, love him or hate him, was the first pick, does have insane arm talent. We know that he has insane arm talent. That's not really up for debate. And a coach that can get the best out of both the quarterback position and wide receiver position. So I actually think Tate's my 102. I think I've talked myself into Tate over Tyson just because I don't have to hope that in 2027 things don't completely pan out the way we want to. So, I really love that. Like, I really love the Tate spot. I think I am probably going to rank him higher than Igbuka at this point. I'm like really on Tate. I'm talking wide receiver 12.
I'm ranking all these guys way ahead of Igbuka.
I'm talking like wide receiver 12, wide receiver 13 levels of like, I really love this landing spot.
Are you ranking ahead of him ahead of Tyrone McMillan?
I think I would prefer Tate over McMillan.
Okay, I like
unfortunately,
that.
so but my problem is, unfortunately, Tet still has a giant problem in Mighty Mouse. Right, Bryce Young is still the quarterback in Carolina.
That's the concern, though. I think that's kind of my whole point with Tate is the wide receiver one of his own team is like really, really overrated. If that offense is not fantasy friendly, that's my fear with the Titans is that they won't be. I know the Saints will be.
So the Titans suck on defense. Like that's a factor. And again, Dabble's walking through that door and you know they're going to pass the ball like crazy. That's what Dabble likes to do. If I'm not mistaken, Dabble's history as a play caller, his pass rate over expectation is way higher than the average.
Well, it fluctuates a ton. It was really high with Josh Allen. It was really low with Daniel Jones. So I think it depends on what fair. Cam Ward. I think it depends on what Cam Ward is. I'm somewhere torn between the two of you. So like I agree more with Tom's landing spot analysis than with Ryan's. Like I think Tate has clearly the best landing spot. I'm actually pretty optimistic about Cam Ward. I thought he was a raw prospect coming out who was a gunslinger, who was always going to be a tough ask in a bad situation because he's not the type to just sort of live and let live for the next play. He's going to try to make the maximal play at every turn. And we've seen other similar quarterbacks, like a Trevor Lawrence comes to mind, a Caleb Williams comes to mind, who like really struggled in their rookie year as things were spiraling. I still am a Cam Ward believer despite the numbers, but it's certainly not a certainty by any stretch of the imagination. But I love that Tate gets to come in, be the clear-cut wide receiver one. If I had to bet, like, who do I think is going to be a franchise quarterback long term, Ward or Shuck? I'm still leaning on the prospect profile. I'm pro Ward in that argument. So I like the landing spot better for Tate. I also really like Dable. The one thing I'll take issue with that I disagree with on Tom is like I don't think that the yak stuff is translatable. Like Neighbors one of the best college yak receivers of all time.
I agree.
I think you could put him with literally any coach on earth and like they would figure out throw screens to Malik Neighbors. Tate is not that, so I will think that he's going to be the recipient of those.
Can I clarify that? I'm not saying they're going to use Tate like Neighbors. I'm just saying that Dabble is the type of guy that is going to find the best way to utilize his player.
Oh, totally.
So he could get 11 targets over the middle. And we're talking about maybe not Yak, but I mean, if you got AJ Green out of Tate, are you complaining? I don't think so.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, he's certainly
That
worthy of the
sounds awesome,
102.
yeah.
I think this is
yeah.
an S tier. I think this is an S tier landing spot. And I think Dabble is an S tier coach for him. So I'm going to put this as an S for Tate. And if somebody wants to disagree with me, I'll agree. But
I mean,
I'm
it's B for
probably
me.
up there, but I'm fine if it's
B?
A. Well, if they want to go B, then I'm happy
okay-
to settle on
I'm
A.
okay with.
I think it's
I'm okay
great.
with it. I'm okay with it S or A as long as Tyson's.
okay,
in the
let's
same
go
place,
A.
I
Let's go
think.
A. Let's go A.
I'm on with A.
Nice
I just
S to
so
me,
the only reason why like I love the Tate landing spot so much. I'm with Tom on all that stuff. I think the difference is just like I'm probably a little bit less landing spot sensitive in my overall rankings than Tom might be, and so like my question was like I had Tyson ahead pre-draft. Most people had Tate ahead pre-draft. So if you're a person that had Tate wide receiver 1 pre-draft, I would strongly recommend you keep Tate wide receiver 1. I do think it's the best landing spot. For people that are like me or Ryan who had Tyson ahead pre-draft, I think it's weighing. For me, it's weighing as the landing spot differential different enough. I mean, the one thing I'll push back on is like people are talking a lot about Olave. I think that's just like terrible analysis. Like I think it's like a factor, but the is he the wide receiver 1 stuff is just so tilting to me.
Yes.
Like I don't think it's good analysis at all. The reason why we have very few depth charts that produce 2 top-end fantasy wide receivers on the same offense is because there's not very frequently that you get 2 top-end fantasy receivers on the same offense. Like I'll say this all the time in these situations. We're drafting rookies. Probably Tyson's not going to be as good as Chris Olave. That applies to every wide receiver that was just drafted in this class. So, I don't think that is ceiling limiting. You get Kellen Moore, who's going to be, everything that Tom said about Brian Dable, I totally agree with. But I would say the same for Kellen Moore as being a very favorable play caller, high-pace offense.
You're right. Yep.
And so I love that scenario. And there's not really anyone else. And the big thing that I always look for is routes, not targets. Because to me, once you earn routes, it's up to you whether you earn targets. And there's no one else on the field other than Olave that is challenging Tyson for routes. Like their wide receiver 3 is Devon Vele right now. So Tyson and Olave are going to run every route. They just drafted Oscar Delp. You're looking at they signed Noah Fant. So you're probably looking at more of a 12 personnel team. That's pretty positive for outside wide receiver target volume. And the one thing that you get a little nervous about with Tyson is, he is not quite as strong against man and press as he is versus zone. Olave is a true X receiver. He can play in those man and press alignments. So Tyson's going to be able to get off the ball where he's at his best. I think it's a great fit. So to me, they're both strong landing spots. Like I'm like Tyson A and Tate S, and then it's just a matter of, do I like the landing spot better for Tate enough for me to bump him over the player I like more?
What if?
For me, not quite, but it's really close.
If Olave signs like a 4-year 150, do
will.
you knock the landing spot?
He will, and I won't care. Yeah.
I have
Doesn't
zero
come into it
expectation
at all.
Olave won't
Yeah.
be there long term. It makes no sense for them to not re-sign him. But I think I think if you are like, I just don't value target competition.
Wait, did the
when
Ravens
it's
just draft
one
a
wide
tight end?
receiver.
Yes, they did.
I knew
As
they
a
were drafting.
very-
I was talking to Chris
like-
Weck. Chris was like, they only have 2 on the team. Don't worry, the Ravens are drafting at least 1 tight end. They'll probably take 2. One will profile as a fullback for some stupid reason.
Like the way that I view, like landing spot stuff in terms of weighting the factors, like some people, certainly people in our chat, are very much like, how good is the wide receiver 1? And that to me is very low on my priority list. Like the most important thing for me is drop back volume, which is a combination of quarterback and play caller. So I'm like, I want a pocket quarterback who doesn't take that many sacks and doesn't scramble that much. And I want a play caller who will have a reasonable pass rate over expectation and a high play call volume, which to me is Kellen Moore to a T, and Tyler Shock is fine enough with that. And then the next thing is routes. Like, how can I pencil you in right away for 100% route share? And I can totally do that with Tyson. And then when it comes to target competition, like the most important, are there 2 other guys I'm really worried about? And with the Saints, there aren't. Like, I love you, Jawan Johnson, but to me, he was a recipient of a weak depth chart. I don't think he's a target earner in the sense that Chris Olave is. And so the only thing is Chris Olave, like that's it matters. You know, I'd rather Chris Olave not be there on balance, but I weight that very low in terms of the landing spot considerations, because there's going to be 75% of the targets that Chris Olave isn't going to get, and I think Tyson can earn plenty of those. So I like Tyson and Tate's landing spots both.
All right,
this is
that's
also
fair.
just a sidebar I want to say on the Tyson landing spot is, I wrote about this some after the season. I'm sure I will write more about it this summer. This is one of the just fantasy football market inefficiencies, is the quote unquote the wide receiver 2 on his team almost always gets drafted too late. This mostly applies to redraft when I've looked at it historically, but that's one of the best bets you can make, is even in the top 50, top 100 picks of your fantasy football draft, the wide receiver 2 on his own team has these high-end outcomes above his ADP expectation, more than wide receiver 1s on their own team, more
Fair.
than like any other kind
At
of bucket
Dr.
of wide
Swim.
receivers that you want to pick. So I think it's a market inefficiency. I'm probably going to be really big on Tyson in redraft this year just for that reason, because I imagine his ADP is going to not be like a, wow, this is a rookie we need to take seriously immediately type of ADP. I think this is a lot closer to like an Emeka Egbuka sort of ADP from before he was rocketing up boards in like the last 2 weeks of August last year.
Let's talk about Scott
I'll
Sweet. How
also
bad
say
is this year draft class?
That's
Last year we saw 26 trade ups for the first 3 rounds. This year we've seen 28 trade downs.
They're always
The last thing I want to
is
say
a
on
trade up
Tyson,
and a trade down. Also,
It's just
that's
that,
a drink for everybody.
if Tyson actually hits his apex ceiling, and again, I'm not
Yeah.
saying this is not what I'd expect,
Yeah.
but like if you get your 95th percentile outcome for Jordan Tyson, like he's better than Chris Olave in that scenario.
Yes.
To be honest,
Man.
like
95th
he is, like,
percentile? Yes, absolutely. Around one
tough.
wide receivers,
Like, if you're-
95th is above Chris Olave.
Like, if he was drafted to the Giants, he's never better than Malik Neighbors. I get that. But, like, you remember when, T. Higgins was the one that was drafted first and Jamar Chase was better than him? I don't think Jordan Tyson is Jamar Chase. Like, in fact, my upside comp for Jordan Tyson was Chris Olave.
Yeah.
But, but like, all that being said, like, I mean, ultimately, I don't care about, like, 2 wide receivers on the same team at all, but I don't think that Chris Olave is like a Justin Jefferson, Malik Neighbors level. You will never surpass this guy level player. He's more like Devonta Smith, which is like really, really good. But it's, to me, it's only fantasy brain that sees Devonta Smith and Chris Olave differently. Like, Devonta Smith has been the 2 behind AJ Brown for so long that we view him as a 2. But like, I think Devonta Smith and Chris Olave are like identical talents.
I don't. I think Olave is significantly better.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I think he's
they're very
significantly
similar
better.
players.
I think Olave is significantly better, but
I think you'd have gotten basically identical fantasy results if Devontae Smith was on the Saints last year instead of Chris Olave.
Why is everyone pretending to be that they've been on Chris Olave Island the whole time? He went in the middle of round 6 last year in redraft. I was drafting a ton of him, and I was like, I think Chris Olave is as good as anyone going after round 2. And people were like, "Oh, you're crazy! All he does is get concussed." Like, the way we just zip, I'm not saying you, Tom. This is the royal you, the community, but like the way we zip back and forth on these guys to me is just like aggravating.
I understand. Look, I understand that Chris Olave was like a wide receiver nesting doll for a while, but it was what if he finally gets to not have Derek Carr throwing the football so poorly his dad tweets about it. And we finally got that. And I think you finally saw that true talent. So if you guys are so confident that Olave is resigning, I don't think we see a situation where Tyson gets to prove that he's that better talent than Olave. I do want to say shout out Jeff again with another super chat. Again, you don't have to do that, but he did live update on the trade suggestion. He traded Fannin for Laporta, a 26, 3, and 4, which might be zeros at this point.
Yeah, so
but
he traded Fannin for Laporta, but good job.
that's a plus for us.
I approve.
Big ups. Happy we could help with that live, for sure for you. All right, who's next? Who do we want to talk about next? Let's do Concepcion.
I do want to
By
just
the way,
say really
chat,
quick.
this is a landing spot tier list.
Landing spot.
People are
Landing
coming in
spot.
late. This is not our rankings. This is purely landing spot relative to expectations.
It says landing spot at the top left.
Yeah, but people aren't reading that.
I understand, but I gotta tell him. I
just want to say real quick, I think like we're really seeing what our perceptions of these players were before they got drafted are still carrying forward into their landing spot tiers. My biggest concern with Tate is I don't know if he can be a true wide receiver one, and he was drafted to a place where he has to be a true wide receiver one, which is good in a sense. He's going to have plenty of opportunity. That I just think that he's not fit for that role, and that's what scares me the most. That's why I put him down so far. I think that Tyson's somebody who can really thrive basically wherever, as long as they weren't going to have him like running over the mill every single time. And I don't think that that's what the Saints are going to do. I think that they're still going to give him a lot of opportunities, even with Olave there. So that's why I really like the landing spot, why I put it as S and B.
So here we go. All vibes, no value says bet on talent over situation. I am. And I'm betting on Olave's talent regardless. Maybe that,
All right. People, let's do some more landing spots. You wanted to do Concepcion? People want Zachariah Branch. We've had 2 requests for Zachariah Branch in the chat. I mean, I don't think that he is very good, but I think it's inarguable that the landing spot's great.
I would say B. B for sure.
I'm saying A.
I think Branch, Branch is an A to me for
really?
landing spot.
This is what I would say. If you don't think that
ranks,
he can, if you don't think that he can beat out Jahan Dotson for snaps, then you're just saying he can absolutely never, under any circumstance, be an NFL starting receiver, and you're probably correct. But if he's gonna be an NFL starting receiver anywhere, like how could you get a better opportunity than you just have to beat out Jahan Dotson?
Yeah, the only reason I would say B is he still has Tua as his quarterback. Now I don't know, or Penix, which I don't know which is worse.
That's great. He has a 3 ADOT, and Tua loves throwing it 2 yards.
Yeah.
True. Actually, you know what? You're not wrong. A. This dude is going to get 75 catches next year.
Like, he has the exact same receiving profile as Devon Achane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an A. That's an A. You're right. You're right.
I was tweeting about this yesterday, but the 2 highest share of their targets coming on screens in like the last decade to get drafted are Zachariah Branch and Ray McLeod, which is perfect.
I think our guy Brian
Ray McLeod role.
I think our guy Brian asked a good question. Does Stefanski like using guys like that? Like,
I'm trying to think if he's ever had. I mean, Fannin was honestly like the low ADOT guy last year. It's just in a very different body. Landry, yeah. I mean, Landry's way better, but yeah, he was like a spam target guy. I'm trying to think if the Browns ever like invested in a true like gadget guy. They actually had
their screen game.
They had
pretty
Demetric
good.
Felton for a while.
Their screen game was pretty good. Like Dylan Sampson was one of the best running backs by yards per out run last year, and I think it's because of the Stefanski screen game in part. Like that, yeah. I think this works. I don't think Branch is good, and he's like in a late second for me. But yeah, it's one of the best spots you could ask for. I think Concepcion is a B at absolute
I'm with
worst.
you, and it's not a common take. Like I've been defending the Concepcion landing spot. Here would be my argument for the Browns guys, and I'm also way ahead of consensus on Boston too. I
hate it more for Boston, but
yeah,
I don't like it
I
for
will
him.
Stop cutting you off.
I just think I get that it's bad for this year, but I'm a huge Todd Monken fan. Tom might disagree with me because he has like Ravens PTSD, but I'm a big Todd Monken believer. To me, he's a top 10 play caller in the NFL.
I love Todd Monken. I mean, Lamar should have had 2 MVPs with Todd Monken, if not for clear collusion from Mr. Orlovsky with an agenda.
I love it.
And the pity party MVP Josh Allen received. But I loved it. Obviously I have issues with like maybe not giving Derrick Henry the ball when they absolutely should have. But I mean, that could have been a John Harbaugh problem as much as a Monken problem. I like Monken.
Let's get back to the Browns stuff in a second because we just got a new skill player drafted. We got Bryce Lance to the Saints.
So Bryce Lance, fun player. The obvious like ridiculous comp is Christian Watson. I don't think he's Christian Watson. His production was worse than Christian Watson. This is the new Rashid Shaheed in like the worst way possible for fantasy, but in I think the best way possible for the offense and for everybody around it. I think he's running.
I think it's actually
lines.
Kellen Moore's new Kevontae Turpin.
Oh, actually,
that works too.
You know what? You know what? I will say this. Bryce Lance outscores Trey Lance's career points in fantasy.
Yeah, probably.
Which
probably
I think
true.
is sad.
Yes.
That's sad. That's so sad. Shout out Trey. Go
Yeah.
get your $8 million a year as a backup quarterback in LA, big boy. I mean, shout out to you.
So yeah, Bryce Lance not going to matter for fantasy. He'll be an NFL showdown hero potentially, just like Kevontae Turpin. Yeah, you can't hate on that too much. I like it. Don't think it really hurts anybody else or anything we've talked about with the Saints. So yeah,
I don't even think he'll get that many routes because I think they're going to play a lot of 12 with Delp and Jawan Johnson. But yeah, Kellen Moore, like he used Turpin, I thought, in pretty creative ways. And Lance also was a guy who got a lot of rushing opportunities in college, a lot of clear outs. Like he'll be a fun real life player. Yeah, tough if you want to develop. The Brown stuff we were talking about. Like I get it's going to be bad for this year. I just think, first of all, I love what they're doing in real life. Like, I think it's really fun that they have now all of a sudden a pretty good skill group for whoever their quarterback is going to be in 2027. I think for this year, it's not that horrible. Like, say what you want about Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, and there's a lot you could say that's negative about them.
But asser.
They do both have a track record of being high drop back volume quarterbacks. So that's like a slight sliver of hope. And even if it's horrendous this year, I think it's just a spot where they're probably going to have a completely non-viable offense. If they do have a viable offense, then great. You're probably liking what you got this year from Concepcion. And if they don't, they're probably going to pick very highly. This could change. It always changes. But like right now, the 2027 quarterback class looks interesting. I like Arch Manning. I like CJ Carr. Maybe Dante Moore. We'll see. And if they're able to land one of those guys, you know, it's going to be a spot where maybe it was 9.7 points per game, but we're going to have fantasy analysts like me, Ryan, other nerds talking about how, you know, actually Casey Concepcion had a 23% targets per out run this year and a 1.81 yards per out run. And Boston was at 19% and 1.62. And like now they're going to upgrade from, you know, now Jerry Jeudy's on the move after this year, and they're upgrading from Shedeur Sanders to Arch Manning or CJ Carr. And you're like, all of a sudden I have the wide receiver one in this new exciting offense with Todd Monken and a new quarterback. And like, it's a spot where don't expect a ton of production, but if you get flashes, the future I think is pretty bright. And like the only target dominant player here is Fannin. He operates at a very specific level of the field. And Concepcion and Boston are both, I think, more downfield guys. I don't think that those guys counteract each other a ton. And like, yeah, Jerry Jeudy, I think, will be annoying for Boston's routes early in the season. But if you can't beat out Jerry Jeudy, then you're just bad. So I'm not really that worried about like the floor that you have to beat out Jerry Jeudy when I'm trying to take shots on guys in rookie classes and praying for ceilings. So I think it's not that bad, even though, yeah, it's not great for fantasy very near term.
So Brian said S tier, sorry, not Brian. Doctor said Tyson's mom in the S tier, though. So Jay Rent says S tier take on his mom gets my vote for best of the day. So I mean, you gotta bump him up to an A for that.
Am I missing something? What's up with Jordan Tyson's mom? Has this flown over my head?
Knockout.
Was there a tweet go viral or something?
I believe
Okay.
so. Kid Caddy Tales. The Browns are like the Bears, but missing a QB. Burden equals KC. Boston equals Rome. And I think that's fair. I think you're going to see some stuff next year. I just want to live in the world where we're getting Shedeur Sanders OTA the completion percentage again. That is the world I want to live in, and that's how I know we're super back. Do you want to rank somebody else? Let's go. Who do we want to rank next?
Well, let's put Boston in while we're on the Browns.
Let's go Boston.
I think Boston's D.
Yeah, I think it's worse for Boston, and I'll just jump in here. My thing is that Concepcion, and maybe you can say I'm over-indexing to Monken's recent past or whatever. Concepcion gives you like the inside-out versatility. I think it's just a much more fantasy-friendly archetype. I think if after Jeudy leaves, if they do go back to a more of like a 12 personnel-based offense, it's Concepcion that is the every down player, and Boston is more like the throw him outside like Rashad Bateman to run the clear outs and to try to win at X and all that. And that's just way less fantasy friendly.
Yeah.
So him being locked into that role or that configuration, as long as Concepcion is there, for me, that makes this a C at best, but I would argue
Boston
a D tier.
always locked into that role though? Like,
Probably he's another one of the guys where every single year, all the people that scout wide receivers say, wow, this guy would really be best deployed as a big slot. And that translates to they're going to get stuck on the outside as a sacrificial X their entire career, more than likely.
I don't think that's even
maybe
true
not with
of Boston,
Surratt,
though.
but
Like,
I think
to me, the guys who are better as big slots are like the guys who can't beat man coverage but are large. Like,
All right, we see
Boston
you.
is actually
Boston
can
yeah.
beat man coverage. Like, he's
Yes.
not Keon Coleman. He's like he's not nearly as good as Tate, but he's like a Dollar Tree version of Carnell Tate. And I think almost to his detriment. Like, I think teams will want him out there. I think he's just going to be Romeo Dobbs, to be honest. Which, like, I don't know if that excites you, but that's kind of where I'm at with him. I mean, Concepcion, two of the guys that I thought he reminded me of, probably the guy he reminded me of the most was Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
Who Todd Monken is obviously very familiar with.
He's Zay Flowers with a better analytics profile.
Is
Casey
Boston?
Concepcion.
I think you said this yesterday,
They have an
Ryan. Is
underrated
Boston
analytics
much better than
profile,
Tillman?
whatever.
I
think he will be.
I think
not in week
I think
one.
probably, but it's not clear to me that he's getting on the field over Tillman by week 6 or whatever. Is more what I meant with that tweet.
Basically,
he's a
I will
prospect.
say,
He's a better prospect than Tillman was. But
can I make a
he's probably not better
prediction?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Can I make a prediction? The price you have to pay for Concepcion and Boston is in 26 is not the price you'll have to pay in 27, because these quarterbacks are going to ruin them. So if you want to like maybe be out year 1 in startups at their price, I bet you're going to get a discount in 27 on these guys, because Watson and or Shador are going to ruin them.
I disagree. I think the
take your
Browns are going to have the
prediction, but I
second
think
overall pick, and it's going to be
Well,
baked in
before
immediately.
so before the draft cycle starts, because startups are done during the Super Bowl. So I think before the draft cycle starts, I think you're going to get a discount in 27.
I think if this were 2019, 100% correct. I think that, much to your chagrin, we live in the nerdification of fantasy football era.
Fair,
and
fair,
I know
fair.
I know that you don't like that the Luther Burdens of the world get pushed
That's
up
not true.
by the nerds.
That's not true.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. I'm saying I know that the Luther Burdens of the world, who like don't have a lot of raw stats but get pushed up because of per route stuff and fancy stats, and you're always like, it's just a projection. It's just a projection. Like, I get that. My point is, like, that stuff drives the market a lot more than it used to. And if Concepcion has good fantasy stats and bad raw stats, exactly. Like, I don't literally, yeah. Like, if Concepcion has, like, this is what I said in my first thing. Like, if Concepcion has good per route indicators and shitty raw production, people like me and Ryan and nerds all over the place are going to be like eschewing sacks for months to write about KC Concepcion's per route metrics. And like, that's going to drive his market price up higher than you might like it to be.
I think that's fair. I just want to point out that I have made a living fading the Jaden Reed, right? I've made that, the Jaden Reed types, the Josh Downs types. I fade them. Luther Burden is the one I'm buying into. My argument has always been, there's way too many declarative statements that he's going to be an elite producer with the information that we have. That's always been my argument. It's going to continue to be my thing. So only the 1% can afford Burden right now. People with house cleaners. Actually, can we pull that tweet up? Jacob hired a house cleaner for his apartment. Like, what tax bracket are you living in? Like, Trey, I need a raise.
Last year, a pretty high one, because I was also a lawyer, but I'm
Trey,
really
I need a
coming down in
raise.
tax brackets.
This is bullshit.
Look, I don't like. I have a friend coming to stay with me for a week. My apartment's in shambles. I'm planning to write all day on Sunday, and like, I wanna impress people. And like,
so use a scrubber, buddy.
No, I'll make up that hourly rate by writing about Bryce Lance's potential to play in 3 wide receiver sets.
Yeah, I hired a cleaner to come. I'm in the wrong tax bracket. What is happening?
Look, I don't put my hand in the dirt. I'm like Eli Stowers. I'm the Eli Stowers of fantasy analysts.
I have seen you
I just wanna
attempt to
say-
slide into second, so you're not wrong.
I stayed up until 3 a.m. writing up all the day one landing spots on Thursday night, and I woke up and I cleaned my entire apartment yesterday while waiting for day 2 of the draft to start. So
Well, it's settled. I'm the twink and Ryan's
I'm
the
the
bear.
working class fantasy analyst. Yeah.
This. I don't need a raise. I'm gonna need a job after this. Okay, so super chat $4.99 from Overcome 70 by 7. Spears, Kincaid, and a 26 third for Fannin.
Give me Fannin.
Fannin.
I think I would take Fannin there.
Fannin.
Yeah, I'll take that twink on onlyfannins.com.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Sean said friend in quotes. So yeah. I'll say, Jacob, if you ever are like, hey, I'm back in Winnipeg, I'm gonna come over and watch the game, I'm not hiring a cleaner. So I think that we know the true definition of friend here. Let's be real. Yeah, I'm taking Fannin on that side for sure.
Definitely Fannin.
Kincaid overpriced for sure. Bengals grab a wide receiver. It sounds like in Colby Young.
I don't know who that is. Ryan?
He's
sheet?
the Georgia guy, right? I think the second best Georgia guy. Am I wrong? Am I thinking of someone
I mean,
else?
that's a debate. If he's actually the second best Georgia guy, I think that you could make the argument he's the 4th best Georgia wide receiver from last year. But he is at least
He is a Georgia
6'5".
wide receiver.
He is huge.
Okay. Yeah, I
not
was
bad.
told
He
to
had
look into his
358
profile
receiving yards last
in-
year.
Yeah.
So
I was
probably a
told to
good
look
bet.
into him as a sleeper, and then I saw that, and I think I lost interest. I
That's
think
probably a good bet.
I mean, in fairness, the Georgia offense was comical. Like Zach
my
Branch
God.
had 81
I
catches.
was
Nobody
like,
else had
what,
more than
what
27.
if we just remove every Zach Branch screen and we calculate his yards per out run and everything else? Does it get any? And it really didn't, but I did go down that line of thought. Yeah.
Like,
Because I mean, that's the thing with Delp is like you're like he didn't produce, but like he didn't play in a real offense last year. Like their offense was just a vessel for Zach Branch screens, so it's kind of hard to judge. But
like I'm so
odd.
tired of hearing stuff about the Mickey Mouse Tennessee offense whenever Georgia's out doing this.
true.
Like at least Georgia wins. Like if that's your argument, okay, fine, you got me. They're winning, but like. There's no way that you can make the rational argument to me that they are preparing players for the NFL better than like Tennessee or any of these spread offenses, wherever they're not actually throwing past the line of scrimmage on a routine basis.
This is a Mitchell Tinsley ass preseason god in Cincinnati. That's this guy's path right now. Remember Tinsley and the hype that he got last year in the preseason? This is a Bengals preseason hype ass pick, in my opinion. I will say there is a
Make fun
player
of
on the
Colby,
board.
but his yards per game last year was about the same as Tate his first 2 seasons, which would be really relevant if Jeremiah
Really low.
Smith and Emeka Egbuka and Marvin Harrison were on the team. And he was 2 years
Can I
younger.
just say? Can I say I'm actually a little bit surprised? Like we make a lot of jokes about like college quarterbacks and stuff like that, but Garrett Nussmeier being on the board.
Yeah, what's going on
Still,
with that?
it has to be the injury thing,
Medical.
right? Like Lucas, you are the Devi guy, right? But this has to be just an injury thing, right? Like
I mean, at this point,
it's kind
it
of surprising.
does. He also did not have anywhere close to the second season that everybody was expecting him to have this year. So between that, knowing also that he's not really giving you anything from an athletic standpoint, it's just tough to like truly go in and invest in a player like that. Which sucks. I think that he's obviously like extremely smart and, he can process an NFL offense. He has arm talent. I think he had the best accuracy of any quarterback coming into the class and weirdly had like a really awesome deep ball just because his timing was so good. Like there's a place for him in the NFL. I think it's probably just going to be he's going to be a really, really good backup who can come in and give you 1 or 2 spot starts. And you know what? That's not necessarily a bad thing. I would have loved for him to be in a place to where we might have been able to see a little bit out of him in year 1, similar to like a Sam Howell type thing. Obviously, he wasn't going to pass as much as Washington had Sam Howell passing the ball whenever he was a thing for a minute there. I didn't trade him for the first that was getting offered routinely for him. And that still haunts me on most teams to this day.
All right.
But it
I
is
think
what it
that's
is
fair.
at this point. Yep.
We're into round 5, so we are going to do another Jaeger bomb at the start of the round, everybody.
I'll top this up. I'm cheating here.
While you guys are pouring, I'll just give a recap of where we are. Round 5, Emmett Johnson still has not been selected. Nick Singleton still has not been selected. Who are there any other guys we were hoping would go in round 4?
Katron?
I can't think. Katron, sure. It's not looking.
Eli
it's not looking
Heidenreich.
great, boys. Eli Heidenreich.
Scott.
It's coming anytime. If Eli
Ryan, can you
Heidenreich
text
goes
Scott?
ahead of Emmett Johnson,
Can you text Scott and see if he wants to come on for the Eli Heidenreich pick?
I feel so justified in like
Scott's
there were so many
probably
nerds
listening.
who liked Emmett Johnson.
No,
I
if Scott
did
was
not like
listening,
Emmett
we would've
Johnson,
gotta
and
cut
I feel
the
very
feed, cut the
justified
feed.
by the NFL deciding Emmett Johnson's name.
Scott would have been
Emmett
asking us to
Johnson
cut the
in
feed an hour
in the
ago.
exact right spot. The only running back I had that has gone that I had ranked below him was Kalen Black. So I feel fine with my Emmett Johnson ranking.
So I'm also a little surprised
bottoms
we
up,
haven't
everyone.
seen Taylon Green yet. That's the one I'm going to be watching for a while.
Are there any receivers yet that I like? Because I knew Eric McAllister was never going to.
Oh, Emmett Johnson just went, apparently.
Oh,
Tennessee.
To where? Oh, that's actually
Oh.
fun.
That's
I-
pretty cool.
I mean,
That's
he's like a
gonna
worse
suck
version
for-
of Tyjae Spears, and Tyjae Spears has never done anything on the Titans. But yay!
Wait a minute, did he? I haven't seen that yet.
Ass.
Is Tajay Spears on the last year of his rookie deal?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's on the last year. of
Tony
his knee.
Pollard lives one more year.
So
Tony
Titans just
Pollard lives
selected a
one more
guard.
year.
No, the Titans took a guard. This is fake news.
Oh.
A guy named Fernando
who
Carmona.
baited Tom? Damn.
I got one guide. I got one guide in the chat.
absolutely destroyed.
I think Tom has to do an extra Jaeger bomb for spreading
Tom's
this
face
entire-
looks like the
landing
flags
spot?
on Emmett
Yeah.
Jensen's tape. That's just rude, Trey. That's just rude. That's just rude.
Wait, what's
That's
rude?
Trey said in the private chat, Tom's face looks like the flags on Emmett Johnson's tape. That's red? That's just rude. That's
Well,
rude.
it's better. I think you'd rather have a red face than a yellow face. Like that means you're not jaundiced.
That's getting them.
You know what I'm
One
going to
of
do
those-
live right now?
Those is less
You know what I'm going to
medically
do live
concerning.
right now? We're going to hold on.
I'd argue
Hold on.
red is even also better than green. You wouldn't want to have green
I
flags
don't know what
on your
Tom's
face.
gonna do live. I would if after whatever Tom's gonna do live. I would love to talk about the quarterback landing spots in terms outside of Mendoza.
Yeah, let's do that.
I think there's
we
some
got to do these
interesting
Jaeger
discussions
bombs,
there.
right? I'm now on
Yeah,
my
yes,
white peach
A
Red
couple
Bull
of us
'cause I
already
finished-
did it.
Love it.
It's
Yeah.
I finished my regular one.
I mean, it's still not near as bad as the Bloody Marys last year. That was just so terrible.
Yes.
Lucas, of course it's not as bad. You're not drinking
Yeah, Lucas isn't
Jägermeister.
drinking Jaeger,
I know.
but I'm enjoying
How is,
it. I've
how
just
is
been
Lucas
sipping
sitting
it
here
myself.
not drinking Jägermeister being like, I don't think this is too bad, guys. What are you complaining about?
Hello, darkness, my
out
old
of here.
friend. Salut.
I really wanted to bring you guys in a time and place back to college because
No, that's
I'm the
not
one
good for
that
me.
Probably remembers college the most clearly out of anyone. It was
College?
the least long ago for me. Were you doing Jaeger bombs? Actually, you were doing Jaeger bombs, not in college. That's
Yes.
what I associate it with, and it's what it sounded like Jacob did.
I don't know. I don't know
was
if
just
this is
trying
going
bring
to
that
shock.
back.
I don't know if this is going to shock listeners or not, but I did not go to college. Like I barely graduated high school. I went into trades. I don't think that that's going to surprise anybody listening to the
You're
show when
still
they
in
realize
trades,
that
just
like
a very different meaning of trades.
very very different trade. But like in my Twitter profile, it says can't read or tell time, and I live up to that every single week on this here program. Considering I do get told that I argue like I have CTE, it should not be in question that I did not go to college, but I did do copious amounts of Jaeger bombs. So that just is what it is. All right, let's tier some players. This is up. I'm assuming this means Trey wants us to rank more guys. Let's talk QBs.
Yeah, I obviously went to college because I am terrified of real work, and I hired a cleaner for my apartment.
Which is soft.
Yeah,
Just fly your mom in.
Okay, like calling me soft is like the least hurtful like insult because like
It's like,
I'm really soft. Like that's just true.
I
My
can
entire
tell by
personality
your
is being
reactions
like a
drinking
spreadsheet.
Jaeger.
It's like being a spreadsheet loving like nerd virgin. Like obviously I'm soft.
I was talking about this in the Fantasy Points Company Discord earlier this week. But what really made sure I was going to go to college and try really hard and do really well is I worked construction for a couple of summers with my father when I was a teenager.
You've seen the other side.
And
You've seen the other side.
Yeah, that's literally it's scared straight pretty much.
Yeah, after like working construction and doing excavation work, you're like, I like the air conditioning a little too much, and I'm not good enough at operating heavy equipment to be in good equipment that has air conditioning.
You got soft hands, brother. I remember my first 130-hour week. You got soft hands, brother. Let's talk quarterbacks. Let's talk quarterbacks.
All right, Ty Simpson.
Okay.
I'm gonna go in terms of landing spot, regardless if his coach hates his guts or not.
It's at least
I'm gonna
an
call
A.
that an S landing spot. S.
I'm going A because S. I don't think it's S because he's not going to start for at least 1 year and maybe multiple.
Could you ask for a better landing spot?
But I wouldn't want him to start. He doesn't have more than 15 starts in college. I want him to be in a place to sit. He's going to come out of it.
Assets to be on my team and scoring points.
Yeah.
Fair enough, but I mean, like, this is similar. It's actually a little bit better than the whole Jordan Love of it all. Like, Jordan Love's a very valuable piece for you now, and he's somebody who you can like invest in at this point. He's going to maintain his value going forward. First round rookies.
But Love did not maintain his value. Love,
no, he did not.
Was, worth,
he tanked.
nothing for.
I could get. So I have a dynasty.
The first year, he was still worth a first. Like,
no, he was not.
He was still going in the same ADP range.
Lucas, I drafted him in the 16th round multiple times. He fell. He tanked.
His trade value was like a third because Rodgers won the MVP and nobody wanted anything to do with him.
Not just that, the clips of. So I remember this very vividly. I remember the clips in training camp where Love couldn't hit the stationary net target, and that went viral and it tanked his ADP. So he was Tom's. Love was one of those. Love and Purdy were two guys that made my late round gross quarterback career that helped me get here because everyone booted them down to the 15th round or later. Now, the only reason he was still with the first in some situations is because the people that had him had sunk cost fallacy. They didn't want to give him up for less than that because they wanted a reroll. And if they held him, it would have paid off because he jumped into like the second to third round. Eventually, you would have paid off. But buying him post that season was an absolute banger of an opportunity.
The issue with these guys,
that's my thing.
Is like the fantasy market struggles with like I'm so fucking drunk. Is transitive property what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
No, that's not what I'm. No, it's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, what's the thing where object permanence? Object permanence.
There we go.
They struggle with object permanence. Cardinals just took Reggie Virgin. Okay, so yeah, they struggle with object permanence. So like once you're not startable, it's like even though everyone knows like. When we do our rookie drafts, everyone's looking at Simpson. They're like, he's going to be back up for 1 year, maybe 2, maybe 3. And that's fine. I'll just sit on him, and he'll be a starter one day. But then you get in the middle of the season, and you're like, I really need running back points. And I don't want to trade my 27 first. What can I move off my roster? Well, Ty Simpson isn't scoring any points for me.
Yes.
So maybe I'll just punt low on him. And I just, like, if you have the patience to sit it out and wait, there's definitely upside with the landing spot. I mean, that's why I'd still put it at A, right? I'm not saying it should be like an F tier landing spot. It's just I'm not a huge fan of taking an asset that like, yeah, you can't go to 0, but he can't really gain in value until he starts, which might be multiple years from now. Whereas some of these other rookies, you get the chance of they might have one good game double their value and you sell them and you've already won, even if they're worth nothing in 3 years.
Yeah.
And that's kind of out of the cards for Simpson. Like if you take him, you kind of just have to sit on it because he's not going to be worth more than what you take him in drafts until he's starting, which might be multiple years away. And that just is not my, like, how is he going to go up in value while Stafford is playing? Like,
I'll say this.
At best, he maintains value.
No, I think there's an opportunity. Unfortunately, there's as much of an opportunity for him to gain value as there is for him to tank his value. If, say, Stafford wakes up one morning and stubs his toe. Let's say Stafford stubs his toe and misses 3 games, and Ty Simpson gets into a game. If Ty Simpson shows anything, his value 2x's. If he struggles at all in this system, his value is going to tank completely.
Yeah,
so it's not a zero possibility, but let's say Stafford just takes a break. Maybe they've locked into the playoffs. Let's say by week 14, they roll out Simpson in the second half of multiple games. If he's terrible, his value becomes 0. If he shows a little bit in the preseason and then in season he gets in on some second halves or has to make some spot starts because Stafford is like, my age and takes a break or gets hurt or stubs his toe, like I said, then his value can easily 2x. So there is a pathway, even if it's not likely. Yeah.
Yeah, the injury, that's for sure. The one thing, so John put in the chat, I would be taking Simpson and Beck in round 1. You don't want to miss out on another Shuck or Dart. I mean, frankly, in this class, it's not that crazy. The one thing I'll point out is like Jackson Dart, I think was like a way, way better prospect than Shuck, but also way better than Simpson and Beck.
Yeah.
Like pre-draft, I mean, you can find my tweets. I wanted the Colts to take him at 14 last year. I thought Jackson Dart was a legit prospect. I was always a little iffy on him in Dynasty because it seemed clear the NFL didn't view him as highly as I did. Like he was going to be a late 1, early 2 guy for them. I thought he should have been a top 10 pick. But he was clearly going to start last year at some point. The sketchy part with Dart was late 1 quarterbacks are very high upside, very low floor, right? Like they can go in, look good like he did, rise down in value. They can go in, look bad, get immediately replaced. Shuck, same deal. Like he was going to start last year and it was going to go up or down. Simpson is Carson Beck, I guess, is the most like Shuck to me, where I think Carson Beck probably does play this year. And I think it probably goes poorly, but I thought it would go poorly for Shuck, and he was way better than I thought. So maybe the same thing happens for Beck. It's really hard to see with Beck, man. We've watched this guy play like 60 college games.
It's terrible.
But,
I can't trust a quarterback that looks like the dude from Ice Age. I can't do it.
But Simpson is more comparable. Like Lucas had the very positive example, at least long term, of Jordan Love. It's also kind of similar to Michael Penix. Like he's going to be a guy that probably does not start barring injury. That's just not an appealing bet for me personally, especially because I don't really like Ty Simpson. But I mean it's a good landing spot, I guess for sure. Where do
I'm
you guys
sorry.
have him ranked, Ty Simpson?
This is such a good comment. Xmas Jackson Flaxen Waxen is a shout out to the Key and Peele player name skit. That is such a good bit. Jam it. You're in contention for comment of the day. That's
I'll
so
say
good.
this. I'll say this on Simpson.
Oh, Andy Holloway with a banger.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll say this on Simpson. I haven't. I'll just say I have him ranked at the 110, and I feel pretty comfortable with that ranking.
Yeah.
I've thought about flipping him and Cooper as we've gotten like more of the positive context around the McVay selection. That might be different tomorrow when I lock in my final rankings. But my only thing with him is, while yes, I can definitely see it working out in the end, it is a very low salience pick to make, and just in terms of like market opportunity, right? I don't think you're selecting Ty Simpson and having any real chance to move him until something happens, until even like a good preseason performance or something is low salience to the dynasty market.
Here's the best
when you're
argument for Ty
selecting him.
Simpson.
When you're selecting
Everyone
him,
agrees
you're
this class
saying,
stinks. He's the closest thing to trading up.
Yeah, he is. Also, everyone take a drink.
Can I just say we have a question here? It said, oh, that's the wrong one. I said, I'm in a unique keeper league with its own rookie draft and rookie keepers. That is how rookie keeper league should be done, by the way.
You?
Would you guys
honestly.
would you guys
I wouldn't be able to
forego
stand if that was true.
would you guys forego the 111 to keep Trey Harris or take back the pick? And this is one of those situations I'd keep the pick.
The 111.
Keep the
I will
111. Take Ty
I
Simpson.
will take the 111. Yeah.
I'd way rather have Denzel Boston than.
Yes.
I'll
Harris.
say I took Simpson at the 201 in a pre-NFL draft, rookie draft, and I feel great.
Well, you should.
I feel
The
great.
201 now is
you're
going
gonna
to be
have
like
to pay-
Antonio Williams.
You're gonna have to pay like
Literally.
109 for someone like Ty Simpson. I think we're also
But look,
over.
if you take Ty Simpson, just to finish my point, sorry that Jacob cut me off, so I'm going to
No,
cut
it's
Tom
okay.
off instead.
It's okay. So then,
If
so-
you
yeah,
take
exactly.
him, you are saying I am the manager in my dynasty league with the longest time horizon, with the most willingness to wait this out until this bet pays off at some point in the future. That means that you are not going to be able to flip him for more off of like news that is not Stafford got injured and he's going to start. Like anything short of that, he's not leaving your roster, and you have to be comfortable with that. It is just what I would say. I think that's fine to rank him at 109, 110 in this class, but you just have to be aware when you're making that pick.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I think
So,
you're wrong. We got
I
a
will
trade
say,
here.
I went back. I looked. Jordan Love was drafted as the QB 34 and was QB 31 by the end of December. So he maintained value. That was my whole point. He did not lose value
He's not
after
a
his rookie
QB
year.
34.
He was. I did this whole study. I have
On
it
what
right in front of
database?
me. This is
Jordan
from
Love was valued
crap.
way higher than QB 34 as a rookie.
Whenever he
I
was
believe
drafted.
that
No, he
tracks
was
with my
not.
memory. I believe that. People like totally clowned on that pick, and no one believed he would ever start.
Jacob, we've
that's
also
what
had
the
this
reaction
exact
was.
same
Then he was
argument
then
in
he
the
was then he
past.
was maybe just never valued that highly to begin with. Is then maybe what?
Yeah.
Yes,
Like that's the main thing.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, look, guys, if you are enjoying what you're hearing, and I'm guessing by the numbers that we have right now for a day 3 stream, which again, I cannot thank you guys enough. This means more than the world to me that you guys are here on day 3 listening to a bunch of absolute degenerate gamblers and dynasty managers talk day 3 picks, talk day 1 and 2 picks while drinking Jägermeister. We just got Nipple on stream.
Oh my god.
Really,
Bastard.
like, I cannot stress enough that we
Not
appreciate
beating
you
the
guys.
twink allegations here, Jacob.
But oh my goodness,
That's
who's
a
on
twink
who's on
alarm.
fire? That's a
Jake,
twink
coming to
alarm.
get
Oh
me
my
for
god.
the twink alarm.
God, somebody lives in a free country.
So let's I just want to say, like, again, thank you guys. I cannot stress you guys being here enough. Without you guys, there is no Dynasty Points, there is no Fantasy Points. So I just implore, if you want this content and more content like it, head over to the Fantasy Points Dynasty YouTube channel. Subscribing is free, and you get so much great content like Theo Greminger, all the amazing guests that we put out here on fantasypoints.com. We are so proud of our content. I truly believe that nobody in the fantasy space puts out content like Fantasy Points does. You can get a subscription right now, 15% off. Like we've been talking about with our flash sale that Trey is going to pop up on the screen right here. Points Draft 26, 15% off is going to be our best deal of the season. You cannot get a better deal right now. We had the number 1 DFS projections in fantasy, not Establish the Run, not my fantasy. Like, we are the number 1 in terms of projections. Chris Wecht is a guru. We have the best content creators: Scott Barrett, Brett Whitefield, Ryan Heath, our guys. Yes, I might be Mr. Salesman right now, but I stand so far beyond what anyone else is putting up for production, for content. I believe in this product so much. I left my career for it. And I think you guys can absolutely not only make your money back immediately, you can join our Discord where you get exclusive bets. We are going to have some of the most exclusive bets that can win yourself not only money, but pay for your subscriptions coming up here in season. Lots of announcements coming up with that. I stand by our product. I think you can too. Do not hesitate, and definitely make your money back immediately with your Fantasy Points subscription. Get yourself that discount. You can DM me directly on Discord, El Nostradamus. You can DM me on Twitter, El Nostradamus, and everywhere else you can get your social medias. My handle is the same. I will make sure that you are taken care of here with fantasypoints.com. And again, thank you for riding with us here. I can't stress enough as Jacob messes up my pitch and rant here, not being able to handle his microphone. But again, thank you guys for rocking with us here on day 3, which is a hell of a day for fantasy. So let's
bang out the rest of these landing spots because it's stressing me out that we still haven't completed this exercise.
I agree. I think it's stressing Trey out here. He keeps putting it up, and we keep getting into side tangents.
Carson Beck, I have no respect for as a quarterback, but I'm putting him in S tier. He landed in a place that he's going to actually play this year, and he gets a really fun set of skill players.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. It's an S. I would not have even considered Carson Beck if not for the spot he got. But yeah,
like I mean, he'll get I don't even agree with the guy in chat, but like someone in chat said he would take him at the 112. The fact that is a thing, like makes it an S tier. Like he was not on the radar.
Anyone even thinks that? Yeah, agreed. Drew LR. I say his name wrong every time, but I am not as convinced that he's starting. I've seen some people saying that. I think Aaron Rodgers is playing this whole year, and the Steelers are trying to win, and they're not taking it at the end of the year and putting him in. So he's more like a C or C.
I was going to say B tier, just because Pittsburgh's not terrible. And
I'd say B because people could talk him into being a starter at some point in Pittsburgh, but I don't think it happens. I think Rodgers starts all year, and then they just get a different quarterback next year that's not Drew Aller.
Wasn't Drew Aller your number 1 quarterback of this class last year?
I liked him last year more than I liked him this past year. Sure. I mean, look, if he should have came out last year. He would have gotten drafted higher.
You're right.
So we got no Cole Payton off the board, no Taylon Green, none of the actually fun fantasy QBs have come off the board. So we're just Cade Klubnik. Is that the only QB we haven't done yet?
Yeah, but I mean, who cares?
I mean, Klubnik I would also put in like S tier in the sense of he probably starts at some point this year. And
he got drafted. That makes him S tier.
I was going to do A tier.
That's a good call. Just because when we post this on social media after, people will reply about Klubnik being an S tier. So I'm for it. That works for me.
Yeah,
company man.
For the record,
company man.
I think he stinks.
Yeah.
I like this.
Well, yeah,
Will Howard will start before Aller, and I'll say this: Will Howard should be rostered on 100% of rosters. Like, he might also suck. Like, this quarterback room is actually hilarious, but he should be rostered.
Yeah, it's just the Mason Rudolph of I can't even come up with another guy to make the joke. But
somebody said the Browns drafted Justin Jefferson. What is happening? What is happening?
Yeah, Alabama linebacker Justin Jefferson just came off the board.
Phenomenal. Just what we needed. Like, there's a cornerback named Lamar Jackson. This is just what we needed. We needed another meme for Schefter to be tweeting out. Just phenomenal. Just try to drive clicks. Fantastic.
That was the thing it was killing me originally whenever we were seeing the Browns drafting offensive players, and we had Kuiper on there saying that they're doing all of this to set up Shedeur Sanders for success. And it's like,
I can't with Mel Kiper, dude.
Up the 2027 quarterback for success.
The Shedeur Sanders thing. I can't look. Look.
Hey, I'm just glad that Shedeur Sanders doesn't have an excuse anymore.
Well,
I hate that he's making this his brand.
They will find one.
Don't tell that to Shedeur Sanders fans. Don't look. I am not going to get into the Shedeur thing on here. I get the most diabolical DMs every time I talk about Shedeur Sanders. Some of the most unhinged stuff that I cannot even repeat on this program without being demonetized as a YouTube channel. With what goes into my DMs every time I talk about Shedeur, it's gonna be Watson in the Browns quarterback room. It just is. Period. So
I don't even think that, like, truly. But like what we saw from Shedeur last year, he had a good game. Like, there was nothing from his rookie season that looked
on
good.
like a 76-yard screen pass to Simpson.
and that's another reason why I like Concepcion better. Like, you don't have to like have good protection to get the ball to Concepcion. You don't have to be accurate down the field to get the ball to Concepcion. Like, you can do a lot of different things with him, and you can scheme him touches easier, which I think means that you're going to get production quicker from him. Another reason why I wanted Concepcion a little bit higher in the tiers here. But like with Shador, there wasn't even enough from the rookie year to like feel good about it, and you don't have enough invested in him to want to give him continual chances. It sucks. He should have not gone in the 5th round last year. All right, he was a much better prospect than a 5th round prospect.
I don't agree.
No, he wasn't.
I don't agree.
I think he was better than a 5th round prospect.
Trey, can we get Jacob back?
At least in my opinion,
he was not better than a 5th rounder.
He was. All right.
No, he was not.
That'll be my opinion. I guess that's the hill I'm going to die on here.
Well, he showed you on the NFL field that he wasn't. So,
and I'm telling you, he wasn't good during his rookie season. But like, those two things could be mutually exclusive. He was a better prospect than a 5th round prospect. He did not perform well during his rookie season, and he's going to be replaced in 2027. The Browns have been setting this up to where they're going to be able to take a quarterback.
I actually like
this. This is the only nice thing
I'll
I'll ever say about Shador, but I do think he's going to start more games than Watson this year. It just doesn't. What does starting Watson accomplish?
Justifying the $92 million or whatever they're paying him, I guess. I don't know. But I actually like
Justin Jolie, Broncos.
I like Jay Renterprise here. If I can get any player in this draft I like, and you want JJ McCarthy, I'm your Huckleberry. It could be 412 the way this ADP might go, but any guy I like.
That's fun.
It's I guess it's fun, but it's Evan Ingram. Like,
why so serious?
The Justin, yeah.
It's the Joker.
Exactly.
Wait, are you sad for Evan Ingram or are you sad for Justin Jolie?
I'm sad for Justin Jolie because I have to hear the Joker shit for another year for a player that I like.
Who's going to be the Joker? Is it
I love
Jolly?
how it went from Joker brackets complimentary.
I'm the fucking Joker right now. It's me. Spoiler.
It's me. Hi.
Have you ever wondered where I got these marks?
Scars, Jacob. Scars.
The scars will be from banging my head into my fucking desk over the Justin Jolie usage.
Someone says Coleman. Did Coleman get drafted?
No, I think Coleman's going to be the Joker. He's going to say Coleman's the Joker.
Okay. I was going to say Kevin Coleman. We haven't talked about him, but he might be my favorite. I think he might be my favorite player left. Like, I know that Scott had mentioned that Danny Kelly from The Ringer said there was something there with him, and like he was popping a little bit in the numbers. I think that his slide here is a little bit egregious. I think I'm going to be happy drafting him over consensus, depending on landing spot. Like, let's say the Dolphins coming up right at 158 take Kevin Coleman. Like, I'm going to be in. Like, I'm going to be in on a Kevin Coleman.
Kevin Coleman and Eric McAllister are the only two wide receivers that haven't been selected yet that I have any interest in.
Ooh,
if those two go
Brown,
to
that's who I'm
interesting-ish spots, then they'll be
Brown's good too.
relevant for me. If not, then whatever. But
I maintain
that's
that a receiving tight end with Sean Payton is not bad. Like, I know that we all went from Joker brackets complimentary to Joker brackets derogatory over the last couple of years, but I just think that his previous players were terrible. And by the way, I think Justin Jolly's also terrible. So there's that. But if he's good, like, I don't know, like, we've seen Sean Payton have success with good versions of this archetype of player. I don't see why it's impossible that it could happen again.
No, it's fair enough. He'll be in probably the early third of rookie drafts for me or something like that. Because maybe it's exactly what I said pre-draft. Maybe he just turns into Isaiah Likely, and that's not like an amazing fantasy player, but it's a relevant player that people care about and that you can trade to people is kind of where I'm at on him. I liked Jolie's analytics profile. He comped to, oh my God.
There's nobody better at his job than Trey Camberling. There's nobody better. There's nobody better at his job.
Jolie, while I go retweet that.
Trey Camberling is the best at his job in this industry, and there's not even a close two. He's the 101. Scott, pay this man. Unbelievable content here.
Oh my gosh.
Phenomenal. Why so serious? Fantastic. This is so good. This is so good.
Why is he have a 39% snap share?
you want to know how I got these yards per target?
Oh my gosh. See, to me, as a Broncos fan, we're getting my favorite running back in this class. We're now getting tight end
this is
but I still love
good for
Jolly
you,
here.
Lucas.
Yeah, Broncos are killing
These are great
it right
real
now.
life picks.
Yeah, I'm loving this.
I like that.
Well, a lot of people said that they had the best draft early on because they only made one pick. So, I mean, in this draft class, it's really hard to miss having a great draft with one pick.
Oh my gosh, I like that. But it was like so sad last night watching it, and we see a couple of linebackers go off the board, and it's like, oh well, that kind of sucks. And then right before the pick, I think it was Claire went off the board and went, well, there's the tight end I really wanted. And so far, at least today, I'm having a good time with it.
This is bad for my 23% Evan Ingram shares in the big board.
You got to give it up on Evan Ingram, dude. Evan Ingram's been gone for years. You got to give it up. You
Look,
did that
man,
to you.
in the 20th round.
What is that, Eric?
I have
Eric DeAndre.
23% Evan Ingram in the big board. That's oh god. Now I can't think
Unfortunately,
of
like
the-
when you
the
say
word
I have
wanna use.
23% Evan Ingram in the big board, that does mean you have to remain abstinent for 12 months.
Yeah, the bank examiner is gonna call. It's I don't know if you should be
That's
saying that
such an
publicly.
Eric DeAndre meme. Like, who could have done this? It's just you, brother.
Can we talk about the Packers drafting a guy named Jaeger?
All right, that's at least a sip for everybody. Come on.
Like that's gotta be a set.
Salut, gentlemen. Salut.
Let's finish our tiers. We
Let's
got, like,
finish our tiers so
5
Trey
more
doesn't get
names to
mad at
go.
us. Yeah.
Oh my god, the white peach tastes like soap. I Mitch Wilson is still on the board, and so is Nick
Yeah.
Singleton. Oh my god.
It's so bad.
Okay, Boston. We still haven't even put up there, but I think you guys said C. That's fine.
No, I said
Put it in
D.
C. Oh, D is
Boston, I like C. I like C just because I'm looking into the future and I like Todd Monken. I'll go C.
weird. Antonio
I mean,
Williams, I think, is like an A or an S. Like
S.
I mean,
think
like I
that's
still
S.
think he's probably gonna get pigeonholed into slot only because Brandon Ayuk, I'm just counting as a member of the Washington Commanders, but he's gonna play.
He'll play and he's attached to Jaden Daniels. That's
That's fun.
yeah. You can't really ask
I'm
for more
giving
than that.
Brazel a C D. Like he's
It's a
gonna
D for fantasy,
be
I
on the
think.
field, which is nice.
Yeah.
But he's gonna play with Bryce Young, which isn't really my favorite quarterback pairing for a downfield wide receiver.
CW, this is for just landing spot. This is like an immediate landing spot tier situation. This isn't like a
Landing spots for
long-term
Dynasty.
effect. This is just our current landing spot situation. You're obviously going to get more in-depth conversation about these kind of things week to week on Dynasty Points, but we just decided that a landing spot scenario is going to be the best way to go. That's all. All right. Oh, I'm seeing that we have the mock draft board here at this point, so I think that means Trey is
wants
ready
to do a
for
mock
us to
draft?
mock draft. So
Oh yeah.
let me
Trey
just
said, let
look.
them know we're doing a rookie mock draft. We're doing
That
a
is
rookie
right.
mock
We
draft.
are at the towards the end of the program. We are going to mock draft here, the four of us. You guys obviously can have a say. You can sway either one of the hosts here on a
Do it
pick.
now.
Well, no,
can
Jacob.
do it
There's a
now.
reason we're doing it at the end.
Oh, okay. All right.
So let's just we are going to do mock draft here towards the end when we're ready to get out of here. Wrap this thing up for sure. So be locked in, be ready for that. Stick with us through to the end here. And look, hit the
Oh, I see.
subscribe button.
We're edging the
on
chat.
this
We're-
channel.
We're contriving
Yes.
ways to keep them around while
Correct.
guys named Gums get drafted in the middle of the
Help
This
our
is-
retention metrics, chat. You got this. I
Nice.
believe
That's
in you.
right.
Nice.
We look, I'm a company man. This is what we do. But look, hit subscribe on this channel. You're obviously going to get so much fantasy content on here, but don't be afraid to head over to the Dynasty YouTube channel. You obviously have a direct link to that. If you are here, hit the home screen on channels you would also prefer, or channels you'd like here are associated with the Dynasty YouTube channels, where you're going to get so many crossover episodes with Theo Gravinger and everything that he provides and everything that myself, Lucas, Ryan, and Jacob provide here on the Dynasty channel. Nobody does it like we do. That is just factual. That's not hyperbole. It's just how it is. And we are here to conquer the Dynasty Fantasy Football landscape. And look, he's not right. Link in the description. Subscribe for free. You get in-depth content here over at the Discord, without a doubt. So, gentlemen, who else do we have left? Bell? Should we talk Bell and Cooper?
Chris Bell,
Let's do Chris
and
first.
I agree. Go for it, Jacob. We'll do Bell after.
Oh, I think A, and I want to explain myself. Normally,
I agree.
Who's like, I don't care
I
who the wide
disagree.
receiver one is.
would.
Normally, I'm the type of guy who says, I don't care about target competition. I care about dropback volume. And so, like, me caping for the Chris Bell landing spot is kind of against type. The reason I'm willing to do so in this case is threefold. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to three. I've had a lot of Jaeger bomb, but I'm going to try. One, immediate perception. Like, I can admit that the market does not view landing spots the way I do. The market cares a lot about who the wide receiver one is, even if I don't think it matters that much. And Bell is going to be, or has a chance to be, so that's good. Two, trying to remember now. Two, skill match with Malik Willis. To the extent that Malik Willis has skills, it's throwing the ball down the field. And to the extent Chris Bell has skills, it's catching the ball down the field. So I think that he's not really going to be a target dominant guy anyways. So like you put him with a point guard type quarterback, what does that do for you if you're Chris Bell? Not a lot. But like if they're going to throw 17 passes a game and it's going to be 4 deep shots, I can see Chris Bell having like a Christian Watson style yards per route run efficiency spike with Malik Willis. 3, once we get that efficiency spike in year 1 on limited volume, people will then, in my opinion wrongly, translate that to what it could be on a real offense where, oh my God, Chris Bell had 22% target per route run, 2.35 yards per route run in this Malik Willis offense. Now they're going to get a real quarterback. They're going to throw it 30 times a game. He's going to be a superstar. So I think that the Chris Bell landing spot for me, A tier.
All right, here's why I disagree. He had ACL surgery in early December, correct? The entire reason that the Dolphins landing spot in general was appealing to me pre-draft is, immediate playing time, immediate route volume. There's not much competition there. Bell is like the worst possible match for that landing spot, just from like a fantasy football meta perspective, because this guy's missing training camp. He is not going to like seriously be in the room in preseason. Like we've seen this play out with Jonathan Brooks, and I learned that lesson the very hard way, is when a rookie is not in the room, not in camp, not running routes, it becomes really hard for them to then get onto the field in a meaningful capacity mid-season as they're joining the team. So like a best case scenario ACL timeline for him is like early to mid September, like right after the opener, maybe a month in before he's 100% physically. To me, that it's just like the worst of all worlds, because yes, he's probably going to run routes and play eventually during the season, but it's just not as good for him as it would have been for like any other wide receiver in this class for me. I'd call it like a B. I think it leans positive for what Jacob is pointing out. I know the market's going to be higher on Chris Bell than I am on him, but that's kind of where I'm at. I don't think the Dolphins landing spot is actually that good specifically for him.
But then
I think you're
Chris
just being
Bell
bitter.
not even get a higher spot? Like those are all just issues with Chris Bell. Like if you're saying
That's fair.
like if we're just like, I don't like Chris Bell, and I've never liked Chris
Yeah.
Bell. I didn't even like him before he tore his ACL. But once we get past that and we're just diagnosing the landing spot, we're talking about a guy who's going to be behind, right? Because he's going to miss camp. He might miss the start of the season. If there's any depth chart where despite those odds, he could ascend to being an every down wide receiver by the end of the season, Miami is like one of the few that you can talk yourself into because it's so weak. So like, I think you're pointing out very reasonable issues with Chris Bell in a vacuum, but I don't think that those are issues that pertain to the landing spot.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I guess. I just think it's worse for him than it would be for literally anyone else. Not because of his skill, just because of how this is likely to play out.
What would be a better
But
landing
yeah.
spot for Chris Bell?
I think for Chris Bell, you'd want like, I don't know. You honestly, you would want a team to have taken him on day 2, where it's like a real functional organization that I'm convinced is willing to like actually wait for him, and that this regime is still going to be there a year from now. That's the landing spot I think
They
you'd
just
have
got
wanted
hired.
for Chris
They're
Bell.
probably not getting fired in year 1.
Eh.
Granted, they
agree.
did take Caleb Douglas in the 3rd
Like-
round, so I would probably fire them today.
It's a lot of fireable offenses. Yeah, I don't know, man.
So my biggest thing with him and going to a new offense with Malik Willis as quarterback, I don't think there's a single wide receiver who's as good as Chris Bell in this class with like
They took a
turning after
fullback.
the catch.
They took a fullback.
Oh gosh.
I mean,
Oh,
that
goodness.
just makes sense. Like, of course. Yeah.
But like Chris Bell, he turns
They haven't had a
anything
kicker
after the
yet.
catch into very actionable yards after. Like he doesn't need a very high target volume in order to, make the most of what he's going to get. And I think that it's going to be extremely easy to scheme touches for him, meaning that he doesn't have to be, brought along at the same level as some of the other wide receivers in that offense. So I like Chris Bell there. I think that that's probably an S tier landing spot. And it was going to be an S tier landing spot for basically any wide receiver. So
Yeah, I know that I'm like gonna lose the argument on Chris Bell. I know I'm on an island and that almost everyone will have him ranked higher than I do, but at least my model stuff says he's no different than Malachi Fields analytically, and that is very much derogatory. And I think that like I think the Giants
I don't
landing
like
spot
Bell
is
at all.
arguably
I'm
better.
with you on all the Bell stuff.
Yeah.
I only thing I like about Bell is the landing spot.
Yeah. What do we think? Let's just pivot to Malachi Fields. How do we feel about that landing spot?
I
It's
mean, I
at
think
least
he
as
like
good as
straight up
Bell's.
can't
I
play,
think.
but I will
that
give
too,
the landing
but-
spot an A. He's gonna
Yeah.
have a chance to start right away.
Yeah.
he just doesn't gain separation
Tom, you're on
easily.
mute,
And
dog.
that's my biggest like issue with him going to New York. And if you're really
There we go.
trying to set up Jackson Dart for success, like I want a wide receiver who can like actually get open and you're not just throwing to him because you don't have any other wide receivers to throw to. Like that's
This
what
is
was
not
happening
the
at Notre
exercise.
Dame. That's
We're
what
not
was happening
talking
at
about-
Virginia.
We're just talking about
I
the
know.
landing spot for Fields. The
I
landing
know.
spot is going to make Fields get open. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You know what? Fine. I'll say it's a B. It's a B for me.
Just want to answer the question from at Prince Talk in the chat. Ryan, didn't you have Bell 10th pre-draft? Yes, I did, but that doesn't mean I liked him. He was there because of projected draft capital almost entirely, and I still put Jeremy Bernard ahead of him. Like I did not like Chris Bell whatsoever, and I probably should have had him a tier below, like in the tier with Malachi Fields. In hindsight, is how I started to feel the more time I got from writing that article.
Malachi Fields is one of the most disrespectful rankings I've ever given a wide receiver pre-draft, because at the time I wrote it, he had a round 2 draft capital projection, and I still put him at wide receiver 19.
Yeah.
I have no time for that guy.
That's effectively what I did with Branch, and yeah, he made out
I
better.
had Branch
I'd
at
say.
wide receiver 10. I'm keeping the light
Yeah.
on for Zach Branch. And he was moved up from there.
All right. Who else do we need
Brian
to
wants
talk
to crap on the Baltimore landing spots now, and I'm there for that.
Like,
I'll
I think
say
they're
this:
both
I
good.
cannot wait. I
fine,
can't
yeah.
wait for both wide receivers to be outsnapped by whatever rookie tight end 3 that they just drafted.
Devontae Walker's out snapping these guys so hard.
Like they're gonna put Bateman out there far too often to drop more passes. I just
Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs?
no way, no,
No, we just
seriously.
got one guy. There's no way. No, we just got
guys
one
said
guy.
it.
I don't believe it.
Chat, is this
Three
real?
guys in the chat have said it. So either
Okay.
Chad, is this real?
Banned or
Wow.
It's good for Emmett Johnson.
I feel like,
Yeah.
guys,
But
I feel
like-
like this is like a streamer Twitch chat. If we're sitting here getting one guy and asking if chat if this is real,
there's
are we on
3
Twitch
guys
right
who
now?
said it.
I haven't seen
Yeah.
a single thing yet.
Someone said yes, confirmed.
All right,
Oh my
I'll
God.
confirmed it.
I cannot wait for Ken Walker to get pulled on the 1 yard line for Emmett Johnson.
What? Wait, what? Why
That's
is
not
Ken
happening.
Walker getting pulled on the 1 yard line for
Just
a
wait,
fat third
just
down
wait.
back?
Just wait, just wait, just
He's
wait,
like
just
200
wait.
pounds.
Yeah.
Just wait,
He's
just wait,
playing
just
like
wait.
that. He's playing
Hey.
long down and distance. That's kind of perfect for them, actually. Like
Yeah,
Brashard
I mean,
Smith
they needed
is
an
confirmed just a gadget guy. This is good. Like real football wise.
What was my tweet like 2 months ago? I was like Emmett Johnson's role in the NFL, and then I just had the zoomed in image of third and 10. I mean, that's how
What
I've
is
always
the-
viewed Emmett Johnson, and
what
that's
is
how I
the
still view Emmett Johnson.
What is the cuck chair index on the Emmett Johnson and Ken Walker situation? Like, do we have like a 90%?
I mean, I think that this is actually lovely for me in two ways. Which one, it's a legitimately great Emmett Johnson landing spot, I think, because he's going to play. Like, he's going to play 2-minute drill, third downs, and if Walker goes down, they have nobody else in the depth chart. So I think that's always been how I viewed Emmett Johnson, is like a third down back with the ability to step into volume as a handcuff. I never really viewed him as a starter, and obviously he fell to round 5, so I think the NFL didn't view him as a starter. So I like it for him, and I also like it that he's one of these guys that had a higher outsized profile in the community than the NFL clearly actually valued him as. So I think we're going to get a discount on Ken Walker because of that, and I also love that because, like, I already assumed Ken Walker was coming off the field in obvious third and long and 2-minute drill situations for Amari DiMercato. So I don't view this as really affecting Walker at all. I think it affects his price for bad reasons, and it's a really fun landing spot for Emmett Johnson.
Yeah, I pretty much fully agree. It is the ideal. This is kind of how I wrote up Emmett Johnson pre-draft too. What you're like hoping for is that he's just good enough where if forced to, an NFL team will be like, okay, I guess we have to give him a bunch of touches now because someone ahead of him got hurt, and we don't need to go out and trade for somebody or force a committee between 3 absolutely terrible players. Like what you're hoping for with Emmett Johnson is Walker gets hurt and the Chiefs kind of don't give a shit enough to do something else at running back, and he absorbs a bunch of touches. That kind of has been the Chiefs' like history in terms of how they've dealt with guys getting hurt in their backfield. Anyone remember the Isaiah Pacheco late season runs, the Jerick McKinnons, Spencer Ware, Charkandrick West? There are more guys that I'm forgetting. Darrell Williams, I think, had his moment in the sun. This is like, that is totally in the range of outcomes for Emmett Johnson in any given season. Is he just has a month of, he's randomly getting 15 to 18 touches a game, and he has fantasy value for that. But yeah, I agree. This doesn't matter at all for Ken Walker, and I welcome the discount.
Yeah, I'm obviously just kidding here. Like that's obviously a big joke here. I actually like this as a signal for Ken Walker. It's not Kareem Hunt. It's not, a Pacheco-like back. I think drafting this late just signals that the Chiefs are actually finally okay and prepared to give a single back a workload. We haven't really seen them done that since Jamal Charles, maybe Hunt's first year or two before he became one of the best kickers in the league. And I just think it's really important that this pick does not skew the opinion of Ken Walker here and how they're options. I don't think it actually will. I think we're talking about 5th round. We're talking about 5th round.
Tom, man, you are overestimating the intelligence of the fantasy community. Like the fantasy community's obsession with finding touches for any fucking depth running back is unmatched. Like
we did have this question. Our NFL team's not allowed to have a backup. So I think you might be honest with me here, but
no, the fantasy community, if they had it their way, there would be 32 running backs under contract in the NFL. And everybody else has to go play in the Arena League and can only be offered 1-day contracts when running backs get hurt.
Brock wants to know, why do we have Beck in the S tier?
Yes.
It couldn't get a better landing spot.
We have Beck in the S tier because this is a landing spot tier list.
Yeah, this isn't like who we think we're projecting for fantasy production or anything like that. It's just he got drafted, so that means S tier landing spot no matter where he went. But that's why
it's a team It's a team that could be tanking in December, and he could start games this year.
Hey,
that's
CFL,
why it's an S tier landing spot.
CFL reference with the Rough Riders. Love that. Love that.
People are asking for, I think it's like either lower Tom volume or higher me and Ryan volume. Trey, I don't know if you can do anything on.
I can drop mine. I can drop mine. Here we go. That should be better for you guys.
Are there any other landing spots we need to discuss? Did we?
Emmett Johnson.
Let's talk. Oh yeah. Well, we just did, I guess.
Put him in the A tier.
Yeah, that's an A. Yep. Sucks that he fell to the. Well, it's not really an A tier because, well, I guess S tier would have been he's like early fourth and on the Titans or Vikings or something. But yeah, that's fair. This is an A tier.
I think it's a very good landing spot once he fell to the fifth and like it became clear the NFL didn't view him as a starter. Then you're asking for what's the best backup landing spot we can get, and this is a pretty great one.
You're right.
Let's bang out some more quick. Oscar Delp, I'd put in like the B tier.
Code red.
Yeah, I'll go with a B for Delp. Raritan, I think, is genuinely an A for a couple of reasons.
I think S.
I'll go first then, and then you can like come over the top on me. Hunter Henry, final year under contract. Josh McDaniels' history of utilizing 12 personnel. So I think even this year, there's a path to him getting on the field based on this team's receiving depth, which even when you add A.J. Brown, frankly, is nothing special. Like a 12 personnel of A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, Hunter Henry, and Eli Raritan is I think, like a viable configuration for the Patriots this year. And yeah, like long term, Raritan he wasn't a prospect that was amazing production or analytics wise, but super athletic, can play the inline Y, can be like a do it all every down tight end. So I like it quite a bit. He's attached to Drake May for life. You can't really ask for that much more. I think the only reason it's not an S is just that he's not like instantly the starter, but maybe that's just an unreasonable expectation.
I think it is an unreasonable expectation for a tight end to be drafted 95th overall and be the day one starter, which would be my pushback. But I think Austin Hooper went back to Atlanta this offseason, so I think that means you have an immediate day one role for Eli Raritan. I think he comes into the NFL already as a better blocker than Hunter Henry. Henry, I think, is kind of atrophied in that respect over time. Ryan watches them every week, so he could probably speak more to Hunter Henry's
Hooper was 100% like the better blocker. Like, yeah.
Man. I remember when Hooper was a top 10 Dynasty tight end.
For sure.
I think also with Raritan, like, this is a guy where he was legitimately like the inline guy at Notre Dame. They would run to his side all the time. He also was able to hold up in pass pro, like legitimately against like a Ruben Bain, Akeem Messidor Miami team. And they ran a lot of max protect stuff. So he had a 31% rate of pass blocking in college. And that matters to me for two reasons. One, I think it's a positive signal on his blocking ability. Like even an Oscar Delp is a player that people are projecting into a Y role in the NFL, but we haven't fully seen it. Raritan's just been a legitimate, awesome inline blocker at the college level. You also have this huge upside, I think, that's untapped with him as a receiver. He has the ACL tear in high school. He has another ACL tear early in his college career, which really mutes the entirety of his college production profile. But his final season, he became way more involved as a receiver. He had posted 2.23 best season yards per route run in really his only season where he got an opportunity to play as a full-time receiving role. He might have had more seasons to do that if he didn't have the ACL tears. Some of the film folks on him, like Max Toscano, charted him very favorably. He was Nate Tice's real-life tight end too in this class. And he's like not, like Sam Roush is a guy that had receiving production, but he was like a sub 10 yards per reception guy. Eli Raritan ran a 4.61. He had elite jumps. He was a 9.81 RAS score guy who had over 15 yards per reception. Like, to me, this is an actual seam stretching tight end. And then you mentioned Hunter Henry. Yeah, he probably plays more than Raritan early in the year, but I'm definitely optimistic about Raritan's chances of earning meaningful snaps right away and then being the starting every down tight end in 2027. And the fun thing about him is we don't have to do the whole calculus of, okay, is he going to play in line? Is he going to play in the slot like we do with a Stowers or a Fan? Like if he is the starting tight end, he's just playing every single snap, and that's going to be really fun, I think, for fantasy for him. And he gets to do it with Drake May, and like I think AJ Brown is going to be on this team. He's obviously going to be the number 1 target, but I think Raritan has legitimate upside to be the number 2 target earner on the team, ahead of Romeo Dobbs as early as 2027. So I'm super in on Raritan. He was like a my guy flag plant pre-draft. He's going to be a my guy flag plant post-draft. I think it's an absolutely phenomenal fit. Josh McDaniels tight ends. We want Josh McDaniels tight ends. So he's like one of the few guys
made 12 work and make 2 tight ends productive.
Hold on. I think that the whole Josh McDaniels tight end thing is blown up because of who he had at tight end. Like let's be real.
Of course, but it's sure. There. He was even last
Hunter
year.
Henry
he was
was
running 12.
Who did the Ravens take?
Yes,
Chandler Rivers. Okay, I can mess with that.
So we got 2 more fantasy guys while I was monologuing.
Naturally,
we got Tanner Koziol to the Jaguars, who I just think the Jaguars are not doing the multi-tight end thing in that smart of a way. Like they drafted one guy who's an offensive lineman, and they drafted another guy who can only pass catch. But I think whatever, they're doing their thing.
I think their GM is trying to okay, look, a lot of jokes have been made about the GM's age and stuff and how he might look like Paul Patterson of pure potential. And I get all that. He's like the same age as Ryan Heath. I get it. But I think that he's trying to play catch up to the rest of the league to not fall behind. And this might just be inexperience from him, but I really hate this draft plan.
I don't hate Koziol in the 5th as much as I hate Roar Kircher in the 2nd. That's for sure.
That's not a high bar.
That is ridiculous. Koziol is fun. He's a pass catcher with size, and he has opportunity to develop into an every down guy. He's not like a high fantasy priority guy, but I think he's pretty. I think he's like a fun dart throw in round 3, round 4, right?
Yeah,
I really like Tanner Koziol. He was one of my favorite tight end sleepers pre-draft, just absurdly productive. I agree that his NFL role is just a total projection, and this is very much like this guy's going to sit on my taxi squad for 2 or 3 years, just hoping something happens. He finds his way onto the field. I don't think he's an every down Y or anything like that. But he's fun and interesting. I just hate that it was after they drafted Borkercher, because that tells me they're not approaching the position in an intelligent way is the main reason I'm upset about this. All things considered, a prospect I like going to a Liam Cohen offense. Hard to complain about that hard, but I'll have 80% exposure in the 3rd and 4th round on Koziol, but I am not really expecting it to turn into anything.
Is this by Owen True? Singleton to Titans confirmed?
Yes.
Oh, that's fun.
I love this.
That's true.
I love this.
Is that the 112?
I'm taking.
Maybe
it's the 210. It's the 210
it is
for
definitely
sure.
Not the 210. He's going much earlier
way
than
higher
the
than
210.
the 210.
You think? I love this.
Yeah, he's going way
I'm
higher.
a big Tony Pollard is my hero. He is a guy that Buck and I have just profited on year over year. There was always Jacob, you made a career on the Tony Pollard versus not Emmitt Smith, Jesus Christ, the Ezekiel Elliott.
I'm
and
getting
Tony
my house
Pollard.
cleaned tomorrow because of Tony Pollard.
That's right. But I love this Singleton to Tennessee, right? Not good enough, in my opinion, to pass Tony Pollard in year 1. I don't think this is a pick where Tony Pollard gets cut because of Nick Singleton, but next year
they are not cutting Pollard. Yeah,
I think Singleton is an absolute smash pick here. I love it. Now, I think my guy Catron is a little bit better, but Jacob, you mentioned that it's rare for a team to run out the same running back for 3 straight years, but I love Nicholas Singleton. I think him not being able to test really hurt his draft stock. I feel like if he was able to test, this is a round 3 type running back. Remember, the Devy community touted him as the next Penn State god. He's another, quad god type guy, speed, athleticism. I like this pick for the Titans. I think he's going to surpass Tajay Spears. And if Tony Pollard goes down, I really think Singleton can absolutely smash in this offense. Maybe I'm just head over heels. I love this pick. This is my favorite day 3 pick so far. And I don't think it's relatively close.
So the biggest thing with
he's super
Singleton,
fun.
yeah, the
Go,
biggest thing
Lucas.
with him is just he never was improving as the years went on, which was like a huge red flag. Like, you obviously see all of the athletic gifts there. And if somebody can coach him up and unlock that, then the ceiling's unlimited for him. But there's a reason Katron Allen's a thing, and it's because Katron Allen's a better actual running back than Nick Singleton is. Nick Singleton's just a ridiculous athlete who happens to play the position. And I don't know if him testing would have actually helped. It would have made him higher up on our boards, but I don't think it would have helped with the NFL. I mean, Mike Washington went in the 4th round.
Yeah, but we're talking about testing plus pedigree, and remember that Singleton was like a top tier prospect coming out of high school. Like,
he was like the number 1 running back in his
remember,
class.
He was
this
the number
was
2
like the
overall
next-
recruit out of high school in 2022.
Remember, this was like the next Barkley, Sanders type player from Penn State. Like, we're not talking about a nobody here. We're talking about an upper tier recruit. And remember, I don't know college football. If I'm sitting here telling you that this was an ex 5-star recruit, that means I really paid attention. And for our new viewers, you may not understand why that is significant, but I am the classic Devy football is not real. And I know how high of a recruit Singleton was out of high school. Now, Penn State went through this weird transitional period on offense with him and Katron Allen, and I totally get that. And Aller was awful, and the Penn State team was weird, but the athleticism. Now, look, he might have the vision of a person who is impaired and not allowed to drive, and I get that.
He has the
but
vision of me after all these
he
Jaeger
can be-
bombs.
he might be one of the only players that have worse vision than Jalen Wright. But I feel like that if he was able to test, he would have been able to highlight what he can do. Not to mention, he would have been able to run all of the pass catching drills, which I think is more important than his actual physical testing. Because remember, when Ken Walker, it was that he can't catch a pass, he doesn't know how to catch a pass. But I remember clipping the combine for Ken Walker, and he looked really good when running all of the pass route drills at the combine. Not being able to do that, I think, has hurt Singleton. And I think Singleton is the type of player that can not only be the late round fat ass running back that we want, but he actually has athleticism, and that's
He's
important.
not the fat
He's not
ass.
fat at
He's like
all.
the opposite
Yeah,
of the
not
fat
even
ass.
close
running
to
back. I mean,
fat.
this is
I
the
mean,
thing
by
with
value,
Singleton.
by value,
Sure.
by value, he will be.
I do want to temper expectations a bit. Like, I think it's the most likely scenario to me is that Nick Singleton is your Zach Evans, Sean Tucker memorial Devy guy that never panned out and
Some
never
guys,
becomes a thing.
hold on.
But-
Some guys on this podcast told me that Sean Tucker would be a starter here next year. Lucas,
I think he could be if they give him a
I thought he
chance,
could.
but no one's going to give him a chance. And so I don't think, like, Singleton in round 5, like, the baseline expectation is that he's just never going to play. And, like, he's going to be a kick
he'll play.
returner, and it's
He'll
not going
play.
to happen. Like, okay, I think we overestimate how much teams are depending on round 5 running backs. But if you're in the second round of rookie drafts, like, all this, like, Spears is dead stuff, it's like, I don't know, guys, like, it's round 5. Teams took a fullback 20 picks ago. So, like, that stuff, like, kind of, I think gets overrated in the fantasy community. But if you want to just take a pure swing on upside, Singleton has all of the upside fantasy traits you could possibly want. High pedigree player, as Tom talked about. He's 6 foot, 219, so like actual goal line feature back size. And most importantly, he already has all the receiving skills. I don't know necessarily about the pass pro skills, but you're talking about a guy with a really strong career yards per route run, legitimate receiving impact in years 2, 3, and 4 at Penn State. So, like, I think that there is a ceiling here of like a DeAndre Swift, where you have a guy who's an imperfect rusher who's going to make mistakes, but who's explosive enough. You're willing to keep giving him the ball, and he can stay out there in every single situation.
Yeah.
What odds would I say he reaches that ceiling? Probably like 10 to 20% at most. But with day 3
I'm taking
capital.
that swing.
But like, I think it's a swing worth taking. Just like if you take Elijah Surratt, for instance, I think you have a much better chance of hitting a single. Like, he's gonna play and he's gonna do some stuff. Singleton might just straight up never play. But if you want to just take a pure home run swing, you want to be the Adam Dunn of your league and just go all out and try to hit one deep to right field, I think that Nick Singleton is your best opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I'm ranking him ahead of Surratt. And to Jacob's points, my like best argument for Nick Singleton is it's relatively rare that we get guys who are as big as like feature back sized as Nick Singleton and as efficient of a receiver as he was in college. You can see on the screen here, this is every drafted running back just by the most career yards per out run with those minimums above 210 pounds. Only guys above him are guys that were very productive for fantasy football in the NFL, right? I'm not saying that this is a likely outcome for Singleton. Of course, round 5 pick has to beat out Tajay Spears. And even then, I'm like, will never be convinced that he's anything like approaching a threat to a Tony Pollard on the ground right now. But yeah, things could happen. Pollard could get injured, like the team, he could show explosiveness and the team could decide that they care about that and they value his skill set. So yeah, give him to me as at least like he's honestly with all the outcomes and landing spots we've gotten, he's approaching the 1-2 turn for me at least, which is insane considering that that's higher than I had him pre-draft. And I didn't really like him that much pre-draft outside of that argument I just made. But yeah, just with all the value that's fallen out after the 110, 111, I am just pushing up the 90th to 95th percentile outcome for every single guy. I would still be an Eli Stowers ahead of an Eli Raritan for that exact same reason. I just like, do I know how it's going to happen? No, but just based on pure profile, I'd have to just lean on that for understanding that most of these guys won't be relevant. So if a couple of them will be, I just want to pick the ones that I think will be the biggest hit if they are.
Let's just do rapid fire. I'm going to throw out Nick Singleton versus a name.
Okay.
You guys are not legally beholden to this take. You can go back on your word tomorrow. Yep. But right off the top of your dome,
okay.
Let's just start at the one. I'm going to assume no one's putting him in their top 10. So Nick Singleton versus Denzel Boston. I'm going Boston.
I'll go Boston.
Okay.
I'll go Boston.
Nick Singleton versus Eli Stowers.
Stowers.
Tight end premium, obviously. I'll go Stowers.
I'll go Singleton.
I'll go Singleton. I think I'm going Stowers, but I'm already thinking about Singleton. Okay, Nick Singleton or Eli Raritan?
Singleton.
I'm going Raritan, but I might go Singleton.
Singleton he's just too handcuffed to me.
How about this? Singleton or Jonah Coleman?
Oh, you son of a gun.
Yeah, that's hard.
Coleman.
I'm going Coleman, but
I think I'll go Coleman too.
I'll go Coleman.
I had Coleman ahead pre-draft. He went higher, and the competition is not that materially different to me. So I'll bet on the prospect I think is better.
I just love Coleman. Coleman's helmet's going to be back here at some point in time in the relatively near future.
I'm going Coleman. Okay, Nick Singleton or Antonio Williams?
I'll go Antonio Williams. That spot is too good in Washington.
I think Williams, but that one's really close.
This is where if I have a really good team and I just want pure swing on upside, I'm going Singleton. Yeah. If I'm in a deeper league, I really need like a guy I can put into my lineup at some point. It's an 11 or 12 start type league, 14-team league. I'm going Williams because I think you're getting something out of him. But I can see the case for Singleton.
In like a start 3 wide receiver,
I think I'm ranking those two back to back. Realistically, I don't know what the order will be, but they'll be next to each other in my rankings.
What about like a start 3 wide receiver, 2 flex type? Are you like I'm going Williams?
That's a type
there.
where I'm going Williams because I think I'm going to get something out of him. But if I'm in like if I'm in a shallower league where really only the top scenario matters, then it's Singleton. This is a similar question, but Bernard or Singleton.
Doctor, you are a ball knower. Lendale White, like what a ball knower throwback call. That's phenomenal.
I don't know. He's faster than White to me. Like he seems like he's
I think Lendale White was awesome, but he got absolutely nuked by Chris Johnson. Like Lendale White was sick.
I'm gonna probably go Singleton over Bernard, even while admitting that Bernard is probably better 80% of the time. I just think that Bernard's ceiling outcome is not that impactful outside of like 14 team dynasty leagues.
Yeah, I think it's Singleton there. It sucks, but
Is everybody Singleton over Emmett Johnson? I mean, I had Singleton over Emmett
Absolutely.
Johnson
Yeah,
pre-draft, and
absolutely.
he got a
1000%.
more fun landing spot.
1000%.
Yeah.
1000%.
Yep, it's I had
Singleton
Emmett
or
higher
Carson
pre-draft,
Beck?
and it's enough for me to switch him.
Singleton.
I'll take Singleton over Beck.
I'm with you on that. Like some people value quarterbacks more than I do.
Yeah.
I'm going
Beck's at like the back of that tier for me, or the top of the next tier, probably.
Yeah. I think like, I mean, I get why like, okay, so like BTTH pod is leaving the stream because he's so upset that of the players that we're taking Singleton ahead of. I just don't think like, respectfully, like I think that you're going to be correct on this more often than not. BTTH, like if you're making me bet $100 on who has the better career 1v1, Nick Singleton or insert these guys you're naming like Hurst, whatever, like sure, I'm probably with you. That's just not fantasy football. Like we're looking for power law outcome players, and if we're just comparing 90th plus percentile outcome versus 90th plus percentile outcome, I think Singleton's is higher than a lot of these guys, and I don't care that much that his 70th percentile outcome is significantly worse than most of these other guys. Like, I mean, this is, have I burned a lot of picks on your Sean Tucker, Zach Evans? Sure. But like, I also spent a lot of picks on Chase Brown at the 302, and then you find gold in those scenarios. So I think he's like a player you can dream on, and we need players we can dream on in this dang class.
Well, there's nobody better to discuss Nick Singleton than former Penn State season ticket holder, ball knower, and my co-host of the Dynasty Points Market Report podcast, Andy Buckler, who is joining us. The fat RV god himself is joining us. Buck, what do you think of Nick Singleton here going to Tennessee? How are you feeling? You probably got to be ecstatic. I'm not going to ask you about that team in New York that you quite obviously don't care about, though you're wearing their hoodie. But I want to know about Nick Singleton. Where are you taking him? I know your opinions on this draft class, but you got to be happy with the potential opportunity to play here that Nick Singleton has. Oh, I can't hear you. I cannot hear Buck. That's okay. We're gonna get that figured out here. You are muted. We're gonna get that sorted. But we had a Kendrick Law taken by the Lions here. That's a wide receiver. I'm not really gonna put much into that. Can we go? Who have we not tiered yet? Is the question.
Let's see. We haven't done Lane. I don't know if we care to do Lane.
Let's do the Baltimore guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lane. I would put both Baltimore guys in like A or B. Maybe I'd go Surratt higher, not just because I like him more, but because I think he specifically needed a landing spot that allowed him to play big slot, and Baltimore is a really good fit for that. The Browns, by the way, got there. If we were all waiting for it, the inevitable blocking tight end to pair with Harold Fann, and they took him.
Yep.
Interesting. I don't love that spot. Concepcion hasn't been ranked. Let's talk about Concepcion.
Oh, I thought we talked.
Yeah,
about
we
him for
ranked
like
him.
10
Oh,
minutes.
someone said in the chat that
He's there.
Papacino
We haven't
said
done
he hasn't been
Sadiq
ranked.
yet.
We haven't
also
done
haven't
We
Love.
should do Sadiq and Cooper. Oh, let's do Love first.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is the best player in the class.
He is the best player. in the
I'd
class.
go B.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's so good that I almost don't think any landing spot could have been like a D or an F, because like I think he's just going to be better than wherever he plays. I'd go B because I think it could be worse. Like he has a quarterback who's very check down friendly, right? He's going to get to play with Brissett or Minshew, or frankly even Carson Beck is like a kind of a professional check down type of guy. So that's fun. And like Tyler Algier is kind of annoying. I can give you that, but Love's pretty heavy. I think he's going to be fine in terms of getting goal line work. I would be more annoyed if Love went to a team that had like a locked in pass downs back, because we see teams take these guys kind of slowly in pass pro and receiving. Love's going to get all of that from day one. That's never been Algier's role. And that's really what you want, I think, on the Cardinals, who are going to lose every game 45-10, is him out there in the fourth quarter catching dump offs. So I like the Love spot. I obviously wish he went to like Washington, would have been way more fun. But I would argue that this is actually a better spot than Tennessee.
Really?
I would argue the same
I
thing.
think so.
Yeah, that's been my contention is I think people just see Arizona and they're like, well, this is the worst quarterback situation, at least long term, of any of the possible spots. So people are down on that. And that makes sense. It makes sense. That's a relevant factor to me. But yeah, bigger for me in terms of fantasy, just given Love's archetype, is there is no real competition on passing downs here. That's how he's going to have to win in fantasy in year one anyway, on an Arizona Cardinals team that's going to go 3-14. So I like it. I like that James Conner, being 31 years old off a foot injury, is like maybe the most credible passing down threat, but he didn't even play that role last year. Trey Benson did for the 3 games that he was a real player and not a theoretical player. Like, I think Love just easily slots into all of that stuff. Your worst case scenario, like your biggest fear, is just Tyler Algier is in at the goal line an annoying amount, kind of like Bijan Robinson's rookie season, but he was still a high-end RB2 on like an efficient workload, basically. I think that's your worst case for Love. And the Cardinals place very poorly in the standings. They're very high in the draft. They select a quarterback very high in 2027, and people get excited about the offense there. And you're going into next year with Love as just like a guaranteed top 4-ish. Well, maybe with the 2027 rookies could pass him, but like that he's extremely safe in this landing spot. He could give you some relevant fantasy points this year. I think that's a better bet than he would have been in Tennessee or in New York to do that this year, like immediately. So I'm pretty happy with it. The Commanders would have been better, but I like people that hate this spot. I just can't take seriously the idea that anything other than the Commanders would have been better. There was no other realistic spot for him that would have been superior to me outside of Commanders.
So I think that the long-term ceiling with the Titans is a little bit higher just for the personnel that they have there. For you're talking Dayball, I'd like Ward as an established quarterback there. I think their line, for the most part, that like their league average or slightly above.
Hey, it's a McShanahan offense. We like these McShanahan running backs, right? Come on. It's like the grossest possible McShanahan play caller, short of like this side of Shane Waldron, but it technically is part of that tree. Like and honestly, I feel like Mike LaFleur has been a little bit vindicated in his Jets tenure, considering everything that's happened after that. So yeah, I'm open to this being like a good schematic spot for him, that this can be an efficient offense in 2027. So I'm pretty satisfied with this for Love. I would take Genty over him right now. I messed up and said the opposite on the day one live stream, recanting that. Love's still my Dynasty RB4 instead of RB3 over Genty, but I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, do you want to know what my biggest takeaway is with Love? Like my biggest takeaway?
Yes.
If you had hopes for Marvin Harrison Jr., throw it out the window.
Oh yeah, this is a minus P-row offense for sure, which is something I think people need to get through their heads. This is not plus 7% P-row 50 drop back garbage time. There will be garbage time, but they are not trying to do a drop back heavy offense with that. So yeah. Your worst case is it looks like the Raiders and it's slow paced and run heavy even when they're down 14.
Yeah, if you had hopes that you were going to get a Marvin Harrison Jr. year 3 breakout because of volume, it's gone. Like it is as good as gone.
I don't agree with that.
What hope could you possibly have?
the same
your
you
hope
had
is that
2
he's really
seconds
good
ago.
and he breaks out.
Who's
and
groaning in the background? Can they mute? Someone is like sounds like they're like taking a shit.
That's the Marvin Harrison Jr. soundboard right there.
That's the Marvin Harrison Jr.
mentioned.
soundboard
You hear the
is just
groan.
like Bach going in the background.
But yeah, I've tried to be very open to the Marvin Harrison Jr. stuff this offseason. I was saying a year ago that I would look to buy this offseason if Kyler's gone. Kyler's gone. But the price has just been higher in every format that I'm comfortable with. Like I want it to be the case, but yeah, when I compare him to he's had a higher dynasty ADP than Devontae Smith this entire offseason, I think. Bad. And that just is really, really bad to me.
I might be a little bit more best ball brained on his price than dynasty brained, but I'll say 2 things on the Mike LaFleur offense that excite me. One is if you remember back to that Jets year after Breece Hall got hurt, this is the same Mike LaFleur offense. Who was it Mike White was the quarterback, and he loved checking down, and they did a lot of this pony personnel stuff with Michael Carter as the ostensible running back, and then Ty Johnson playing a lot at the same time, and they were scheming up a lot of really creative running back receiving concepts with pony personnel. So I think we might see some of that, which is really favorable for Jeremiah Love. And then in terms of the Marvin Harrison of it all, I totally agree. It's going to be massive P or low P row, but I don't think that necessarily means low pass rate. Like they weren't that high of P row in the first quarter sometimes last year, so they got down so frequently. They didn't do anything to help their defense. They drafted a running back in round 1. They drafted a guard, who I love, by the way, in round 2. And then they drafted a quarterback in round 3. So this defense is still going to completely stink. And that year at the Jets with Michael LaFleur, they were not a Raiders-esque shut the whole thing down in quarter 2 if we're behind offense. They were competitive. And so I do think we're going to see an offense that tries to establish the run, falls behind by a lot of points, and then plays fast and competitive football in the second halves of games. And if you have McBride, if you have hope for Marvin, if you're a Michael Wilson guy, then I think that's where you get excited, is not the intention, but the competitiveness from behind, which I think you can buy into.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's okay. It's just, I don't know, just an interesting spot for me personally. The chat also seems to say that you're coping. So I don't know what you feel about that, but the chat.
What am I
does
coping
seem to say
about?
that you're
Love
coping.
Harrison? I'm not sure.
Probably Harrison.
I'm sure that I don't know why I'd be coping about Harrison. I've been lower on Harrison basically the entire point of his NFL career. So I wouldn't say that I'm coping on Harrison. I would say I'm more likely to be in on Harrison this year than I ever have been, including his rookie year. So I don't think that coping is quite an accurate characterization. Unless we're talking about several of the underperforming receivers I did like. I cope for Jaden Reed.
Josh Downs.
You want coping? I was just gonna bring up, you know who hasn't drafted a receiver yet? The Indianapolis Colts. So you want to get into some cope? 2 wide receiver sets, Josh Downs, 2026. Let's go.
It's never happening. It's never happening. The Josh Downs thing, even the Jaden Reed money, $20 million guaranteed over 3 years. I mean, that's just such wide receiver 3 money. It's crazy.
Who's starting in 2 receiver sets for the Colts? Do you actually think it's going to be Ashton Dulin? Because that's literally the competition.
It has been Ashton Dulin at some points, but I don't know that that's what will happen over a full season. But
I know they've done.
Brian puts up a good point.
I know they've done 2 wide receiver sets. I know they've done 2 wide receiver sets. Ashton Dulin, is this real? Jawan Johnson to the Colts?
I think you're getting one guide here, but
okay.
Man,
I will say Juwan Jennings.
Maybe he means Jawan Jennings.
Your wide receiver too.
Okay, that would be a thing. I do think that the Ashton Dulin 2 receiver sets thing has always struck me as this is one game with an injury and we're gonna figure out something to get through the week scenario where Josh Downs practices in a specific role and we're not gonna completely change his role for one game vibes because Ashton Dullin's been with the Colts since 1981 and he knows all of the things to do. I really, really don't believe that the Colts are going to go into a season and their plan is to give 95% of the snaps to a career special teamer. Like, Ashton Dulin is slightly more qualified Matthew Slater.
Ooh, okay. All right.
Just
Best
real
gunner
quick,
in the league.
couple of like semi-fantasy relevant things owing back to previous conversations. The Browns, we were talking about who's their Y tight end, just selected Joe Royer. I am not that intimately familiar with Joe Royer. I believe he's bigger. I think that might be like their answer to who's our blocking tight end that Monken was promised was going to be drafted. So that may be him.
He's 6'6", 250.
Yeah. So that might have been our answer there. And then the Ravens selected Josh Cuevas, tight end out of Alabama, Tom. So your live reaction and then take us to the mock. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just another tight end. Chris Weck could argue with me till I'm blue in the face. I say this all the time. There's nobody that knows the Ravens better than I do. I'll be as critical as them as I can be. I've even been so critical that I've been accused of being a Bills fan. The paragon of objectivity, the least homer of homers in terms of their fandom. The Ravens drafting multiple tight ends is like death and taxes. It's guaranteed.
Well, they needed one. They lost what's his face? The Iowa State guy, Charlie Collar. So they replaced him. And they just drafted someone fun. Adam Randall.
Yeah,
Welcome to the Baltimore Ravens. I love this. I mean, Adam Randall is like everything we said about Nick Singleton, but worse, is kind of how I would describe Adam Randall. Like, he's another big height, weight, speed type of athlete. He's a converted wide receiver.
He's the Eli Heidenreich of Antonio Gibson's.
That's a great way of putting it. But like, if you wanted to say like to me, if I'm thinking of how does Adam Randall ever make sense, as an NFL running back, I need him with a mobile quarterback because the job of a Ravens running back is so much more simplified than most schemes because you're running a lot through the zone read with Lamar Jackson. You're going to get downhill opportunities where, Adam Randall is not going to be the type of back who has massive experience operating in zone running, in duo, and picking gaps. But like if you just get him on a zone read option, run straight downhill really fast, he could do that. And super impressive athlete, and they don't have an RB2 on their roster really. Like it's Justice Hill as a pass downs guy. Adam Randall, 18th round of a best ball draft, 4th round of a dynasty draft. I'm into that.
Yeah, that's totally legitimate 4th round taxi squad stash type of guy. But
all right,
yeah,
let's quickly rip through the rest of this tier sheet so we can mock draft. I think that's what we're looking at. Let's do Sadiq.
B.
I think that's fair.
He's more of a C to me. My like big annoyance with this is I just think that when it comes to fantasy viability, I think a big part of the role you were hoping a Sadiq would get is he gets the screens, he gets like the little targets around the line of scrimmage, and he gets to run after the catch. That's just like he's just directly competing with Omar Cooper for that now, both in terms of being on the field in the slot and also that like role / skill set. So I just if they hadn't taken Cooper, I'd be in on a B. But yeah, I just hate that they took both of them because one of them is going to just not pan out because of that. Is how I'm kind of viewing it.
I think that's fair. Let's talk Cooper.
Yeah, he'd be a D just because I think he's less likely to pan out, and for
redundant.
all the same reasons I just said. Yeah,
I love his landing spot. I don't know. I think that he pairs so well there, but I don't think I'm winning this one.
Would it be a fair criticism, Lucas, that some of your landing spots seem to take the approach of the team and their real life values and less about our fantasy teams?
You know what? Some of
Like
that does play
Debbie
into it.
should
I
be.
will fully say that. Yeah.
At least you don't hide from it. Who else do we need? Do we need Malachi Fields?
Stribling.
Stribling?
Fields, I mean, I don't know. Give him an A. Like, I don't like him at all, but
Fields is an A, I guess.
He's going to play.
Yeah.
Okay. Stribling is also an A, just in the fact that you have to take it like 1% seriously because it's like Kyle Shanahan. But also you should take it less seriously because he doesn't give a fuck about reaching, and he's a blocking wide receiver per Shanahan. So I don't know, whatever. He doesn't matter. He shouldn't be on the board.
Kyle Shanahan picks of skill players are like the only ones where I just throw out the draft capital because like his reaches don't work. He does this every year. He takes guys on day 2 that shouldn't go on day 2. And it's not like he has a history of outsmarting the room on these guys, right? Like if we lived in a world where Ty Davis Price and Danny Gray and Trey Sermon and all these dudes like all worked out, Cam Latu, but like they usually are just epic failures. And the draft capital is S tier, but I don't think the landing spot's that good. Like, is he even going to play? He's behind Pearsall, Evans, and Christian Kirk. Like, is he just a blocking receiver for them?
He is, 100%.
I think he is.
This is better for Christian McCaffrey than it is for Brock Purdy. Period.
That's fair. If you ignore the draft capital compared to previous expectation, the spot itself is not good for fantasy output. I'd agree with that. So yeah, put him in C or D or whatever.
The Niners are so wild. Like, it seems like they just they just don't seem to like care about value in any meaningful sense. They're kind of like, oh, I like this player for like a specific role, and we're just gonna take him.
To their credit, I guess this is what leads to we're actually going to play Brock Purdy over Trey Lance, who we traded up for and drafted what it was 6th overall, 7th, 8th, whatever it was. 4th? Did he go 4th overall? Like, no other franchise.
Lance went 3rd.
Lance went 3rd overall. No other franchise
Lawrence, Wilson, Lance.
No one else does that.
4th.
No one else says Purdy is playing better. He's running our offense better. We're going to play him over the 3rd overall pick at every opportunity. And of course, it has worked. Yeah, they haven't like won a Super Bowl, but it has unquestionably worked out for them in terms of, just advancing their roster deep into the playoffs because of playing Brock Purdy over Trey Lance. So good for them in terms of they don't care about value when they're actually making their coaching decisions. But yeah, when you're sitting in the war room and selecting players and trying to maximize the value you're adding to your roster, it is definitely not ideal. All right.
Who do we got left?
Why don't we just do the mock draft now?
I feel like we got to go to mock draft.
Yeah, let's just mock draft.
Let's mock.
All right.
Cyrus Allen went to the Chiefs. Wide receiver Cyrus Allen.
Oh, that's wide receiver 1. That's wide receiver 1 right there. Allen over Worthy. All right, let's realistically, let's do this. All right, the way this is going to work, it's going to go myself, Jacob, Ryan, and Lucas, but let me give this a proper intro. Welcome to the Dynasty Points first rookie mock draft. We have Ryan Heath, Jakob Sanderson, Lucas Gilbert, myself, Thomas Tipple. We are going to mock draft these players during day 3 of the NFL draft. I'm excited for this. We're taking into account landing spot and fantasy impact. I'm excited. You're excited. Let's dive right in. I mean, I don't have to do much thinking on this as much as I love the Tate landing spot. We're taking Love here at the 101. That's going to be the consensus. I don't even need to give too much in terms of in-depth insight on this. Could he have a Genty level year 1? Perhaps, perchance, per maybe. But I'm all in here on Love at the 101. I'll pass it over to Jacob here, who will have the 102.
Man, I'm right on the hot seat here. This is going to be a spot where someone in the chat said, we need to stop hedging. I'm gonna hedge in my rankings. I'm gonna have Tyson over Tate in my base rankings. I'm probably going to put Tate over Tyson in my market-adjusted rankings because I expect he'll be the consensus 102. And I definitely don't feel so strongly that I would have, 20% exposure to Tyson and 0% exposure to Tate. But for this purpose, I'm saying it's one league. Who do I want to take as the 102? As much as I like the Tate landing spot, I still like Tyson Moore as a player, and I like his landing spot as well. I give a very slight lean to him, so give me Jordan Tyson at my 102.
All right, I think that's fair. Ryan, 103.
Yeah, this is the easiest pick in the draft for me. I take whichever of Tyson or Tate are available at 103 every single time. So I'm taking Carnell Tate here. I also will have Tyson ranked ahead. I prefer him as a prospect, slightly prefer the landing spot, which is a little controversial, but yeah, I think they're both A- tier prospects, can both be productive immediately. There's not really any better kind of prospect plus landing spot combinations in this class than these two guys. So yeah, give me Tate at 103 and I'm very happy with it.
All right, Lucas, 104.
This one kind of sucks because I have to make a definitive statement here, and I'm going to go with Mendoza. I don't really like the landing spot for Lemon, even though I like it long term. I think I was campaigning for it to be a B, but it makes me a little nervous, so I'm going to go with Mendoza. It's a little bit more sure thing.
I think that's fair. I think the 105 is easy for me. I was flip-flopping a little bit, kind of like how Jacob does on a week-to-week basis in season. But I think I'm going to go with Concepcion here at 1-5. I do not really want to draft Lemon in the spot that he's in Philly. I don't love the fit. I don't love the crossover. We got the 2-tap from the GM here. Don't love that. I will go with Concepcion here. Yes, they 2-tapped, but I believe the prospect is just so much better on the first player than the second that they drafted. I'll take Concepcion here. 105 was my 105 going in pre-draft. It's going to stick here.
To slightly interrupt our mock draft, we did get another fantasy eligible
Yes, we did.
player. We got Kevin Coleman to the Dolphins. I got to be honest, I'm not really part of the Kevin Coleman nerd hive, but there is a Kevin Coleman nerd hive that Ryan's a part of, so feel free to speak on that.
Yeah, Kevin Coleman was my favorite, like just projected day 3 wide receiver coming into this class. He is a small, undersized slot only player, so that just limits the overall upside. But hey, in terms of producing at different spots over his career, is one of the only pre-age 21 seasons above 2 yards per team pass attempt in this class. He's on a list with like Jordan Tyson and a bunch of round 1 guys basically over the last few years for that. Went to Missouri and matched the yard per game production of Luther Burden from the year before this past season. So I am into Kevin Coleman. I think he can be a really fantasy friendly type of player. I love that it's an instant Dolphins landing spot where he could conceivably just win that starting slot role in camp.
Malik Washington's backup.
That is true. Oh man, that is true. It is Malik
Washington,
another
pretty
player
similar prospect.
Yeah, honestly, yes. But hey, it's a new regime here. They took Kevin Coleman. I'll bet on Kevin Coleman in round 3 of rookie drafts.
I'm going to go round 2.
I think his production profile is genuinely better than Chris Bell's, and if they were drafted in the same spot, I would have ranked Coleman ahead, is how I'll put it. So, yeah, anyone that was just arguing with me earlier in the show about how Chris Bell's spot is so amazing, no, it's not, because Kevin Coleman's going to be the alpha by the time Chris Bell gets on the field. So take that.
He's definitely better than Caleb Douglas.
He is definitely better than Caleb Douglas. Yes.
Jacob, who do you got at 106?
106. Yeah, this is an easy pick for me. I see Mekhi Lemon still on the board. He was my pre-draft wide receiver 2. I've moved him behind Carnell Tate with him falling a bit in the draft with a landing spot that I think is less than ideal. But I think most of the fit issues that I've discussed are, to me, more issues for Eli Sowers, who is the guy that got drafted far later, who's the guy I'm far less confident in. And I think, like, at worst, we're talking about Mekhi Lemon playing more routes from the outside than the slot, but still playing a lot of routes. And I have confidence he can win from outside or inside. And yeah, overall, I think that pretty big Mekhi Lemon fan in a vacuum. I think I'm getting a discount relative to his profile based on the landing spot. I'm always happy to scoop that. and he's going to be great catching passes from Cole Payton next year.
Wow.
I love it. Yeah.
Here's one legitimate take. I want this clipped if this comes true. Cole Payton had 13 rushing touchdowns 2 years before he became a starter. Jalen Hurts struggled with injuries the last years. I do not think he's taking over for Hurts as a starter anytime ever. I think it is a non-zero chance that Cole Payton is the tush-push specialist next year and not Jalen Hurts.
I think that totally makes sense. Yeah, he was playing that sort of role at least at one point for them at North Dakota State. So yeah, give me that. I love that. I think he's like a totally fine way to burn a third or a fourth round rookie pick, even in spite of that, just given the rushing profile and the fact that the Howie Roseman of it all. But yeah, that's a pretty fun one. I'm up at 107 here. And I will say, if you have a rookie draft and you can like maneuver around somewhere on the board, like before the draft starts, I would be trying to get to the 106, because I think any way you cut it, people are going to have Fernando Mendoza, Casey Concepcion, Mekhi Lemon, and the guy I'm about to take in different orders. I think that's like going to be the most variant spot of the draft. And I think at the 106 by my rankings, by my values, you are at least getting a player a tier ahead of the guy I'm about to select, which is going to be Jadarian Price. I'm no Price fan, but just being a round one running back to me is enough for him to be at the top of this next tier of four guys that I have. I don't think he is necessarily going to come in and win a bell cow role or anything of the sort. I think Emmanuel Wilson is going to be utilized on pass downs. I think Zach Charbonnet is going to come back eventually and be a problem. But with Price, you're making just kind of a worse version of the Ken Walker bet when he was coming out of college, in terms of he's an explosive runner, has some draft capital that should hopefully get him on the field, give him a chance to show what he can do. I don't think this regime in Seattle is going to be that swayed by the Price type of runner in terms of giving him a bell cow workload or goal line work or anything like that because of the explosive runs. But it will at least be like an argument on fantasy Twitter. He will have dynasty value because of this. That's just kind of how I envision him. That's worth the 107 to me over any of these other guys.
I think that's pretty fair. Lucas?
Kenyon Sadiq.
You got me.
Like,
I
I
was
can't
hoping.
believe he was still there. I was really sweating it because I was like, oh, am I going to have to do Sadiq or am I going to have to do Cooper, who I don't like? I like Sadiq better, or I don't know. Maybe I do Ty Simpson and just like really like screw everything up. But yeah, Sadiq, that's easy.
This makes my next pick here at 1-9 so tough. And this is where I hate this pick. Like, ideally, I'm sending the 109 out for veterans, DJ Moore level. That's probably like the lowest I would trade this pick for. I'd be begging to go and find somebody like Zay Flowers here with this 109 for somebody that knows what rookie is going to produce in round one. And I just think for relative upside cases, it's got to be Ty Simpson over Denzel Boston and Omar Cooper Jr., who got double tapped and really thinned out this rookie class. If and or when Simpson gets to take over, we just hope McVay doesn't decide to retire as a head coach, go the Sean Payton route, do 1 year of media, and then come back somewhere else. I'm really hoping that Ty Simpson works out. I am the Superflex quarterback gross room god, and Simpson is going to be that guy for me from 201 to 109. I need this to work, but man, I'm scared here at the 109. Jacob, you're up. 110.
Sorry, my computer was bugging out, but I think I'm back. I was getting spinning wheeled. All right, 110. Let's see. Well, this to me is like a massive tier break, so I don't think I have much of a decision to make, honestly. I don't love... Okay, before I make my pick, I've just been triggered. The safest bet of all time is round one running back. I don't think 32 for a part-time player. If we're talking top half of round one running backs, 100%. If we're talking even late round one running backs with like very strong 3-down profiles, including early 2 running backs, very true. If we're talking late round 1 running backs with very sketchy profiles, not safe. Like that includes Sony Michel, that includes Rashad Penny, that includes Clyde Edwards-Helaire. It also includes Josh Jacobs. Yeah. So it's not like you're doomed to failure. But in terms of purely safety, like no, I don't think that Jadarian Price is a safe pick at all. And we're also
those 4
pick
guys
32.
you just said are the 4 closest comps in my model statistically to Jadarian Price. So
I don't think
if he works out.
This is the thing. Like J-Man, I don't think that you're actually right. Like I'm saying guys like JJ will have no choice but to say it. I would bet a lot that JJ will come up with Concepcion ahead of Price in his rankings, kind of knowing a bit of what goes into his model. You'd also have to look at, it's not about round 1 versus round 2. Like he went the last pick of round 1. He's more comparable to guys like a Ronald Jones, who went at pick 36 or 37. So it's, the draft capital matters a lot, but I don't think it makes it super safe. Anyways, I'm on the clock at 110. And yeah, it's the last of a tier for me. I'm not a big Omar Cooper fan. I think he has a lot of ceiling in a vacuum. I have a hard time squinting and loving that ceiling in the context of the New York Jets, where he's, a long way below a Garrett Wilson. Quarterback questions there. Kenyon City just got drafted there. But, he was my pre-draft wide receiver 5. He gets a better spot and better draft capital than Denzel Boston. I'm going to keep him there at the 110.
I think that's fair. I really think that's fair. Ryan, 111. Let's keep it moving.
Yeah, this one's also super easy. I won't talk a ton about it. It's just Denzel Boston for me still. Don't totally love the profile, but has some actual college production. Went top of round 2. He comps just statistically in my model to guys like on the good end, Alad McConkey, on the bad end, Xavier Legette. That's kind of the range that we're in here. I don't know that he's going to be amazing. I don't totally love the fit in terms of the offense and the fantasy friendliness, just because I think he's kind of stuck on the outside next to a better target earner in Casey Concepcion, potentially Harold Fannin. Like I think he just is kind of the X receiver you stick out there that isn't going to earn a ton of targets or be good for fantasy, but his profile is infinitely better than anybody you could consider at 112, and I am just very happy that I don't have the 112 in this mock, because I think that's really where the massive tier break is. I wouldn't really fault you for putting anybody's name at 112. Like there's almost no one you could put here that I'm about to make fun of.
Well, let's put that to the test. Lucas, you are not only muted, but you are up at 112.
So I think whenever we do this in the future, we need a snake. It won't save me from this pick, but it would make me feel a little bit better about the players I'm picking just in general. So I'm looking at this. It all kind of sucks. Gosh, I'm doing Antonio Williams, and I don't feel great about it, but I do like him as a prospect. The only times that Clemson was good at all last year was whenever Antonio Williams was healthy. So it's a good landing spot. He has a chance, I think, to realistically beat out Denzel Boston, even though I would absolutely take Boston over Williams. So,
see, this just makes my pick here at 201 that much easier. I don't even need to think about it. It's Chris Bell. I mean, we're talking about a guy that Brett Whitefield had so high in his process, and we're talking about a guy that can scout wide receivers. There's nobody that I trust. Not Matt Harmon, not JJ. With all due respect to the work that they do, it is Brett Whitefield over at Fantasy Points, and he really likes Chris Bell. We're talking about maybe a 1-year injury redshirt tight scenario. We're talking about opportunity, playing time, talent around him. Chris Bell at the 2-1 just feels like such a smash pick for me. And maybe at worst, you're getting a real wide receiver 3 when we're looking at the impact of what these, nesting doll type wide receivers score. I'm okay taking a shot here at Chris Bell. Round 1 to 2 talent here ranked by Brett Whitefield, getting him at the 2-1. No stress here, no real risk. I understand that the 2-1 in Dynasty is historically one of the worst picks that you can hold. why not throw an upside shot at Chris Bell from Louisville? I like this pick at 2-1. I can go to bed happy with this one. Jacob, you are up here at the 2-2.
Yeah, not a fun pick. I mean, I think this is going to be a range of the drafts really after. For me, I like Boston plenty at the 111 ahead of the rest, but the chat doesn't seem to. So I might even include him within this. Like once you get to the 111, 112 into the mid-second, I think almost everyone's going to have a completely different order of how they rank these guys. And that's probably makes it a prime trade back range where if you're willing to just move back 4 or 5 slots and take whatever comes to you, and add an extra bite at the apple, that's probably what I'm going to try to do as much as possible. But here, obviously, we don't have trades. I just wanted to flag that. So I'm going to go ahead and take the guy that I think is going to be my 112. I might have to think on that a little bit, but I think it's in my 112. I'll take Jonah Coleman. He was my pre-draft RB2 in the class. Of course, falls to day 3, but he still gets drafted as the RB4, and really the RB3 because Kalen Black doesn't count. So I'm a fan of Coleman's profile in a vacuum. Dobbins is a short-term option who has a long injury history. Would not be hard to see Coleman taking over halfway through this season if Dobbins gets hurt or in 2027. I like Harvey for his role as a receiver, but he struggles in pass pro, struggles the goal line, inside rushing stuff. And while I think he can improve, the Broncos have sent, I think, a pretty clear signal that they view Harvey more as a situational role player in a backfield, not as a overall workhorse. So I'll bet on Coleman becoming a startable running back by 2027, player I legitimately believe in, and I'll take him at the 2-2 here.
Yep, I think that pick makes a ton of sense. Coleman's also someone that I will have very high up in that tier in consideration for me. Another guy, though, I will have him clearly behind Coleman, but I'm pretty happy to get him at the 203, is going to be Nick Singleton. It feels crazy drafting a round 5 running back this early, but I think in this class, we've gotten to a point in this tier where the median outcome for all of these picks is they are never really worth anything to your starting lineup in fantasy. Given that that's the case, I just want to optimize for the 90th to 99th percentile outcome. And I think Singleton's is pretty strong.
Ooh, I like this.
He is just on a list in terms of guys that are over 210 pounds that were as efficient in the receiving game by yards per out run in college as he was. It's guys like Travis Etienne, Dalvin Cook, Saquon Barkley, Cam Scatteraboo. It's all just really fantasy-friendly running backs. I'm not going to defend his vision, his skills as a runner, anything like that. I don't even like if you say, Ryan, is he going to outtouch Tony Pollard this year? I would say probably not. Is he going to overtake Tajay Spears this year? That's like maybe even a coin flip. But just understanding that that's the median outcome, I'm still fine with this pick because if I'm wrong, if anything happens, guys get injured, he flashes talent and forces his way onto the field in any sort of way, just the upside bell cow is there for him. And I can't say that about any other running back in this class past him. I can't really make that compelling of an upside case for any player at any other position outside of him that is left on the board. So yeah, Singleton is an easy 203 for me.
I like that. Lucas, who do you got 2-4?
Give me Zach Branch. Like at this point, it's just going to be a dart throw, and I do like his ability to potentially contribute. Like you're going to know what you have early on with him, I think. And so if we're moving on from him, we're moving on from him.
Green.
And it's
No
okay.
way.
Oh gosh, wait a minute.
Can they just draft a pocket passer? Like,
oh my gosh.
Do they have a sign at the Browns facility that says you have to take a sack or scramble on 30% of your dropbacks to enter?
No, that's
Can they just
Monken's-
take a quarterback who drops back and throws the ball?
That's Monken's Lamar replacement. What are you talking
Like,
about?
how many of these guys, man? Watson, Shadur, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, Brett Hundley, who was the Panthers UFL superstar that they got like for a little bit. what was his name? Philip? Was it Phil something? I don't even know. Whatever his
Couldn't
name was.
tell
They
ya.
had that guy. You know who I'm talking about.
I
It was like he
do.
played on the Panthers.
He made an insane
whatever.
throw to DJ Moore to win the game.
Yes, that guy. I can't remember his name.
Walker, Philip Walker.
Philip Walker.
PJ
yeah.
Walker.
PJ
Yes.
PJ
PJ
slash
Walker.
Philip Walker. Yeah. Like it's just
This is a great
Just draft a
tweet
real
from Underdog.
quarterback.
This is a great tweet from Underdog, by the way. They don't miss.
anyways. That's fun. Sorry, we had to interrupt you, Lucas, with a fantasy eligible
No,
pick.
it's
but
all
now,
good. I
Now I
didn't
want
have
you to
anything
get
good
back
to say.
cooking on Zach Brown.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you'll know early on what you have with him, which I guess is a good thing. But yeah, there's not a lot else to add with him.
Okay, so I'm up here. You sniped me a little bit. Theo Greminger in the chat. What up, Theo? You can see all of his work, as we mentioned at length here at the Dynasty section of the Fantasy Points YouTube channel. I'm up here. You sniped me here, Lucas. I'm not going to lie to you.
Hey,
I think I'm going to go... Man, Razzle Brazzle was my guy, but that fall was pretty nasty. I don't love the Surratt in Baltimore for fantasy, but I am going to go Eli Stowers here, especially in tight end premium. Goddard has been an underrated fantasy asset for a very long time. And if we're talking about someone taking over for Goddard, I think this is a big signal for Stowers in 2027. Philadelphia just really just preloading their next man up type offense here in 2027 with Lemon and Stowers. I think at 205 in a tight end premium, you can't really go wrong for somebody that was in contention for tight end one in this class. I like Stowers here. I know the chat really wants a quarterback here, but in tight end premium, this is the type of pick that you get at 205 that you can turn into a first round pick here in 2027 if we see any sign of life. I mean, Lucas, you've done the study. All a tight end has to do is really get on the field and play at all, and they gain value. I can see a world where Stowers gains value over every other player selected here in the second round. So at 2.5, I have no issue grabbing the last potential difference maker here in the second round compared to everyone else. We're talking about Skylar Bell, Sam Roush, Malachi Field, maybe Oscar Delp here in New Orleans, and Razzle Brazzle from Tennessee at 2.5. This is probably the last pick that I feel really confident about here in this rookie draft. Jacob, you are up here at the 2.6.
All right. The chat is dying for a quarterback, except for one guy who's really upset about the concept of Superflex. And they're not getting a quarterback from me because I'm taking Eli Raritan, tight end, New England Patriots.
This is a good
as of
pick,
last
too.
night.
I
As of
love
last
these
night, he
last
was my
two picks, by the
112.
way.
I'm gonna bump Coleman over him, and I might end up with Stowers over him. Like I went back and forth on that a lot last night, and I still haven't settled. I expect Stowers to be ahead of him in my market rankings, anyways. But yeah, I've already talked glowingly about Raritan when we were doing the landing spot tier list. He would have been my tight end 2 in real life. He was my tight end 5 for fantasy pre-draft with a expected draft capital in round 5. That's how strongly I feel about this player and his upside. And he gets this incredible landing spot on New England. You know, maybe it's a slow start because I think Hunter Henry is their primary receiving tight end out the gates. But I think it's very easy to envision him as a long-term, every down tight end, potential number 2, number 3 pass catcher for a Drake May offense. It's just really high floor to me in the mid-second of rookie drafts. And I think that's potentially exciting. And I still would not dismiss the ceiling. We're still talking about a guy who showed 2.23 yards per route run in basically his 1 year fully recovered from 2 torn ACLs. Maybe there's more here and he becomes like a true mid to high end tight end 1 in fantasy. He's the bet I'd be looking to make in the second round of my rookie drafts as often as possible. Love it.
All right, I like that. Ryan 2.7. I don't think it gets worse from here.
Yeah, I really like these last couple picks that have gone off the board. So that's a mental note to myself that I think there might be a tier break here, which is different than how I had it entering today. I am deciding between three guys here. I don't know. Sorry, chat. You're not getting a quarterback. I was thinking about it, but I'm going to go with Jeremy Bernard here.
This is a good pick.
He's like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Jeremy Bernard is going to like completely change your dynasty roster and that he's going to break out all over the place and be like an amazing power law player or anything like that. He is not that, but at the 207 in a class as weak as this, to get a wide receiver that has like hints of an age adjusted profile that went on day 2, I'm okay with it. I think he can develop into a flex level player. Before the draft, I was comparing him to Jakobi Meyers in the sense that Jakobi Meyers is like the wide receiver 32 every single year. You can lock it in and no one really cares, but you can always just kind of count on that. That's like what I think Bernard can be for fantasy one day. So I'll take that over the alternatives here, but I do think this is a bit of a mini tier break after Stowers and Raritan.
I not a whole lot to argue with you here on Ryan. You know I want to. You know I want to for the content, but I just can't. Lucas, 2-8.
You know, the chat really wants a quarterback, and I'll oblige. I'll go Taylor Green. You know, just for the heck of it. Like if we're
Oh
talking,
my God.
Not
if
the
we're
quarterback I
talking
was
about like
expecting,
who
but I
has
love it.
upside at this point in time,
Fair. Totally
I'll
fair.
go with Taylor Green. There's a
Totally
better
fair.
than like zero chance that he starts 1 or 2 games this season. And I think that he's going to run. If Todd Moken can do some fun things with him, they have some weapons in this offense. Like, it's at least going to be fun. And at this point in time, I want to have fun.
Yeah, fantasy friendly skill set, and he could very easily start games this year as the Browns tank down the stretch. So yeah, I don't hate it at all. Yeah, Tom, you are.
I love so much that we have a chat that is just begging for Carson Beck, which like is the
do you want
concept of
Carson
that is
Beck?
hilarious.
Carson Beck.
The concept of that is so funny to me because like Carson Beck is like one of the most memed and like derided and despised players in the history of college football. Like college football Twitter had like basically 3 pastimes like over the last 5 years of what they wanted to do. And it's like they wanted to like barbecue pork shoulders, and they wanted to crush beers, and they wanted to fire off mean tweets about Carson Beck. And now we're getting like the Carson Beck stands in the chat. Get out of here. There's no Carson Beck stands. Also, the 6th round started, which means we all have to do another drink, except for Tom, who I think is out of Jaeger.
This is the last bit of Jaeger I have. I'm not kidding. I have this bottle of 375 milliliters is now gone, but look,
I'm also out of Jaeger, but I'm gonna like empty the last drops in this just for posterity.
Look, I will say, I think. Oh, what a manly ass chug here from Ryan! Shout
There
out.
was
Your hair doesn't
very
reflect
little
it,
liquid left
but
in that bottle.
Look, I said Ryan Bear earlier, and people laugh, but I believe in you.
Ryan's
At the very least, Otter.
Ryan is the type of man that doesn't hire a cleaner for his apartment.
True.
I'll say that. Look, I am the most, and I'll say this, I am the most gross draft every quarterback type man in the dynasty space, and I will own up to that. I will be honest about that. My quarterback rooms look nasty most of the time because I think quarterback 2 is the most overvalued asset in fantasy. We argued with CEO of Fantasy Points, Scott Barrett, to this at an extensive rate, and I still refuse to draft Beck here at the 2-9. Like, I absolutely refuse. However, I think that there is a place for quarterback. I just don't think this is the one. I am going to stop the slide here for one particular tight end here in tight end premium. Trey already has it queued up. I'm going to go Oscar Delp here at the 2-9. He knows me so well, Trey. You had this queued up. Everyone knows that knows that I love Juwan Johnson. That is my guy. He has been my gross tight end for a long time, and he's not getting any younger. He also has this tendency for getting injured, and I think Oscar Delp can do everything Juwan Johnson can do and more. If we think that Kellen Moore's offense is just going to provide more and more fantasy opportunity, and maybe Shuck is not long for the 2027 season, I think that Oscar Delp is somebody that we should be targeting. No more Mormon miracles here in Taysom Hill. I think that Oscar Delp is somebody that can provide big time bounce back quality in terms of where you're picking here. And in the late two, what else can you ask for in a tight end premium? I like Oscar Delp. He has a clear path to success, and I love him as a prospect. I'm going Oscar Delp here at the 2-9. Jacob,
right,
you're up here at the
I'm
2-10.
trying to do the math on who's all gone because I can't see the full. So Williams is gone, Bernard is gone, Branch is gone, Bell is gone. Those are the receivers, right? Okay.
Correct.
And then
Yeah.
Coleman and Singleton. And then we got the tight ends. All right. Chat. Get ready.
Oh,
With
no.
the 210 in the Dynasty Points Day 3 mock draft, I select Carson Beck, and the crowd goes wild.
Whoa! Whoa!
Yeah, I mean, I have like Carson Beck is like a high floor quarterback in the sense that I do think he can be an NFL backup for a long time. I really don't think that he has starter traits. Like Carson Beck 2 years ago, I actually was kind of I kind of rode for. Like I thought he got unfairly derided at Georgia at times for an offense that I thought was way too gimmicky and didn't have any sort of receiver talent. But I think that unfortunately, like lost in the memification of Carson Beck, there was a player who I thought had legitimate velocity on the football along with pretty strong processing. And then he had the UCL injury and that completely zapped the velocity off of his arm. And the Carson Beck that I watched at Miami last year was just not the same guy. Like, could he distribute the ball in the short to intermediate area of the field? Yes. Could he... Oh, fuck. Can I take my pick back? We just got Katron Allen to the Commanders after I just jumped the gun taking Carson Beck. Yeah, give me Katron Allen instead. Screw you, Carson Beck. You suck.
Absolutely not. No. I'm next up.
I don't think
done.
you should be able to.
I was
at the damn
filibustering.
podium.
I was
I don't think
filibustering.
so.
I had not put the
Podium.
microphone down.
Absolutely
I
not.
didn't put
He
the
called it
microphone
into the
down.
league.
All right. I think
No,
we
I'm
take
calling
the
back
lead.
the league.
You don't
no,
get to. You do
no.
not get to
I
take
want
it
my
back.
take back.
Absolutely
I
not.
want my take back.
It's
All
like
right,
you
fine.
wanted to
Who
draft
cares?
Bijan
Who
and
cares?
drafted
Who
Brian
cares?
Robinson.
Whatever. I'll take my starting quarterback over your 6th round healthy and active running back. I'm gonna have Katron ranked a lot higher than Carson.
Jacory is done. Jacory with a 0 is over. I don't care if it results in a drink. The fat ass RB god is
I'm
here
out of drinks,
in
but drink 'em.
Washington. Oh my goodness, let's go.
I want to say 2 things about this Katron pick that I think we're allowed to keep in our minds at the same time. 1, legitimately fantastic landing spot for Katron Allen. Like if we're talking round 6 picks, like this is one of the only chances he could get to legitimately be a lead back this year. It's elite for him. Like I know a lot of people wake up in the morning and they spend their entire 16 hours of their waking day thinking about how much they can hate on Jacory Krosky-Merritt. Like, is it possible possible that Katron Allen ends up starting over him? Sure. If you're going to tell me that the JCM dream is just completely dead because they took a round 6 running back, like I'm sorry, but you're unserious.
Wasn't JCM like a 6th round running back? He sucks.
Oh my god.
Jacory sucks.
I think the word
period.
you're looking for is efficient.
Ass is what I'm looking for. He's more ass than what the stallion walks around with every single day. Like it's ass.
It's
He's
just going to be
ass.
Rachaad White, guys. Like, we're going to spend a lot of time arguing about this just for it to be Rachaad White.
We talked how long
getting
about
a
Chris
real,
Rodriguez being irrelevant and Jacory with a 0 couldn't get on the field without him not playing. Like week 17, he smashed in the first half because of one run. Ass. Generationally ass.
I won't lie. I thought I really fucked up when Rachaad White got signed by the Commanders, and I tweeted something to the effect of, "Oh, dynasty teams just got like a free gross fantasy RB2." And then I saw the contract details, and I was like, "Oh, maybe shouldn't have sent that tweet. I'll never delete it. I'm not the type of guy that deletes tweets." But yeah, that might be back on the menu, honestly, with this outcome. But yeah, that said, I'm obviously taking Kaytron Allen at the 211 here. Just
Ass, man.
A running back with like any potential way to win his way into starter level touches is totally worth it in this class. Allen as a prospect, I thought was totally reasonable. I am not that convinced by his pass catching skill set as much as some people were, and that's especially not going to happen with Rachaad White around. He is clearly the superior option there, but Allen can totally be a gross kind of 2-down running back, can get the goal line stuff. I was literally comping him to Brian Robinson in terms of what his fantasy
Yeah, that was my number one comp for Kaytron was B-Rob.
Yeah, so this is your new Brian Robinson. Happy to get that at the 211. I will also have him ranked higher than probably the last handful of guys that have come off the board here. So
I do think it's important to note that the track
him.
record of round 6 running backs is horrendous. Like,
yes, it is.
I think that people are going to assume that Kaytron's floor is way higher than it is. Like, if he was assured anything, he would not have fallen to round 6.
Yeah, his floor is he doesn't
really
play.
do think
That's
that people
totally
are like
possible.
People are just gonna like pencil him into 200 carries, and like I think there's a better chance he's just a healthy and active in week 1, and like Jerome Ford is the one trotting out there.
So is Chris Rodriguez.
But like, yeah, like if you want to be optimistic on Kaytron, like you have every right to be. Like he's gonna have Rachaad White. It's great for Rachaad White because Kaytron has no overlap with White at all, right? Like Kaytron is not a pass catcher in any sense of the word. I think probably how I would project this backfield week 1, I would project Allen to be inactive. He's a round 6 pick, but we're talking like by week 6, I would say White is playing all of the passing situations and sprinkling in some rushing situations. Kaytron is probably getting some goal line work and some between the 20s. JCM is getting a share of carries as the speed back. It's probably pretty gross all around. Like White's the guy I'd bet on from just a pure fantasy perspective.
Yeah.
If you love Kaytron Allen and you think he can be a 15 carry, like 2-down hammer, like I'm not going to say that's the modal outcome for any round 6 rookie ever. Like it's just not, but like you couldn't ask for a better landing spot for that to happen than this. It's totally plausible.
I will say Rachaad White is the RB1 on this team without a doubt, but I'm willing right now to make the bet that Allen outproduces Jacory.
Okay, can we book this?
I will put
wait. I did not hear. When I said book this, I thought you were going to say 2026. You added 2027 on. Now I'm out.
Okay, no, I'll say in 2026, Allen outproduces Jacory. $50 to whatever charity anybody wants.
Can the charity be my checking account?
No, absolutely not. Jacob, we discussed your tax bracket and how we are in different ones where you not only live in one of the most expensive
left a pretty lucrative
cities
job
in
to
Canada.
chase my dream.
Jakob
Sanderson apartment cleaning
Let's
fund?
not bury the lead. Bury the lead. You live in one of the
Going
most
straight to
expensive
Hellamaid.
cities in Canada, and you have the
now.
money to hire a cleaning service into your apartment. No, it is for charity, sir. I will match whatever charity deposit Jacob wants into whatever charity of choice. Allen versus Jacory.
I don't know when we started doing charity bets. We used to do real money, but yeah, I'm putting. I'll happily agree to a $50 charity bet.
Anyone else?
To a real
Lucas,
charity
Ryan?
on Kaytron versus JCM 2026.
2026, just total fantasy points is what
Total
we're doing.
fantasy.
And no, Andy. Andy has requested that it be the Buckler Foundation. That's not my charity of choice. Sorry to tell you.
The Buckler Foundation really just means VC coins and NBA 2K. Like that's all the
Yeah.
Buckler Foundation is.
I will also come in on the Katron side of this. So yeah. I
okay,
will
let's
do,
go.
I
Let's
will
go.
stake $50 to a charity of
Lucas,
Thomas
speak
choice.
up.
Billing for round 6 running backs.
Lucas,
Cash
speak up.
passes.
Wasn't JCM like a round 7? Like, what are you talking about? Like,
I just okay, like I get that, but like as much as you hate JCM, could you not just admit that like when we're
I
talking
don't
about
hate
round
Jacory.
6, round 7, it seems like you do.
no.
When we're talking
I hate,
about-
no. I hate
I
the
can
Jacory
you can
fan
certainly
base
see
as
how
much
someone
as I
would
hate
think
the
that you
Shador.
do.
No. I hate the Jacory fandom when it became like Jacory for any first round
He
rookie
says while
pick.
he stabs his Jacory Krosky-Merritt
No,
voodoo doll with an ice pick.
No, because I rostered him. I hated the Jacory narrative the moment that me, Lucas, and Ryan sat down and had the conversation where I said I didn't care that he was getting first team reps because Jaden Blue was getting first team reps, and I got told that I argued like I have CTE, and I ended up 100% correct that Jacory could
Starting
not
running back
produce.
this year.
Hold on, that Jacory could not produce unless Chris Rodriguez was not active or not on the field, which was 100% correct. I ended up correct on that, and I stand on that. It is not that I hate Jacory. I played him in finals weekend in leagues that I won in the super flex position. But Katron Allen
I'm glad
is
that
a
we
better
have you on the
player.
record. I'm glad we have you on the record. Okay. JCM's rookie year, what he showed in the NFL so far, is it likely long-term NFL starter? No. Is it like a 95th percentile outcome for a round 6 and round 7 running back? Like absolutely and inarguably.
Katron's better.
You mentioned Jaden Blue. Like that's what most round 6 running backs turn into. And so if I'm taking the bet here, like I agree that Katron is a little bit unique for a day 3 running back in that he is like such a limited use case player that only a slight number of teams are going to be interested in him. Like if you already have an early down running back, he's just off your board because he's not providing versatility. So I think he's a better bet than your average round 6 guy. He's still a round 6 guy. Like
Yeah, but
he's probably
I don't
Taj
care.
Brooks.
I was right.
We're probably betting on Taj Brooks.
Ooh,
I will
Marion
go
Brown
down
to the
I will-
Saints.
I will go down as I am right and was right about Jacory the whole time, and our YouTube
You're victory
comments can
lapping a
just eat it.
7th round running back who had over 800 rushing yards. Like that's such a
Ooh.
weird thing to be saying.
And was
Like, I'm
useless in
sorry.
fantasy. I'm gonna do it again next year when Katron Allen outproduces him. Put your money where your mouth is,
Oh
Lucas.
my gosh!
Get
All
in
right,
on the
hold
bet.
No, just so I understand, are you saying that next year, like Allen
Is going to
Krosky-
outproduce Jacory. Yes.
Okay. Or are you saying that it's Allen's going to do better than Jacory did in his rookie season?
Fantasy points. I care about fantasy points. That's
this
it.
year, 2026
This year,
fantasy
2026
points,
fantasy
JCM
points.
versus Allen.
Okay, I'm
Yes.
doing JCM. Like I love
All right,
Allen.
we got a
I'm going to
4-way
JCM.
bet. 2v2.
2v2. And Ryan stands on my side, the
I'm
right
still
side of
going to say,
history.
like,
I'm
I just
I'm
find it
just
so
picking the-
wild.
I'm picking
how,
like the more fun side for
That's
for
right,
charity
that's
is what
what's
I'm
up.
doing.
What? Why is the guy who runs like a 4.9 the fun side?
Because
exactly.
the fat ass RB God is going to show you.
What happened to you?
what is
Katron
up.
Allen is the fun side?
I'm buying a Katron Allen jersey by the end of this show. I'm buying the jersey. Get ready. Get
This is
ready.
how people. Never mind. I'm live. I can't say that.
Like it's truly like so wild to me, like how
It's
violent.
the first time I've ever self-filtered.
Like
Wow.
you're
I've
saying
never-
he sucks.
I've never
He had
seen
Imagine
800
what that was.
yards. That's
Who
good.
cares about yards, Lucas? Like you're talking
That's
about 800
yeah,
yards like it's a
that's
thing. Like, who
production.
cares? He was
Oh my
useless
God.
in fantasy. Useless in fantasy. I've never seen Trey Camberling roll his eyes harder in my life, and he is back there begging us to move on from this. But 800 yards means nothing. It means nothing in this case. Purely objective,
my goodness.
nothing. He was an unplayable asset in fantasy, period. The first week of the season was actually detrimental because people kept putting him in their lineups for 4-5 weeks straight, and he netted you negative to the average. It's not, this isn't objective. This is factual. He was a negative asset in your lineups post week 1, period. I was right on Ja'Cory from day one. And I'm going to be right on
You
Kaytron
weren't
Allen,
right. He
too.
was a starter. You can't tell me you were
For
right
1
whenever he
week,
was as
brother,
productive
1
as he
week.
was.
1
You
week.
can't
1
tell me
week.
you were right.
1 week.
Oh my gosh. Like for a
was
seventh
the
round
best.
player, you can't tell me
It
you
was
were
the
right.
best projection. I had the best projection. Nobody else had a better projection than me. Period.
We all were cashing in picks for him because we bet on him and we're getting positive value out of it. Like I don't
you're not
know how
anymore.
apparently we're wrong because we liked him, but
You're not
all
anymore.
right.
Not anymore. You're up though, 212.
Gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, 212. I'm going to Justin Jolly with it being
He
tied
was
in premium.
No. He was traded for first round picks, and that's my issue. He was traded for first round picks, and that's my issue. It was always my issue. Anyway, 212.
Yeah, so I'm going Justin Jolly in a tight end premium league. I just like the landing spot. I know what Sean Payton can get out of tight ends, so I'm going to continue to bet on that. There's definitely opportunity in Denver.
Yeah, the new Joker.
Thank you,
position.
MTM. JCM seems like a nice kid, and I like rooting for him.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I hope you die. It's that meme. I really like JCM. He seems really fun. Fuck you, and I hope you die.
Oh my gosh.
Hopefully someone knows the meme I'm talking about, and I just
Yes.
you guys get the bit.
I hope you die.
I trust you guys. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I'm up on this draft board, and I feel like my guy has slid entirely too far in Chris Brazzell, but I'm going the other direction. I'm going Kevin Coleman Jr. I'm actually going to trust our guy Danny Kelly from The Ringer, who says there is something to him. I think that he slid entirely too far. I like the landing spot. I like everything about Kevin Coleman Jr. I'm going to be probably entirely too high on him moving up here in the rookie draft. So I'm going to be in on Kevin Coleman at the 3-1. I think you could do a lot worse for his profile as well. If Scott Barrett says he was popping a little bit and Denny Kelly tells me he was popping a little bit, I'm going to give this the okay here at the 3-1. I like my guy, Chris Razzle Brazzle, but I think that the fall says enough about the gimmick offense that is run in Tennessee for me. I think Tennessee wide receivers continue to be Tennessee wide receivers. I'm going to go with Kevin Coleman, who I believe is a more complete wide receiver. I thought that in the pre-draft process as well. So I'm going to go Kevin Coleman Jr. here at the 3-1. I'm going to be above consensus on Kevin Coleman Jr. I'm excited to have him here at the 3-1. Jacob, you are up at the 3-2.
I've completely lost track of who's off the board while we were like pinning the hopes of the nation on which Washington running back gets 7.1 PPR points and which one gets 6.9. Let me pull up my rankings here while I try to stall for there to be another brilliant pick. All right. Let's see. Who's my highest ranked player available? No one good. I guess Chris Brazzell's still on the board, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have no hopes for him at all. Oh no. Okay, this time I'm actually changing it, and I'm not too late because I said I'm not. I'll take Emmett Johnson as a pure backup pass catcher contingent play for the Chiefs.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that
I don't
is
mind that.
Totally reasonable pick here.
I don't mind that at all. I think that's a good spot.
I'm just going to get the guy I was afraid that I would have to draft over Carson Beck at one point. So I guess I'm happy with this fall. I'll take Elijah Surratt here at the 303. Completely reasonable spot for him. I completely will just say that this probably is at this point the Denzel Mims of Tylan Wallace's. The Ravens even took him at analytics heavy prospect that the Ravens took. Great
UFL star.
But the real life skill match is great. As we talked about earlier in the landing spot section, he kind of can slot in here as a big slot, which is just his ideal usage. The analytics profile is legitimately amazing, better than any day two wide receiver in this draft class. Obviously the NFL disagrees with that, but yeah, at the 303, it's a totally reasonable bet to make and just to be model brained here, I think. So yeah, give me Surratt.
I don't mind this at all. I really feel like Baltimore's going to run their third tight end or fourth tight end out there for more routes. But if this hits, I mean, the Ravens did pick up the 5th-year option on Zay Flowers, but they do have a history of not paying their wide receivers outside of, for some reason, they paid Bateman. I actually do like this pick quite a bit in Surratt. Lucas,
I'll
you're
note
up at
quickly
3-4.
while we were drafting, we did get another fantasy relevant. I mean, he's probably not fantasy relevant, but a fantasy eligible player drafted. We got Josh Cameron, wide receiver, Baylor, to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Cool.
And then we didn't touch on it, but Barry and Brown also went. If your league does anything for special teams, absolutely add him.
Ooh,
this guy had 6.
I like that call.
6 returns for touchdowns, SEC record. Like, this guy's just explosive, and there's probably going to be one week where he slides into the top 12 just because he's doing something ridiculous. And going to the Saints, I mean, I don't think that there's anyone else really that can do that type of thing on their roster right now. So, you know, might as well. That's just a dart throw. If you're at the back end of the 5th round, or, you know, make him a priority on waivers, especially in a class like this, like, you should absolutely be trying to find a way to get Barry and Brown on your taxi squad. But for my pick, Razzle Dazzle Chris Brazzle, he's still sitting there. I'm absolutely going to be taking him there just because of what that upside is, what it can be. And if you're doing that in the 3rd round, oh, you put that for Ryan instead of me, because Ryan did Surratt.
Give me Elijah Surratt, Trey. Come on.
Yeah.
There we go.
So
Trey,
yeah,
keep up
good pick.
with the program.
I should have taken him. That's a good pick.
To be fair,
Shout out
Trey
producer
has
Trey.
been nothing.
He's been a trooper today.
Dude,
Holy
not
shit.
just
Yeah.
today. Not just today. We are talking about like 15 hours of fantasy draft content. Like, Trey is a god.
it's kind of wild. But yeah, I mean, the upside's definitely there. There is a chance that somebody that his size can produce in the NFL. I'm not saying the chance is good, but whatever, we're looking at a draft that has so few sure things. And really, like, after the 204, we can include Stowers in there at the 205. I don't know. Everything after that to me is kind of a crapshoot. Like, I don't really know what to do with the rest of this draft, and I would be doing what you can to, whenever you're on the board, to get players you like. I don't even think it's like worth trying to move up to find the players you like, because you can get some random people to take dart throws on really late in this class. Yeah, so I'm going with Chris Brazzle.
I mean, Razzle Brazzle, baby. I mean, we
Razzle
lost
Dazzle,
one of
Chris
the best
Brazzle.
one of the best nicknames, I think, in the game. Man,
And he gave me such a fun memory of the Georgia game this year. I mean, at the end, I have my heart ripped out, and I'm just sad for a couple of days after, and
Can I?
you know, crying in the shower. But it was really fun for a minute there, and that's what he could potentially do.
Can I ask a real question? Do we need a 4th round?
Yeah,
I don't think
I still
we
got people.
need a 4th round.
Yeah, we
You
do.
would.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. We need a 4th. We might
Let's
need a
keep
5th.
going.
I'm sitting here at the 3-5, and I'm looking at the players available, and like, I would take any veteran I can here in the 3rd round. Like, chat, I think you guys would make a better pick than I could right now. Like, this is
would
how
you trade your
bad
3rd
that
round
it's
pick
gotten.
for Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt?
I would actually. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. That is the crazy thing. I would trade my 2nd round pick for Ja'Cory with a 0.
There it is.
That's the problem.
So then, what
this
I'm just
class
hearing.
is so bad.
Well, I'm hearing now. Granted, Katron was drafted while we were in the 2nd round, but if you would
That's
trade
what
your
I'm
2nd
saying.
round pick for JCM, then you might take him over Katron. That's just
wouldn't-
what I just heard.
No.
know.
I wouldn't take him over K-Tron. Don't put words in my mouth, Lucas. I'll fight you for that. I might be Canadian, but we're not that nice. Remember that. Talk to me nice. But 3-5 here. This is really, really, really tough. I can't. I almost want to draft a player that hasn't even been drafted by the NFL at this point. Like, my goodness.
Heidenreich.
We getting the
Yeah,
Eli
I
Heidenreich
no,
pick?
I
Yeah.
wanted. I'm almost thinking Newsmeyer. Like, this is
Ryan's
so...
going to be refreshing his Twitter for like 2 days to see whether Rap Sheet tweets running back Eli Heidenreich is signed as a UDFA or wide receiver Eli
You know what?
Heidenreich
No,
is
hold
signed
on.
as a UDFA?
Give me Eli Heidenreich. I'm not even joking. Give me Heidenreich because I think that he can just produce. Give me Heidenreich. I'm willing to take that shot. We know he's going to get drafted in the 7th round or be an undrafted free agent. Give me Heidenreich here at the 3-5. It's worth it to me. It's worth it to me. Give me Heidenreich.
All right, I'll do a boring pick, I guess. I will take Ted Hurst, who I thought
Trey
was like
said he's not even on the board. Give me Mike Washington then. Trey.
Wow, you're trying to go off board. I'll take Ted Hurst. I thought he was like a little bit overrated by some of the nerds that just like wanted something to believe in after the first 6 wide receivers, but he does still have a semi-reasonable production profile. He goes to the Bucks. I don't think he has a path to snaps this year without injury, but maybe Godwin's not long for this world, and it's plausible he could be better than Jalen McMillan. Why not? So, really interesting height, weight, speed guy. Had some production, albeit at Georgia State. I feel like he's pretty similar to how I felt about Jalen McMillan coming out, and I'm actually getting him on the same team with the same draft capital in a pretty similar range of the draft. So why not?
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong here at all.
Yeah, totally reasonable pick here. I don't think we've taken him. I'm just gonna take Max Clare at 307. Completely unideal landing spot. Of course, just going to what I've been referring to it as Sean McVay's 13 personnel playhouse, because that's what it is. This is very much like we're going to dunk on opposing defensive coordinators, go into heavy personnel with a bunch of guys who can, at least in Claire's case, at least kind of block and can catch the football, force them to get these defensive backs off the field and take advantage of it in that way. Just boosting all the yards per out run of Puka Nacua, of Devontae Adams, of whatever actual wide receiver they put on the field. But Claire has enough juice to me as a prospect that there's a world where he develops and he wins like the main full-time tight end role, even in 11. Terrence Ferguson is there too, who I like him. I had him ranked honestly way too high in Dynasty before the draft, but Claire just brings a little bit more complete of a receiving profile to me. You get like a massive discount on a prospect that was really productive until he had to play next to Jeremiah Smith. So I'm really, really happy to get Claire at 307. It's a McVay offense. Come on. It's a good offense that can be touchdown production. How many times has freaking Tyler Higbee been relevant for stretches in fantasy? Give me Max Claire now.
I'm sorry, but let's not just call him Tyler Higbee. Let's get this right. That is Hate Crime Higbee.
Yeah.
Forever known on this podcast as Hate Crime Higbee, and that will never end until he is out of the league. But let's just say, I can't even remember who Jacob took here.
He took Hurst. He took Ted Hurst.
He took Ted Hurst.
So Ted Hurst, Max Claire.
Max Claire. Lucas, you are up here at the 3-8.
Oh, I'm going Kalon Black.
That's such a good pick. You sniped me again.
Yeah, so I've been waiting on trying to do this for a while because I thought Brazel was going to go earlier, so he was originally going to be my 304. I thought about taking him at the 212. He's third drafted running back, going to a place where if he does get the handcuff role, holy cow, he can be so freaking good in that scheme. He's definitely more of a one-cut style runner. I really like his vision. Give me Kalon Black, and I am so incredibly happy about that.
I would
that's
just behind the scenes, something very funny. I don't think we have Kalon Black on this list because when I sent Trey the list of players, I only sent him combine invite players. So we can blame that one on me. But yeah, thank you, Kyle Shanahan. I haven't even put Kalon Black into my model yet. Damn it, I have to do that at some point this weekend too. I will tweet out where he is.
Who did the Ravens draft?
as a placeholder, can you give me Le'Veon Moss? I don't think he'll end up getting drafted, and that's somebody else. That's somebody else I would love to have eventually, just because I think that there's a chance. But yeah,
I
Oh my
will say
God.
this. Speaking of players named Moss, Jacob, I think it is time that I actually come clean. I think that there is a confession that I need to make. The first player in my fantasy football career that I ever stand for at the beginning of the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast, which is what we were before we signed with Fantasy Points, was Thaddeus Moss. I loved him. I had him 100% rostered, and he never worked out. So
had him in every
shout
single
out.
league I was in with you.
I know you did. I know you did before I got him even. I remember one time you and I argued before we signed you to come podcast with us was that I was mad that you sniped him from me. So shout out Thaddeus Moss. I don't know, man. I'm sitting here at the 39 and I'm like thinking of who could I trade this pick for?
I mean,
because I don't want to make the pick. But
at the 3-9, there's like I'm looking at it, and there's probably 3 more really viable players. Actually, no, 4, because there's somebody that I keep forgetting about. But yeah, there's still some players here.
You would say that. You would say that personally.
I
think
we just got the guy you're gonna want to take.
Oh, who's that?
I think he's terrible, but he went to a decent spot. Damon Claiborne just got drafted by the Vikings.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that shot. I'll take Claiborne and the Vikings. Thanks for the assist.
Yeah.
Because I really didn't want to take Skylar Bell or Sam Roush here. So I'll take Desmond Claiborne. I mean, we're looking at a team that needs Mason and Aaron Jones to clear the pathway. And I'll say this. I remember making way back in the day, Jacob a banner for his Twitter that was Aaron Jones because he was such a fan. But
I love Aaron
so
Jones.
many years have passed and he's aging, and I don't think Jordan Mason is actually that good. So I'll take Desmond Claiborne from Wake Forest here at the 3-9.
I mean, totally reasonable pick there. I do think that Damon Claiborne is the Ty Chandler of Ty Chandlers.
Hey, there was a time. Remember when Ty Chandler was like the talk of the town during
That was so
during
fun.
press
I do.
conference era? I remember me and Ryan talking about him for hours.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
he is the Ty Chandler of Ty Chandlers. Just to me, like smaller running back that I'm not really convinced by as a receiver. It is rough, but you can't ask for better than day 3 to the Vikings.
No.
He was in my my sleeper tier at the running back position, which that totally reasonable pick here.
I like that. Who the heck am I gonna pick here? I mean, okay, the actual
He's
pick
arguably
is
the most twitched up running back.
the actual pick that I should make is like one of these receivers that got capital that I think stuck. So like, I mean, the 33rd overall pick is just sitting there and he's available. And if I was being responsible, that's who I'd pick. But like, why would I come on a live stream, have like 7 Jaeger bombs to take Dijon Stribling? I'll take a player that I actually kind of like. And he goes to the coach who maximized Tyreek Hill, who had one similar trait to Brendan Thompson, which is a lot of speed. So I'll take Brendan Thompson, who I think is kind of fun, takes the top off, and gets to play with one of the greatest deep ball throwers in the NFL, one of the most fun schematic guys for fast players. Give me Thompson.
Oh man, I have no clue who to take. There, it is like we're into like the Malachi Fields, Jacoby Lane area of just guys that I don't think are very good, but theoretically should get playing time. The real question is, do I want to rank Tanner Koziel over those guys? I think the answer is probably no. I want it to be yes. Just give me Tanner Koziel for the content. I'll make the case for Koziel, which is one of the most productive tight ends in this class, one of the most productive college tight ends of the past several years. Did it at 2 different schools, is on like yearly reception share lists with Trey McBride and Harold Fannin and Michael Mayer and all of these incredibly productive college tight ends from the past 5 years. It's I will say it's an unideal spot in Jacksonville because I'm not sure that they have like a realistic vision of the tight end position right now, and that they took Borkircher did they take him in round 2? They took him in round 2, didn't
The
they?
GM just sucks at his job.
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
he does.
So yeah,
Borkircher?
they went with two. They went with like two polar opposite ends of the spectrum here in terms of what wins out. Brenton Strange being there, all of that. None of it's like ideal, but I'm okay with one of the most productive tight ends just sitting on my taxi squad under the assumption that maybe something happens where he gets to be on the field in a Liam Cohen offense at some point, and that's like enough for me to take the shot in tight end premium. I don't love the run out, but I think it still excites me more than just really bad analytics profiles from wide receivers.
Yeah, I don't think this is a hot take at all. Lucas, you're up. You're Mr. Devi. Don't miss this
Skylar
pick.
Bell. I mean, one of the few people who can actually get open in this class. And I mean, the Bills have, had so many wide receivers die on them, but I'll at least take a guy who can actually separate, a guy who can actually make his own yards a little bit. And this late in it, like there's zero risk in doing this.
Okay, I don't hate that at all. I gotta sit here and think of who I want to draft. I don't even know. I don't know. No one's taken him yet. I'm gonna go Malachi Fields.
Yeah.
I just feel like that has to be the pick here at the 4-1. I obviously never want to draft this pick, but I've got to go Malachi Fields. Opportunity.
After 3.
No, everyone said, the chat said we needed 4.
We're going.
We need more.
Chat said we needed 4. I'm going to go Malachi Fields. I think that at a 4th round pick, I think you can. You really at any point in the 4th round can't go wrong with who you're selecting, in my opinion. So I'm going to go Malachi Fields at the 4-1.
All right, I'll just do the boring thing now. I'll take Stribling. I mean, I truly can't articulate like how much I dislike this pick from a real life perspective. He played 5 years in college. He's turning 24 in season. He never hit 2 yards per team pass attempt. He's the classic kind of pick where there are a bunch of like big draft kind of film guys that like a player like this. Think of Van Jefferson as an example, who they get drafted way higher than anyone expects. And then they love to go online and be like, the real ball knowers like understand like what Deshaun Stribling can bring to a team. And then he's never going to do anything. He's going to have like a career high of 412 receiving yards. And, they never face the consequences for their propaganda. So I just want to note that this guy stinks and he's always stunk and he's never going to do anything. And I just picked him.
Yeah, I think that he really started going up because of the film bros. He does do some really interesting things on film, but I would have gone 33. That's really
It's
early.
bad. They drafted a 4th round talent in the 2nd round. Like that is the most Shanahan thing of all time. Ryan, you're at 4-3.
Okay, give me Cole Payton here.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I actually like that. I really do like that. I'm not kidding. I like that.
So for those unaware, I can't remember how long ago this was that we talked Cole Payton on the show, but he is just an incredibly fantasy-friendly skill set type of quarterback in that he basically played a rushing role for a year or two at North Dakota State. One of the most efficient seasons passing in the FCS of all time last year. Don't fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure it's directionally accurate. Goes to the Eagles. Is this just like a limited snap, tush push package weapon? Possibly. But like, hey, Howie could be doing something here. The Eagles have a history of taking these like low opportunity cost shots on a high value position like a quarterback and just giving themselves optionality. We saw that from the Jalen Hurts to Carson Wentz transition. So yeah, give me Cole Payton in round 4 of a super flex rookie draft. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, Tanner McKee is out here saying that people are like, oh, NFL teams should get up a 2nd round pick. So let's not pretend like these quarterbacks can't gain value should they even just see the field. I think you're absolutely right. Lucas, you're at the 4-4. Don't mess this up.
So I'm fairly certain Adam Randall hasn't gone, right?
No.
Oh yeah, great pick.
Yeah, that is a
I'm
good
going to
pick
go
here.
Adam Randall. Like, he's just still sitting on the board. I think that's the last running back that's been drafted that we haven't included in this. Yeah, I think so.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Adam Randall, but in the 4th round, I'm at least going to take somebody who has the ability to contribute this year. And we don't really know what this offense is going to look like in Baltimore. There is a chance that Adam Randall can carve out, a little bit of a nice role as a former wide receiver. We'll see. There's also, I think, an equal chance that he's not on the roster come time the season starts. But yeah, I'll take him.
I'm looking at my pick here at 4-5. I don't even know. Like,
Do you want me
I
to draft
have two
for
guys
you?
that I really want to take? Yeah.
I mean, actually, you know what?
Really want to take?
Ryan and Lucas, you guys can make my pick. I don't care about this 4-5 at all. So please give me some suggestions.
Well, I was going to say Bryce Lance.
Lucas can go first.
Yeah, I think Bryce Lance is the person here. And if Adam Randall weren't on the board, then I would have gone Bryce Lance there. He has at least a really interesting set. And if you're in any
Chris.
type of best ball league, I think that then he has a little bit more value for you there. Like it's just such an interesting prospect profile. And it's not necessarily one that always hits, but it's not nothing.
It's one that pretty much never hits.
Yeah.
Ryan, who do you think?
But
at the
I'm
4-5?
always
Give
I'm always
Tom-
interested. I'm always interested nonetheless.
Ryan, who do you think at the 4-5?
We can just give you Bryce Lance. Jacob can make his pick, and then I can make
Yeah,
my pick.
I'll pick.
Yeah.
I'll do my job here. I'll take Cade Klubnik. Because much to that one guy in chat's chagrin, this is super flex, and I think it's pretty likely he starts games this year, and I also think it's pretty likely he'll have like a 4.1 adjusted yards per attempt and a 47% completion percentage in those games. But sure.
I think that's fair. Ryan, 4-7.
So again, tight end premium here. I'm going to take a tight end that went on day 2, who Brett Whitefield said just looked exactly like Colston Loveland at Michigan. And that's the entire
Okay.
basis for this pick.
Sure.
I'm going to take Marlon Klein. Not really that much of a receiving profile. My model didn't like him or anything like that, but going to the Texans on day 2, there's a potential path to eventual playing time, and Brett Whitefield likes this guy, so that's kind of where I'm going.
Good enough for me. I just moved him
I
up
don't think
around
he's-
based on that nugget.
Yeah.
You're getting Colston Loveland comps in round 4? Like, let's go. Windmill.
To be clear, this was this was way pre-draft when I had finished writing up tight ends and we were watching tape, and Brett is like, "Oh, you should look into this Marlon Klein guy and see if you can make like an analytics argument for him." And I couldn't, but that was the recommendation.
Nice. I'm into that.
Lucas, you're up at the 4-8.
So I have been seeing a lot of stuff about Klein, and people are saying, "Oh, Michigan's offense last season was just so inept," and we're seeing Underwood being a freshman, and that's why everybody kind of looked not great. I don't know. He's fine, but I get to go with the sexiest son of a gun in this draft and get to go Jacoby Lane. So I can continue to hurt myself on a deep emotional basis, but I'm having fun doing it, and I'll only cry a little bit. So give me Jacoby Lane.
You guys are missing the plot entirely here in the 4th round. I'll tell you who I want in the 4th round. Possible starting quarterback value here in 2026.
Oh, there you go.
The Pittsburgh Steelers don't know if they're getting Aaron Rodgers. Look, they're waiting for a callback more than my dates used to back in my teenage years. And I got to tell you, Drew Aller, former number 1 quarterback in the class on Jakob Sanderson's ranking, should have come out last year, could possibly have an opportunity to start in Superflex. The possibility of maybe sort of kind of starting in the NFL is a big deal. We're getting a Mike McCarthy hand-picked quarterback. He might be astronomically underrated. We don't know. But Drew Aller at the 4-9 is definitely a pick that I'm willing to make. So let's get it done. At the 4-9, it is the most Tom Tipple approved pick that I could possibly think of. Drew Aller, Penn State, 4-9.
I'm gonna completely derail this process because I just came across a Coach Speak Index tweet that fits my dream narratives, and it says, after losing Michael Pittman Jr., this is Shane Steichen speaking, I think Josh Downs' role will step up a little bit more. More targets for him. He's a hell of a player. We've played him in the slot a long time. We'll get him some reps on the outside during spring and see where it goes. We'll take it.
We will definitely take that. Hell yeah.
All right. I wish I could trade this pick for Josh Downs. I definitely can't. I will take...
It's never happening with Josh Downs.
Who am I gonna? Oh my God! Like, this is so bleak. Hey, is there anyone left of interest? Even Lane's gone. Malachi Fields is long gone, right?
Yep.
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. Okay,
I'm
I'll just
scrolling through the draft.
I'll legitimately like
someone I forgot.
Yeah. I'm legitimately gonna take Nate Borkircher.
Hey.
Like, okay, here's the thing. Like, this is never gonna work out. But the Jags took Bretton Strange at the end of round 2 a couple years ago. He also
Strange
had
is
almost
good,
no
though.
production profile. No, I know he is good now. I'm saying in college, like, this guy had almost zero production profile. He was like purely kind of a bet on an athlete and NFL development. And they turned him into like a totally startable college tight end. I assume they want to do a lot of the 12 and 13 stuff, but Strange's contract does expire after the year. Maybe they let him, maybe their idea is like, we're just not going to pay up for the position and we're going to make Borkircher and Cole our tight end pair next year. And maybe they think they can do some of the development with this guy that they did with Strange. I'm probably not.
I just want to say on Borkircher, to qualify for my tight end model, you have to have at least one season of over 200 receiving yards. Borkircher did not have that, literally did not qualify for the model. Bretton Strange did. He had multiple of those. It was not that much over 200 receiving yards, but he did have them. And I don't like, do we have testing numbers for Borkircher? He's not in my combine spork database. I don't know. Someone pull up the beast and tell me what his pro day numbers were if he had one. But yeah, I'm curious about that, I guess. Sorry, I hijacked that. Anything else you want to say on Borkircher
he
before
didn't
my
test at
pick?
the combine. I mean, there are some guys like, so Mike Renner, like the former PFF guy, he had Borkircher as his pre-draft tight end 3. Like, you will find like kind of one-off guys who thought this guy had more receiving on the bone than he showed in college. I mean, he probably doesn't.
Way, bro. No way.
So the Ravens took 2 running backs that aren't running backs.
No way. Am I getting one guide?
There's no way.
They're cornering
not even
cornering
on
the
clock.
market.
They're not even close to on the clock. They're like 5 picks from now.
Okay.
Unless that's like a super pick tip. But
Okay. I just thought maybe I'm getting one guide. I don't know. Jeez. I don't know. Who's up right now? Who's up right now? I can't see the
I'm up right now, I believe.
Yeah.
I think you got one guide.
We are out of players that have been drafted that I have legitimate interest in.
You got one guide by the guy who's just been hating us for 5 hours. Not only one guy, you got one guide by that guy.
Chris is generational. He's a generational hater.
You got one guide by our hater.
So there's still at least one player who I'm willing to take right now.
This is what I'm gonna do, because as we're recording this, we are deep into round 6 of the real NFL draft. As I said, I'm out of guys that have been selected that I'm interested in for fantasy, really. So I'm going to look at guys that haven't been selected. And beyond that, instead of just, who do I have highest pre-draft that hasn't been taken yet, I'm going to go with the guy that a fall doesn't bother me whatsoever. It doesn't bother me at all if this guy is an undrafted free agent and signs with somebody. Give me Eric McAllister.
Nice.
Like, really rough, just like character issues and stuff is what's going to make him fall, is the reason he may or may not get drafted in round 7 or be undrafted free agent. But really, really legitimately nice production, including at a pretty young age at Boise State, on those Ashton Genty teams. Of course, had issues with his coaches, quit on that team, or left the team, I should say, mid-season then, ended up in legal trouble, but then went and produced in like a Bryles Hoople tree offense, which it, like, maybe it's fake production, but maybe it's not. There are some film guys that are into him. He's a little, like, I don't know, he's a little skinny, but yeah, just a guy that produced who, like, you could argue would be like a round 3, round 4 talent, if not for any of the character issues. I like to bet on those guys in fantasy just because it's honestly like a signal in terms of if they get onto an NFL team at all. It's because some evaluator sees the potential for them to make an impact on the field, where that's not necessarily the case for all these guys getting drafted rounds 5 through 7 that are just like specialized role players or depth players or blockers or fullbacks or what have you. So yeah, give me an Eric McAllister. I feel pretty good about that, actually. Eric McAllister, 411.
All right, Lucas, end this mock draft. I know there's 9 players that you're excited to take here as a Devy boy, but 412, send us home.
Sam Roush. I can't believe he's still here. I'm really surprised that.
Well, I can believe it.
Yeah, like I'm surprised he wasn't taken earlier. I get that there's more of like the blocking trend to him, but I think he can definitely find the field in Chicago by year 2, and he can look into some touchdowns. Like, he's definitely athletic enough to be able to make it in the NFL. I don't think, he's going to be over Loveland at any point in time in the near future, but I think that there could definitely be a place for him in the NFL. At the 412.
I want to play a fun game. So the Jaguars, as we all know, have just been like, doing acid in the draft room for the last 2 days. They just took a wide receiver who I had obviously never heard of. I would like to guess where he was. I would like everyone to guess where he was on the consensus big board. They took a wide receiver named C.J. Williams.
How far down does the consensus big board go?
Big board. As far as you can dream.
247.
Worse. I'm going to go like 350.
Lucas?
421.
Oh, I was thinking of CJ Daniels for a minute.
No. He also got drafted by the Rams, by the way. That was like a real pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 420.
You guys aren't even close. 678.
Yeah. Shout out Arif Hassan for your big board going that deep and having CJ Williams on it. That's
Joe
incredible.
King said, "What's on the agenda for the second half of this?"
Oh my gosh,
that is it.
NFL.com had to add him to this. They don't even have a player page for him.
Like, what are the Jaguars doing exactly? They're just doing bits.
He's definitely the type of guy who's drafting. He's like, I'm smarter than every single one of you all, so I'm going to take my guys no matter what, and that's what they're doing.
I think he sucks at his job. I think the GM sucks at his job. Gladstone sucks.
Like, the funniest thing is, in the midst of all these crazy picks, they also got like one of the biggest fallers in the draft, where they got Pregnon at like pick 88.
Oh yeah,
people thought might go top 40, and it's like, yeah, we'll mix that in, and then we'll just go back to taking completely random guys no one's ever heard of.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for day 3 and the coverage. I don't think there could be any possible movement or draft picks left on the board. Shout out to everyone watching, loving, liking, subscribing. We couldn't be here without all of you guys. Shout out for Ryan for winning the weekly contest. I'm telling you, I'm coming back with a vengeance next year to win this thing. Remember to use Points Draft 26 for 15% off of industry-leading DFS projections. We have milli makers, 50K winners and beyond, with not just NFL, but UFL, spring football, and beyond. Tons of money paying for itself in terms of these subscriptions. Do not forget to head over to the Dynasty Fantasy Points YouTube channel. That is where you get this show, Dynasty Points. We are going to be back live. We're going to have subscriber-only content. We are going to have team breakdowns and beyond. You can catch us in the Discord. You can catch us all over the place on Twitter, everywhere you could possibly think of here. Dynasty Points, the #1 place for Dynasty Fantasy Football content here. Of course, you get Dynasty Life and all the amazing guests as well over at the Dynasty Fantasy Football YouTube page. I am blessed to be able to sit here every single week and talk fantasy football with our subscribers, with these fine gentlemen here. Even though we may not agree, we come down and talk fantasy football in every possible aspect. This show was founded on people that play the game differently, and that reflects in our content, with Trey Camberling being the man, and I mean the man in the industry, sitting here producing a third straight day. We are almost at 5 hours today, 5 hours yesterday, 4.5 hours day one. Nobody, and I mean nobody, in the industry gives you fantasy rookie content like we did here. The leaders, check the views. It is what it is. Be locked in here at fantasypoints.com for the rest of the season, where we help you crush your fantasy leagues. Remember at all times that there are people on the other side of your screens when you are arguing. Remember that this game is supposed to be fun, and remember at all times that clear eyes and full hearts can never lose, and that your best days, of course, are always spent tilting. Good night, everybody. We'll see you guys on Wednesday for the drop of Dynasty Points here at fantasypoints.com.